because they just don't have the util to hold off anything else, really.
They couldn't hold that off at all. Straight out long. Slowy with one. Slaughters his way through MBK. More fun to be had as well, as they're rotating fast out through middle. Lucky, he's leaving himself exposed, and Yemi wants to prove that this is not a fast, that they want to stay in this game for a little bit longer. Backstabs onto him. Oh, the fight of the flankers, though. Joko, timing is everything, and he can come in now with the Orc. Hits the shot. He was tagged, but he's still alive. 3v3, a minute and 20 seconds on the clock, and Double Pony, they're starting to think maybe this is where it could be shut down. What? That looked like it hit.
CSGO moment.
Banged, I guess.
Valve moment.
Yeah. It did seem like it was on him. I guess maybe the slight crouch, but...
Yeah, it might have been right. Just right behind him. I agree with you. It looked like it was right on him. Either way, Slowy just not going to be able to take advantage of that timing. So close, but Body re-aggressing towards short. They have actually pretty much everything covered here. The only thing they have to worry about is his potential mid to B. But Joko here on this... Oh, this off angle, they're not going to expect this.
There's no way, dude. Joko behind the barrel. He's going to have a barrel of fun with this one. Oh, shoots directly between the both of them. Heads and shoulders missed. Instead, loses out the sight control. Now the T's can leak their way in, wipe the sweat off their brow with their gamer towel, and go on to potentially grab themselves a 9th round into a 10th. As Afro through the window wants to end it here. Jumps through the fire, strikes hard whilst the iron's hot to take down X7. Switches to the USP. The call's been made. The aerial could be tagged at this point. He is quite low, 22 HP. The Orc fake flash over the wall, sprints in. Aerial grabbed that one for free. A bit of an upgrade, and down goes Afro. So 15 to 10.
Yeah, real close there from Double Pony. The re-aggression worked out so well for them as they were able to get that pick in lower, as well as Body finding that kill, pushing towards short. So Double Pony now, they do find themselves on 15, but their money situation is not good. They're on a very low buy here. Expect to see the full eco, but even still, when you're on 15 rounds like this and you know you're not going to break the economy of Havu because as soon as you win a round, the game's over. This is one of those ones where sometimes you'll see a team full eco here. Next round, their buy still isn't great, but they decide to force anyways. I'm actually a big fan of once you're on 15, like it's okay, like just take a double eco if you need to. Just secure that last round, right? Get one full buy, full nades, guns, everything, because otherwise, you could potentially just be digging yourself a hole. And if you keep... You know, if you stay in this cycle of, you know, save and then sort of like it's not a great buy, not full util, and then like half buy again, and then the next round same thing. That's when you can potentially throw away a lead like this. You have to make sure that you do get those full buys in.
Did cash it on the replay there as well, so it was a miss. It was slightly off to the left on that mid shot, which is a shame. It looked like it was on him in real time, but on the replay we got to see that that's not the case. NBK though, hello, just out on short, giving it. There's a response though straight away from the T's, and luckily this won't get any more out of hand. It was the one Beagle to find the kill. The USPs, they're not good enough. They don't have that 20% win chance. So this will be easy pickings now for the rest of the Finns. Joko's the only one that's alive for Double Pony. We should be going 15 to 11. There we are. So Double Pony, of course. The smarter play, as you were saying, right? There's no point just forcing in. You've got 15 rounds. You can happily afford to concede a couple to get that healthy economy.
Even look here though, I'm glad that they're doing this. This is what I was talking about, because they had a couple players on like 4,300, 44, 45. It's like you're on 15, just take another save. It's fine, you know. There's no point in forcing a bad buy, because then if you lose, then you're on eco again the next round, right? You might as well just take the eco right here and get a full buy in next round. So I like this from them. They have the Deagles, they have the Scout, and this is what you can afford to do, right? You can have this sort of half buy. You can just buy the Deagles, get a bit of armor, and the exact same thing as last round has happened again. NBK gets the opening onto Yemi. Joko getting the aggressive pick on X7 towards upper B, and now all of a sudden Havu on this round, they're playing against only Deagles, able to find a lot. Ooh, and Afro thought he might have just spotted him, doesn't. Falls back, and Havu with pretty much their only map control is towards long, so that's where they've decided to go. They know they have the weapon advantage. Only one smoke for the cross, but 3 Molotovs, 4 flashes, so they can get up into this A site if they decide to go this way.
It was deja vu from the Deagle. And the issue is, there won't be any more damage done as MBK left in the eternal slumber now. He was hitting the head with the AK, Afro on the cross, hoping to stop them slightly with the Scout. The rest of the squad advances up as well, playing on the close wall, so the wide swing would have to come out to clear it. All the CTs trapped in CT spawn. This will be a fight to the death as they run out. Don't hold on to your breath here, Joko, as he's been taken out through the smoke. 3-on-3 then, as the bomb will start to be planted. Aerial, with his mission in mind, runs back towards long. Whereas the CTs, they scarper up short. So it's now a 2-1 split on the retake.
Yeah, they've moved over towards short now, so they're going to make their way up. They don't have a kit, but they do have the smoke. One AK recovered. That's alright, getting the pick onto Afro. Able to get a second one. Lucky goes down, and this retake's falling apart. It started off very well for Double Pony, but Havu reacting. I'm not sure which player it was that went out long when those mid kills happened, but he went out long, got that map control, and that gave Havu the in towards the A site. They group up, they push up, able to hit that shot. That first shot on the site was huge, taking down MPK, right? He had that armor. He was there in the site, taking him down, super important. And now, we do see this full buy, and this is what I was talking about. This is exactly what you want if you're Double Pony. Make sure they have all of the guns they could ever want. Full nade sets across the board, and that will make entry into either site much more difficult for Havu this round.
Oh, MBK with the spam. Wow, actually looked like he was going to lose out on that one. So Body steps in, says, don't worry, big bro, I got ya. Hits the headshot. Slays X7. And now, Double Pony, they're in with another opening pick. This is 3 rounds on the spin, David. They've had the opening frag. This time, the difference is, of course, it's an actual buy round. So we'll see if they can convert it from here to close the game down on the 28th.
Yeah, Ariel's looking for something towards A. Not anything being given to him. MBK is low here on the ramp, but he didn't peek out when Ariel was putting pressure. Yeah, like you were saying. Okay, so Slowly, I think, did just spot MBK, though. They know that... They should know that Afro's opping towards car, and they will be throwing the nades here and pushing onto the site.
Double molly out. Forces him off ramp. MBK tucks in behind the box. He's only on 34 HP, so it's got to be perfect here from him. Needs to secure a kill. Over the top of the rice bags, though. Look at him swinging. Slowy. Just siphoning him open. Cutting this site completely down and letting him get the plant off as well. 40s, massively outnumbering what we've got from Double Pony here, and Double Pony probably trying to debate what they want to do on this one. Slow's actually been tagged up massively there. Body brought him down to 1 HP.
Yeah, and that kill onto Lucky pretty much just calls for the save at that point. If Lucky was maybe able to find something towards that top site, they would probably go for it. Obviously, they would have walked into this op of Zorai on short, but in the end, it's not going to matter. They all go down. Just 2 players remaining. The A site completely taken over there from Havu. Slowy swinging all the way across that A site. And someone who's had a very, very slow game, right? He hasn't been able to really get into it. We haven't seen much impact from him, but right here at the end, securing the 13th round for Havu, and that's absolutely massive from him. Those 2 picks are absolutely insane. The shot onto Afro is just crazy.
That was huge. Super sick round. Obviously for Double Pony as well. Yeah, they got to be getting a little bit scared at this point. They really need to pull their shoes up. I suppose if horses wear shoes. Maybe like horseshoes. There you go. My bad, yeah.
One of the only animals that actively wear shoes.
Oh, God. Yeah, no, yeah, you are right. You are right. Probably the only animal, in fact, that wears shoes, I guess.
One, yeah. Besides maybe like some sled dog teams, they wear like slippers and stuff to help their feet, but...
That's sick.
Yeah, no, just horses.
Yeah, just the horses. But, Lucky, with his lucky horseshoe in the back pocket, he'll hit his first onto Slowy. 4v3 then. Can they put their hooves down and end the game here? Take it 16-13. Or will Havu be able to actually get back into it? They're going up short again. Afro's there. He's the one holding it. Close angle. Ready for the push to come towards him. We've also got the flank as well from X7 that will be going out towards long. So NBK and Afro, you're the big set pieces here.
Yeah, they are. And these are the nade sets that are coming out as well. Drop that smoke. It's the one way, so we see him fall back. He's playing this angle, and they only have 1 flash to flash him off, and it's on X7, and he's towards long, but Afro actually misses his shot. The crouch comes out, so that is the site taken now. And if X7 is able to find this one on MBK, just not able to connect those bullets. MBK spots him out first, so X7's going to rotate around towards mid. Bomb goes down, long control still being held by Double Pony. We should see these 2 CTs rotating up through CT spawn. This will be the pincer maneuver here from long and CT, the 2-2 split.
It's the battle of the AWPers, really. If he can actually get the kill onto Zore, it opens up the site. If not, it will leave them in a rough position. Shots coming out. T's keeping it close. 2v2 on the ramp. MBK gets blown away. Goodbye to Afro as well, as X7 holds the cross from a game that looked like it would be shut down very quickly with Double Pony trancing their way over Havu. We're now 1 round away from an overtime.
Yeah, Havu have been slowly just grinding out these rounds on this T-side. This has been so well. This has been played so well from them towards the end of this T-side half. That long control has really paid off. They put a lot of pressure on that a few rounds ago, and that's forced Double Pony to commit more and more players to it, which has opened up the space for these short executes. They're able to get up, get on the site. Do need to point out, though, it was a missed shot from Afro there that allowed that to happen. He swung across his crosshair, and Afro just wasn't able to connect. They didn't have flashes to force him off, so realistically, that should have been a round for Double Pony if the Opera was just able to connect on his shots. They crossed right across elbow. It's exactly what he was holding for, but an easy miss from him. And that does allow Havu into the site to get that 14th round. Also, good heads-up play from X7 there. He got spotted out in long. Instead of going up towards short and playing the post plant with his teammates from short, knowing it's not a good position, he opts to go for the mid flank and is able to find 2 kills on the players coming up from CT. So very well done from him. And again, we talked about this yesterday. The auto sniper's not even hitting one person. No, not one hit had. I feel like if people just bought ops and just like everybody just like shot, like imagine one op shoots at 147, next op shoots at 146, next op shoots at 145. Like that would, you'd have a better chance of killing someone crossing if you did that.
Yeah, true. You could literally hold like a a line across.
Yeah.
Everyone just takes their peek, see if you can hit them with it. Yeah, those auto snipers have had no success. And success is the big thing Havu needs here. Because I know we're talking about OT, we're theorizing it could be coming, but it's not set in stone yet. Double Pony, they're still the one with a huge advantage in terms of the scoreline. They've got their 15th, so the safety net is underneath them. But this is not safe at all. 3-player setup towards short, body playing anti-flash. The rest of them supporting him to try and allow him to really make a play here when push comes to shove. And they're going to encounter one another. This could be a raw 3-on-3. It's like a gang fight on short. They're going to molly out. They'll try and go for the play. There's the deep swing from Body. Only gets one before we see the pick back from Slowy. Lots of damage done, though. He's brought down to 17 HP. Lots of shots rattling off to quell this push, and they back off.
It was a good heads-up play from Body. He realized he was about to get mollied off. He thought the flash was going to be coming in, so he swings out to try to catch them off guard, and he catches Aerial, playing anti-flash in the corner. Going 1-for-1 on CT, generally not what you want, but in that situation, it's better than nothing, and now MBK needs to find something that's better than nothing, but no. X7, able to find that frag, and Yemi coming up long. Havu trying to force overtime.
The nades. Oh. Out on the site, look how low everyone is. If you could have held on to that for a little bit longer, a more prime time advantage could have been taken with it. Instead, we're down to a really rough 2v2 that I thought was going to end with Joko having his lights turned off, but no, he hits the uppercut on X7, turns this one into a boxing match then. Lucky, setting up with a molly as well. Timing not going to be in his favour as he gets swung upon, but the molly does a good job of causing the peak to come out. He won't be able to hit the shot though. The 3 players survive, and this means Havu get that dream scenario. 15-15 on the first map. We go to OT.
Wow, and now Double Pony going into this overtime, man. How are you going to stop Havu's momentum? I think they had, what was it, 6 or 7 map points right there. I know for sure at one point the score was 15-9. It might have even been 15-8. So now Havu has so much momentum going into this T side of overtime. And Double Pony, I thought they had a good reaction there that round. They knew that those short executes were causing them problems. They played 3 towards short, but once Body went down, they sort of half committed to staying on the short control and half rotated off. NBK stayed there by himself, but the other player who was on short with them left and went towards long. So it was a very weird situation, or maybe he went towards mid, but he wasn't on short anymore either way. So he was gone, and then that way they didn't actually commit to the short play. I feel like they either should have both stayed on short and hard committed to fighting for it, or they both should have fallen back and tried to do something else somewhere on the map. Instead, NBK left alone on short. He gets flashed. He's not able to find the kill, and that short control gone, A control gone, and Double Pony really struggling here on their CT side towards the end. It was looking good for them, but Havu really bringing it back there.
Yeah, they're getting into the game. And now the game really does begin anew, right? Into OT here. Money's not an obstacle, so the buys will be coming out thick and fast. Get Afro on the AWP. Zore on the AWP as well, as the rest of them take their time to get back into this one before we send it live. This will be an important OT. This is a huge first map here, specifically for Havu as well, right? You think in terms of confidence alone. We saw them struggling on D2 yesterday, Davey. So if they're able to get back into it now, open up this series that looked like they were going to be dropping the first map, this really does put an awful lot of pressure on Double Pony. Puts a lot of pressure on MBK as well. You know, we were talking about the fact he was doing his little tweet. He said, this is the last game with the boys. He's stepping out of the mix after this one. So this is his last hurrah. Imagine if you lose in your last hurrah. That's just the last sad.
Yeah, it's not a hurrah at all at that point. And one thing to point out is, again, now Double Pony do have these double ops again. So, and finally the auto snipers able to land something. And normally that would call for the B rush, but Joko's counter nades making sure that that doesn't happen. And finally we see those auto snipers actually having an effect on the map. And this is one of the only maps. This is like seriously the only map where that strat is even viable. You know, people who normally are against 16K, they're like, well, because everyone's just gonna buy auto snipers and it's gonna be so stupid. Like, nobody buys auto snipers, man. Like, they're just not that good. The only time they're good is on Dust 2, shooting for that cross. And there, good flash play from Havu, good teamwork. That aggression from Lucky not paying off as he goes down, trying to aggress into the long tunnel. Maybe it was Afro, one of the oppers. They go down, trying to push through that long tunnel. So now Double Pony in a 3 versus 5 here. Havu has found a way to deal with this double op from Double Pony.
And it means it's only the 3 rifles that have to try and run down the remaining players from Havu. Slowy causes a bit of a commotion towards B. They walk out on mid. Good work there. Joko wasn't quite ready as he arrives. He's hitting the noggin straight away, and Aerial will shut him down. So 2 CTs remaining, trapped on an island, 1 at A, 1 at B. NBK starts to slay though. The natural born killer will be killed, unfortunately for Double Pony. And now a 1v4 retake from Body. Ugh, big question marks, ridiculously tall order ahead of him.
It's worth it if he can find an op. If he can just find an op and have a save. I know it seems silly because of the fact, you know, 16K, there's no point, but honestly, just saving the op, it's still important at the end of the game. It could make a difference because if you're oppers, if you're trying to run double ops the whole time, even on 16K, like you can run out of money a little bit, like to the point where you won't have the full buy, right? So still worth it, but in the end, he just goes for it. Why not? YOLO. Except in Counter-Strike, you do respawn every round, so.
Oh, yeah, but you do only live once per round.
Once, yeah, exactly. It's like YOLO per.
That's pretty good. That just sounds like you're a little bit emo. You're just having a roar at me. Yeah, YOLO per.
Yeah.
Or you're a sim. Bit of simlish out of nowhere.
We could change the pronunciation to like instead of YOLO per, like YOLOPper instead. And it sounds a little different. Oh, just mix it up.
It's like a type of sausage or something. A yolopper. Mum, have we got any yoloppers in the fridge? No, you had them all yesterday.
Could be anything, really. Could be anything.
Oh, God. Well, this round could still be anyone's. Double Pony. You've got that double AWP. Afro taking one of them to an aggressive angle. As he's pushed up a little bit on short. Flash is going to go out to clear it off, so Slowy's able to peek up. No one's there. The molly was dashed. And they do go back towards the site. So he gives up that bit of map control he tried to take.
He did his best there. But just not able to actually get anything from it. Trying his best, but like you said, just going to fall back. They're going to work into this one.
Joko. Spamming away through the smoke. Making some nice music with the AUG, but not actually making any marginal movement into this round. Movement towards long, though. His body walks out into the crosshair of Yemi. That's the call now, surely. They should have this read. After getting a pick towards the A site, Yemi, he can push up. They can bombard out short and try and overwhelm on the site. NBK hits one on Aerial. The battle of the AWPers as they find 3 frags in rapid succession, and it's all on one man. Afro, he has to do the dirty work. Flashbang goes out. 14 seconds. They're trapped in CT. Bomb is running to B. He will have to not stop. This is a sprint and the marathon all in one. Afro, he's at the back line here, peeking over the top of the smoke, but can't quite spot them out. Zore, he gets into middle. They have a huge crossfire here. Peek out through window and hold on the cross towards doors. As Afro pushes up, dives round the corner, stripped down to 9 HP immediately. And this is not looking good for the double pony boys. 100% here. We're looking like this goes the way of Havu as he's just so low, 9 HP. Doesn't know where they are. The peek from behind the car, and he gets bonneted out of the round. Havu, they're going strong in OT.
Yeah, he does. They were able to pick up that 17th. That is absolutely big from them now, right? They've continued on that momentum on this T side. And again, like you said, they were just all over the place in that round. They were putting pressure in so many different places, and Double Pony is just not able to deal with it. They're still able to, I think, just barely bring out the double ops. Yeah, they are. We can see MBK. This is what I was talking about. Even though, it doesn't seem like much, he does just barely just not have enough for that full buy. No flashes for him. The spams this time not working out. But that boost does as Afro's able to get the pick onto Zore, and finally we see Double Pony actually opening up a round.
Okay then. Double Pony. First time they've had an opening pick in quite some time. MBK, he was good for frags on short. Back in regulation, this time in OT, it's a different beast. Never much love when you go OT, and that's what Havu's doing to him, as he'll take the mount down. 4 on 4. Lucky at car, scopes in with the AWP, waiting for the peak to come out, tries to flick onto one, does hit it, but he's dinked back down. He's still trapped in the car. He's calling for the rotate, but the T's, they are rotating. They're bailing out. Bomb is going to be.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen teams go for that peak, go for that cross towards car? They think they're flashing it, but the Oppers just never blind. I don't know what flashes they think they're throwing. We've seen it so much in this event where Oppers playing car just get free picks like that. And now, like you said, Havu is actually trying to rotate over towards B, and there's nobody there. Havu can't know this, but there's not a single person inside of that B site, as X7 with just 11 HP is able to find 1 kill, and that's B site completely open for Havu, so the bomb's going to get planted. X7, if he can just find one more, he's going to give his teammates such a good chance here in the 1v2 post plant, but he can't, so now it's all on Aerial, 1 versus 3.
Aerial, way better day today than what we saw from him yesterday on the server. He was struggling right here, right now. He's 23 to 21, but he could rack up another 3 frags and put himself on 26. No, he can't. Falling from the sky there as he peeks into the crosshair of Lucky. Double Pony sprint out on the site, and they do get the defuse. A much needed round after what was a very uneventful half for them on the CT side here of OT. So 16-17, a 2-round advantage, of course, there on the T side for Havu as we flip on over to our second half.
Yeah, good heads-up play from Aerial there. He realized in the 1 versus 3, he needs to try to take an early fight, try to even out the numbers just a little bit, but Lucky, too aware, he knows what Aerial's win conditions are. He's holding for that window peak, able to pick up that kill, so very big from him. We see Double Pony now, giving Havu a little taste of their own medicine. The double auto snipers. Let's see if something can happen here.
I spam. Don't get much for it. Slowey, though, peeks out on mid, and of all weapons, it's the AWP that hits the shot. That's the one that always pays off. So he's now gone. Immediately Havu, fighting from the back foot into their first CT round.
Yeah, it seemed like he wanted to try to punish that auto sniper spam by peeking out and killing one of those players. They knew they were going to do it. He's trying to punish it, but instead he gets punished. The op of Afro staying posted, making sure that none of that is allowed to happen. Now, yeah, MBK, if he just pops his head up at the wrong time, could potentially catch the bullet from Zore, but they line up! NVK pops up, Aerial not able to get the kill. Zore running in front of his teammate, blocking the shot. So now, that is the A site taken. X7 does trade 1 back towards long, but will it be enough? He needs to try to find this kill. One of these players crossing, he's looking for it, he changes targets, not able to connect on either. Afro down to just 5, but now Yemi here in CT spawn. He's to try to make a miracle happen in this 1 versus 3.
He's got the AUG, but I don't know if he'll be able to achieve much with his scoped weapon. Swings out onto Afro. He was walking up contact with the AWP. They do trade on one another. And then we fall here. 17-17. Game's all tied up now into OT. Once again, we're back in this spot. And it's crazy to think about, really. Double Pony, they looked dominant at the start of this game. It was them coming out, swinging, hitting some really nice shots. Havu, they were sloppy, man. Zori was having a really rough game. At the half, I think he had, like, what was it? It was like 6 kills or something. And then he didn't actually get any more throughout the entirety of their T half. Now into OT, he's really starting to get back into his groove a little bit. He's finding more success again. CT side as well. We'll see if that carries over again here, if he'll start to stagnate.
Yeah, we will see. And The flash is going to come out, and he jumps up, and that's a good heads-up play from MBK. He sees the flash coming, quickly dodges, peeks back out, and catches Slowy, going for that jump up into the tunnels. Now, MBK taking a little bit of nade damage, but still out ahead as X7 gets... Oh, and then out of nowhere, Afro actually finds the kill on X7 through the smoke. So Double Pony, they had lost their footing for quite a few rounds, and now they're finally back firmly on their feet, getting entry picks and still with the advantage in this round.
Playing their default. Time has still got 60 seconds on it, so no reason to overstep the mark here. It's a huge round. It means a lot to them, so they will just hold, playing on the default, looking down mid with that warp of Afro towards the palm tree. MBK rotating over through T-spawn now to link up with him as well. So you've got the 3-player push towards long, 1 man going out middle, the distraction piece of the play. He'll smoke towards CT, that's Joker getting the smoke down, and here comes the Def squad, all 3 of them walking out long. Aerial playing on the off angle just towards the blue box, not taking the raw firefight, just wanted to catch them on the cross. Lucky, he's looking for it, the flash will go out, has the turn, can't readjust, actually does, gets it back off for 1, hits the shot onto MBK. Zore on the site though will start to slay, hits Joko back with the AWP, he's ready for the cross as the smoke goes down. There was a gap, so Yemi at least has info. He knows they're on ramp now. This is where Zore is going to be in a rough spot. I thought they might have mollied towards Gandalf as they knew he was still close towards the site. Instead, he's able to peek out, spams twice through the box, kills the planter, and it goes down to Lucky, now left with nothing to do. You can't get on the site, you can't plant, Harvey get the round.
That's it, that's map point. Lucky didn't scale up into the site with his teammate, and like you said, he's just from Gandalf. He's able to just peek out, get the double spam onto the player planning. He had no choice. He had to go for the plant. Round would have been lost. Small little micro mistakes there from Double Pony, costing them the round, and now that's Havu on map point. We saw Double Pony give up at least 6 map points earlier on in regulation. Now Havu finally gets their chance at 1, and Afro going for that aggressive pick, but no flash for him, so X7 is just able to get a free one, and the AWP's actually been blown away as well.
Could be costly. This really could harm them. Obviously Double Pony here now, down a man, and what could very well be the last round for Havu. If they pick this up, that's Dust 2 in the bag. And we then go on to train. Could be a rough ride for the Frenchman if they get derailed here on D2. Zore, he again wants to be able to get a nice bit of impact into this one though. Scoped in towards top mid, sees the elbow, but doesn't hit it.
No, that's a tough shot to hit. He's obviously single scoped because he needs to be aware of that potential peek from mid doors, potential peek from lower. So he's not able to hit that shot, but still info gained. Double Pony now. See them they're gonna be throwing some Molotovs here, trying to clear out this close mid area. And actually, I can't tell if Double Pony... Yeah, they are going to be working their way towards B, and Havu has 3 players here because they have X7 towards Goose. He's got control of short, but that pick on Zore is huge, and Double Pony's moving fast.
Slowy! Swings out through the window. Oh, cleaning up the round as he hits onto 2 of them, so we're really in a tight spot here. 2v2, Lucky and Joko. On the site as the bomb will be planted. Molly going to be cast out towards the window. Lucky playing from behind the box, expecting the fight from Aerial, who's already advanced so far forward. He's at the top of tons, peeking on the lip. His teammate will work with him. He can try and peek out. The angle is covered by Joko. They peek from behind the box as well. Lucky with 1, X7. Everything to do now to end the game. Nice pre-fire, but no connection. Joko on the door will hit him. They do not want to end it in 1 as we go to OT2.
Yeah, Slowy going out through the window there, able to find 2 kills, but Double Pony in the 4 versus 5. Simple mid to B split. Zore missing his shot on that player coming out mid doors ends up being crucial in the round. I'm not sure how the player that was playing towards upper B behind that smoke actually lost out on his fight to the T who was coming out of tunnels, but regardless, he did. And so that will be a double overtime here as Double Pony able to force a second one. Havu not able to close out on the map point. Actually, Double Pony wasn't. And now again, we see these cross. Just the auto sniper spamming away. Again, no damage done. The reaction here from Havu is to actually go aggressive towards short. Look at Aerial. He's pushed all the way up. I'm not sure if MBK hasn't heard this, hasn't seen it. Oh, but he flicks up. He's able to get X7. Aerial with the quick trade. But the reaction from Double Pony here is to go fast out long, and it's just Slowy here.
It was a nice uppercut from MBK at middle, but now the rest of the team need to land a swift right hook out of long. And Slowy's there. He spots them, baited in to try and peek onto the long player, but he just gets the shot for free. Able to extinguish the smoke as well onto Carr. So he's really been a nuisance maker. The double molly comes in. Nice HE as well. He's low. He's really hoping that he'll at least get something else from this, but he's already done above and beyond what was necessary. The push has been held back for now. They're just waiting on the corner. Slowy, bold moves, has to cross back towards the car. A lot of their offensive utility has been used as well, so they only have one Molotov remaining, and Lucky's on Platts. They can't really efficiently get that cast out to try and set him ablaze. If he does peek over, Slowy should hit a shot. Tried to bait him with a face. He doesn't fall for it just yet. Now they could molly him out if they want to. Instead, they say scoped. Body eventually does make the call. And that should take him down. He'll be burnt to a crisp. Sent off to the Burns ward. And Havu, hoping to not get fully burned into this round, need to adjust. They've got to get players over towards the A site. And finally the calls come in. Yemi's on the rotate. Zori here to slay. Waits for the peak but misses that one. Couldn't quite hit it. Does hit the jumping shot though. And it tags them up a little bit, slowing them down massively as push comes to shove. Aerial comes out the frag. He'll hit one onto Joko. Backstab from Yemi. The man's going off as he rips his way through Lucky with the AUG. Ready for another one, and it can be done. Clean up with the AUG. And clean up for Havu, 19-18.
Yeah, Zori again, like you were saying, just missing those crucial shots. Slowy's able to stay alive at the car for so long, burn out most of Double Pony's offensive utility. So when they actually try to execute into the site, they don't really have the Molotovs to clear out positions. They don't have all the nades they need. So Havu's able to win it despite the misses from Zori. That retake is still able to happen. They're able to scale up and get the win. So Havu, even though they did lose long control, I thought they might lose that when they didn't really have any reaction across the map, right? They had lost so much long control. We didn't see them going aggressive towards mid or going aggressive towards short. So very simply, they were just sitting around. They were waiting. Ended up working out for them. And they do go up 19-18 now. So both of these teams be trying to close this one out. Nobody wants a third overtime. Want to end it right here, right now.
For Double Pony, this is the end of their run with MBK on the roster. And he's been having a really good game. He's been showing that. The skill's been out. 29 frags to his name. He's had some sick flicks with the AK. So let's see if the Kalashnikov killer can do some damage here. Instead, it's Body. He's the one coming out with Rasputin's revenge. Rips his way through him towards middle. And look at this. It's a means to an end. Now they can push out on the A site, sell the distraction piece, which has caused the rotate at middle. Yemi, he's sprinting off. Finally realised what's occurring. He's got to get back towards the scene of the crime. Shuts down Joko on the peak. Licking his lips, thinking maybe we can still get ourselves a 20th. Molly dropped onto his head. Panic across the board from the T's and the CTs. Aerial at top mid. Catches him on the rotate, but he's not clean enough to take him down. X7 now. Dives through the smoke. 1v3. Fancies his chances with a deagle, but he is dead. Body. Big round there. Huge 4K. That was a mint spray down at mid.
Oh, absolutely massive from him. That double peak came out. He was able to connect on both of those kills, and Body's actually having a game here. We see he's 33 and 22. It's not what we were expecting to see from him. He's not normally been one of the big fraggers on this team, but right now he's absolutely popping off, and that was two huge kills for him towards middle. Force those rotations from Havu. Going down 3 versus 5. Never easy. Never what you want. Body's able to find those, and now he's got this second op, and he's again going aggressive towards middle. Afro actually gets the pick on Slowy behind the Molotov, and that's B-site lost.
Oh, that's their AWPer lost as well on the cross. He will be fuming with that one as Body, from AK to AWP playing gun game, showing that he's proficient with all of the firepower. Clean kill there. Havu, it's a 3v5.
Yeah, Slowy just can't be dying there in B. When he's by himself like that, you can't be taking that face towards upper B. You're by yourself. You have no help. You have no mid-rotator. You need to be burning your utility early and making sure you don't die. That is like your only job as the solo B player there. Instead, he goes for the aggressive face, trying to peek behind the Molotov, loses his life, and Double Pony just runs right into B and picks up their second round of the overtime. So now, Havu flipping over onto their T side. This was where they grinded out all of those rounds right at the end of the game to bring us into overtime. Can they do it again?
Double Pony, dude. CT side now. There we go. This is where they started off the game ages ago, right? This is where they
Double
came out
ops.
strong. Yeah. Here we go. We do have Harvey back again, though, with the spam. They're trying it once more. They picked up 3 of them. Oh, no, it's just the late round AK buy there from Slow. So they are going to go for the 2 spam with the auto snipers.
And nothing connecting. Body committing to this 2-1-2 setup, so he's playing close to the door here. The reason for this is that he gets to hear this, he gets to hear everything that's going on, he gets this information. He knows that Havu is close towards bottom of mid. Now Afro, with this aggressive B play, this is the bomb in tunnels too, so it is spotted. Shot's not able to be hit. At the very least, the info was gained that the bomb was towards upper B. Simply validating this 2-1-2 setup, as we actually see, that's MBK also rotating down towards CT here, but they are going to boost back up into sight. Yeah, they realize they maybe overcommitted to this mid B strat. So now Bloody is up on the railing. MBK towards ramp. MBK does have a flash for him. So once this info is gained that they are up short, this counter flash is going to come in. He's going to swing out and try to find the pick on the closest player.
That's the flash from MBK. There is a response back, so he'll be blind and have to fall off the angle. Can't hold it there. It's too risky now. This could be risky business as well. It's a late round execute on the A site. Here is the call though. X7 with the fast peek out. MBK holding mouse 1 and ripping him down. 2 clean frags coming out. Body on the back line. Needs to put up a big barricade here, but his backpack's exposed and Slowy spotted him. Side swipes him. We flick over to Lucky, but he can't flick fast enough. Misses that shot. Gives up the goose. Could have been 21 for Double Pony, but now it's looking game to be a 20th for Harvu.
Yeah, that mid to B lurk coming out so strong. He walked out mid to B. He walked through his own CT smoke and gets that flank onto body on ramp. Zore with the pick, shutting down this potential retake. That's the second. And Havu with the short execute, the mid lurk, everything working to perfection. We can see there, they threw the first flash towards short and they didn't actually swing with it. So that counter flash by MBK for the peek on body ends up being too early because Havu, they don't actually commit off of their first flash. They wait for that exact reaction from Double Pony. Like you said, they throw the second flash and make sure that any setup Double Pony was trying to do, aggressive on short, doesn't pay off. And now, finally, a little tag hit on Lucky. Super fun game mechanic that you have to run across those doors. That's why I love Dust 2 so much.
So much hatred from you.
Oh, it's so stupid. It's like the dumbest.
I thought the Canadian people were supposed to be full of love and maple syrup.
I am full of love for nice, good things.
Yeah. Just not DT?
No, just not Dust 2. Not terrible, awful things. Ooh, big flash.
Yeah, that was the opposite of awful for Double Pony. They're going to be very content with that one. They get the frag. They get him out for free as well.
Yeah, he's straight out of there. They pulled him out. 3 players towards long. Player body is going to be rotating down towards CT now, as we can see this pinch coming in from the CTs. Body and Joko both making their way towards close mid, as Lucky has this op trained on upper B. That smoke should call for one of those mid players to come back into B to help him out.
50 seconds. Push comes to shove. Flash through the smoke as they sprint their way in. Lucky behind the big box, but I think he's going to get boxed in the face if they get close enough. Issue is he's keeping them at arm's length. The barge pole Orpa. He'll shut them all down. It's just on one. Zore. Upper tons with 36 seconds. A 1v4. Trusty weapon in his hands. Ooh. Now you're going to blow a couple of his legs off, though, so he's kind of just limping around in upper tons now. Can't really get out. The smoke's down. No time for this play. Obviously, if Double Pony pick this one up, that's going to be their 21st, and they'll be one away from winning the game, finally, on Dust 2. Zore's being flanked as well. Expects it. Reload timing, not ideal. MBK, he's finished him.
Yeah, no, Zore just conceded that round. He realized he has no chance of going out into B, multi-fragging, getting the bomb, planting it. He had absolutely no chance there, so he just concedes it. Now Double Pony again finding themselves on map point. Can they pick up this 22nd round? That's the magic number that they're looking for. Or will Havu be able to pick this one up and send us to a triple overtime? Double Pony. So with that double op setup, now the auto sniper is finally taking their toll. Not able to afford to again, and Zore with another uncharacteristic miss. We've seen a lot of those from him today. Still a decent score line with 25 and 24, but he could have had a lot more at this point in the game.
It's ridiculous as well, dude. Just looking at the kill distribution here for Havu, it's so closely grouped. All of them performing quite nicely, but they just need that extra bit of oomph, specifically here as well. In the 42nd round, you have to win this one. If you do not, that's it. The OT's done, and Dust 2 is finally closed out and put in the coffers for Double Pony.
And good mid-presence being shown here by Havu, but Double Pony's not biting on this bait. Joko peeks out, clears out mid, and actually, if Havu decides to actually commit to this mid to B, him clearing that out could be so important because Double Pony won't have rotated players over to help. But they don't. Straight back up short.
Back to the basics then. A couple of them tagged as well. In terms of safe site setup, we do have one bit of offensive utility. It's the single HE that's on Afro, but obviously with the AWP playing towards long, he's not going to get much of an opportunity here to bombard them on short. MBK's there though. He's come in. This is the nade we want to see, right? Airstrike straight onto him. Look how low they are. MBK, he could rinse through all of them as they push out. That's one. Aerial's gone. Body, he starts to break them open as he's shutting them all down from short. It looks clean so far, and it should be the end of the game for Double Pony unless something goes ridiculously wrong, which it won't. Body plays it perfectly, gets himself the 40 bomb to close that one out with a 4K. Disgusting.
Yeah, right at the end, he's finally able to close it out. He had done so well the whole game, and right there at the end, huge kills from him inside of the site, able to finish that one off. Double Pony finally able to convert their map point.
Man, 40 frags is what it took from Body. That is ridiculous. The only other person I've ever seen put up 40 frags on Dust 2 is Freya, so she's here with us.
You know me, the consistent 40 bomber coming into it, Jackie. Always a reliable force. And man, what a marathon of a map one in this series. The Frenchman finally managed to push it over the finish line in double OT. But it's got to be a bit heartbreaking if you're on the side of Havu, Davey, because we saw them getting that string of 7 rounds in that regulation to just be pushing it to OT. So heartbreaking for the Finns to not be able to close it out.
Yeah, so many map points denied there, and I think, I'm not, it's a weird one. You don't want to put any blame on one specific player or anything like that, but we did see a lot of easy shots missed by Zore today, and those were shots that yesterday he would have been hitting, and they would have been able to close this game out. And I think that, sometimes people just have an off day. It's not that he played terribly. He still had some big rounds. Like, he still had a lot of impact on certain rounds, couple multi-frags here and there, but there was weird ones. It was just the easy shots that he's normally so good at, that he so consistently hits, and I think him looking back at his performance in that game, even despite the scoreline, I think he finished like 25 and 25 maybe, which isn't bad. It's not great. It's just average. And I think him looking back on it, he'll be disappointed with his performance in this game.
And I think that was an interesting thing, because going way back to that first half, Jackie, is we were kind of starting to praise Zora for maybe being a little bit more dynamic in terms of what we saw him struggling with yesterday on this Dust 2. But then it just seemed like it couldn't carry it on going into that second half.
Yeah, it was kind of like that's what we saw from a couple of the players, right? Obviously, Zore and Ariel both felt like they were able to brush yesterday off entirely in the Dust 2. Came out strong on long with a pistol. Then when he got the AWP out, he was playing far more effectively initially. But he just tapered off. Double Pony, they got into the game. They kind of got their number. We saw that switch, the more aggressive CS as well, right? With some of these plays towards long, some of the peaks towards mid. Double Pony kind of just stopped giving them respect, Freya, and I don't think Havu could deal with that.
Yeah, they couldn't deal with it indeed, but it did manage to go to that double overtime, which I don't think we were really expecting, Davey, looking at what Double Pony were doing in terms of that first half as well. So where did we see them kind of closing it out in that overtime to be cementing their pick?
Well, really, when it came to that overtime, honestly, they read Havu like a book there at the end. They saw that this was a fake towards middle. They commit those 3 players towards the A site, and the bait setup works perfectly. Body inside the site's able to find 4 kills from behind the site box. And here we can see even the execute, though, it's disjointed. They're crossing across elbow before the actual smoke lands on those boxes. So Havu maybe trying to rush it. Maybe they could see a little bit of a panic in the comms a bit. But here we can see that we take a look at these stats. NBK having a big game, but the big one there is Body with 40 kills. Absolutely huge from him. And again, we look over at the side of Havu, and Ariel, like Jackie said, he was their star player. He was kind of popping off early in the game, and he really tapered off towards the end, just not able to keep up that consistency throughout the game. It actually ends negative, so not a single player in the positive on Havu, despite the score being so close.
Yeah, I think we really do have to give it to Body on the side of Double Pony. Jackie, I know he was a player that you were looking at in some of the previous series that we've seen at the closed qualifiers, and again, stepping up when he needs to most on Dust 2.
Yeah, came out really strong. I think obviously one of the rounds that kind of gave them so much momentum, his 2K spray down from the mid box. Wow, that round just completely turned things on its head. You could see again there, I think Harvu getting flashbacks of what happened in regulation, realizing, oh, they're doing it again. They're just swinging on us and they're just killing us. And Body just did not stop. The fact that he has to get the 4K at the end to give himself the 40 bomb, it's just fitting, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the best way to be ending out a map like that. And that is only map number 1 of this series. And I know when we were coming into this debut, you were talking about the aggression that comes out from the side of Double Pony. So do you feel like that was a potential difference maker in this first map of this best of 3?
I think mostly, actually, I think the difference maker, especially on the CT side, was that double op setup that they were running. Havu didn't seem to have any great answers for it. We could see a little bit towards the end of the game that they were able to beat it once, twice, and then all of a sudden the Double Pony's money was broken. They weren't able to consistently bring it out again, and that was sort of why Havu was able to string a bunch of rounds together at the end of regulation. Once it got into overtime and Double Pony was able to bring out those double ops again, keep that pressure on them, I think that Havu showed that, again, their sort of tactical depth on the map isn't necessarily great, and we could see some weird rotation calls from them on their T sides where, like I was saying earlier in the game, they burned out all of that util and then ended up just going back towards B anyways, and just some strange calls. But I think that Double Pony overall, this was their map, and Havu did great to bring this into overtime, but in the end, Double Pony and their CT side just proved to be too much.
Well, it was an absolute marathon of a map 1 to be opening up this best of 3 series. And the action definitely isn't done yet. It will be Havu's pick, and it will be Train after a short break.
walls are melting, hallucinating. I feel lost, and I'll let you be the fever that I feel, and I'll let you burn a hole right into the sun and call it home. So I'll let myself fall into your arms, where I will simmer down to trust. So I am waiting, I am shaking like a little baby boy, and I'll wait for your majesty to come home. And I'll let you be the fever that I feel, and I'll let you burn a hole right into the sun and call it home. And I'll let you be the fever when everything is falling into its place. Everywhere you feel they touch the holy ground. Everywhere you love they keep the weapons down. 'Cause I'm persistent till I see you. I feel lonely with every step that I take. I don't feel good and my body starts to shake. I fell in love with a girl, I haven't seen her met so far. Sometimes I wonder if I'm the only one who sees what they say it takes to be a man and what a man can be. It's all lies, it's all a fraud. They only feed you with what they're being fed. Sometimes I still feel it's all so dull. So why don't you take it all? Take it away from me. 'Cause someday I'll be I'd rather bleed truth than feel misunderstood. Sometimes I still feel it's all so dull. So why don't you take it all? Take it away from me. Someday I'll leave this place you live cities. Don't run away. Don't run So why don't you take it all? Take it away from me. Someday I'll leave this place even if cities don't run away. Don't run away. Don't run away.
Take me to the streets so I can celebrate. Never knew a feeling better than today. It means to a beginning of a brighter day. Letting in a feeling, mending what we break. Find the solace in the dissonance. You control the way you see the world. We've come so far, and now let go. Let the feeling take its toll. We've worked so hard, now don't you know? This is music for the soul. Let the music take
And welcome back, as we are potentially one game away from deciding our next team that is going to Flashpoint, the coveted RMR event that is coming up, Davey. After a grueling first map on D2, we stamp our first class ticket to train.
Yeah, we do double pony, able to pick up the win on their map pick. It looked like maybe Havu there, Jackie, with that comeback, you know, like you said, 7 rounds in a row. We thought they might be able to come back, get that win. They ended up getting map point in that first overtime, but they just weren't able to close it out. Double pony does. 22-20 was the score. Just about as tight as it can be. Just about as close as you can get. So double pony winning their map pick, and now we do go on to train, which is Havu's pick. And even though normally be like, okay, Havu, they love train, double pony, their win rate not looking good on it. They don't really feel like a train team. But yesterday, what we saw from Havu on train, a little shaky against Sprout, right? So you never know here, especially double pony, if they're feeling themselves after that game, body putting up huge numbers, this could get a little dicey.
It certainly could. It really could. Obviously, you know, body 40 frags to his name there. Had a 4K to close it out in the final round of D2. He was popping off. He was really, really good for the multi-frags throughout the entire thing. But it's a whole different territory. We're here on train. Different map. Far less dusty, Davey.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. It's definitely
Much cleaner
less
air
dusty.
quality.
Yeah. Although there is lots of like wood around, you know, like inside of ladder room, someone CT spawn, like windows being broken, glass everywhere, straight in your feet.
Yeah, don't do that.
Oh, it wasn't even Afro. It was Joko. I thought Afro hit both those shots. I was like, oh my god. But no, it was Joko behind him, hitting the 2 1-taps on the player, trying to go fast towards the brown halls. We see the back 6 smoke coming out. It will land towards Ivy, but MBK able to find one through the smoke. Oh, it gets Gush through the smoke as well, but Joko with this 3rd on the round, and now it's just Slowy Jackie. He's got no armor. He's got no hope. Just a USP and 2 flashes and 9 HP. It's Double Pony picking up right where they left off on Dust 2. Joko coming up big on the pistol round.
Got a nice blade, though. It's quite nice. Little finish.
He
like
does.
that. Yeah.
And you know what else is Yemi doesn't even have a knife from what I remember on Dust 2. I remember thinking like, what? How is that even possible? But it's true. Yemi apparently no knife.
Bladeless. Hello. Oh, I was thinking maybe the 1 frag, maybe 2. Absolutely nothing. All right, there we go. Then Double Pony straight in with the pistol. We do get that opening round going the way of the CT, so they start it off quite nicely here. And already, Afro going for the AUG buy.
Yeah,
Ooh,
goes
double
straight
AUG.
for it. Hello. Do love that. Do love a little double AUG. Coming out early. 2 MP9s as well. Lucky there on the pistol. Doing his best dancer impression. Jumping up and down. Spinning in circles. Just able to do enough to dodge out. It's Havu. Not starting off strong here, but these Deagle buys. Remember yesterday we saw against Sprout X7 coming up absolutely massive on this round, and there's Body getting the opening pick onto Yemi as he goes aggressive towards B. They're trying to hunt him down for the trade frag. They're not able to get it. That smoke. Pushing Aerial back, and Joko there. That nade just able to connect. It's not. He got out of dodge, and now Body and Joko both low, but both of them with kills.
It is pivotal that Double Pony make this a clean round as well, right? Obviously, with a big investment into those AUGs, you don't want to leave them just thrown on the ground carelessly if you go down. However, for Harvey, they need to go down. Down Pop Dog and out onto the A site. X7 spamming away. It's a little bit frightening. They couldn't actually secure the kill to shut down the man in the back. Look how good they're getting though. Joko, he's on 16 HP. Same for MBK. Lucky's on 72. Body now brought down to 40. They're a bit green around the gills, and these Deagles are the perfect weapon for hunting fish. Sleeping with the fishes will be NBK. He goes down. Afro trades it. Bomb needs to be picked up. 30 seconds on the clock. 1 player towards B gets the entry with the Deagle. Aerial, a massive play. This could be a huge upset. They're causing the rotate. Everyone heading over. The late round burst play. It's enemy down that will be coming out from X7. He'll go out onto A. Aerial just needs to get a couple more kills to give them a fighting chance. Looks towards where Lucky is. Slowly walks up. Gets into the smoke in the nick of time, but he's spotted out as Afro will realise, and they know that this was all just a ruse. They've been lampooned, and the real sight was A. X7, no Deagle frag today. Goes down as Double Pony pick it up eventually.
Yeah, he's just able to get that bomb plant, just barely. Aerial, after getting that pick on the B site, does cause the rotation, which allowed that plant to go down, but because he didn't show enough presence, he wasn't looking for those fights towards B after getting entry to the site. Double Pony realized what was happening. They're able to rotate back, find the kill onto X7, but not before he gets the bomb down. So, big play from him, able to just secure it, and now he will be able to see this next round. Havu just going for the eco again, but still Deagles across the board. No armor, actually just a little bit of armor this time. X7 and Aerial still have it. So we see a double full eco here on the side of Havu. These Deagles absolutely can be massive. We've seen it yesterday. We've seen it throughout this whole event. Will they be able to find anything? Last round obviously didn't go how they wanted. Joko was able to find that entry in ladder. Will he be able to do it again? There's still players up there waiting. Potential engagement here.
They've teased it slightly. Made a bit of noise here and there. Joko. God, that could have been more noise. He sees the foot, backs off. Afro, good work. Over towards main as well. Joko probably expecting this push to come towards him soon. They set up with the flash, but he just pushes up, trying to peer straight up, ready for this one. He can hold mouse 1 and probably do a nice amount of damage. The flash will land, but it does still blind him. He's got to run away. Slowing! Oh, he misses the shot! Has to reload straight back up the ladder. Joko gets 2. I'm baffled.
Why didn't Yemi go down with him right there? Slowy, he did the deagle spam, so he only had 2 bullets left in his gun. He drops down, connects 1, not able to connect the second, tries to get away, but Joko on the hunt, looks up, finds the kill, and Yemi doesn't go down with his teammate, and he was the one with the bullets, so a little bit of a misplay there from Havu, allowing Joko to play inside of the pop dog, able to find both of those frags. So Joko having a huge impact so far this game with the kills on the pistol round and these kills on the anti-ecos.
Zori. Early on going for the wall bang, but no cheeky shenanigans to open up this round. Instead, it'll be X7 who dissects them. The scalpel in the backline. Joko's gone. That's a big frag to find. More to be achieved as well. Is Lucky. He's going to be left lifeless. Afro, the same could be said about him as everyone is dying. The only one that tries to fight back against the oncoming T's is NBK. He hits 1 headshot with the M4. Not content with just a single meal. He doubles down onto Yemi. 2v3 now, and the T's, they are a little bit low. Body in the backline. Can he bust it open? Hits 1 onto Zore. Pre-fire out towards Pop Dog, but it's all on Nathan, the natural born killer. On his last hurrah here, can he leave us with a thriller? Or will it be X7 to shut it down as he slowly pushes up? MBK could be a quad kill for him. He does have a kit. Smoke and 2 flashes as well. He'll smoke the bomb. Paranoid about the peak coming out towards the red train, but in reality he needs to set his attention towards stop sign as X7's there. Gives up the goose though. He's revealed himself. MBK tapping the bomb once again. He could get this. The full commit could pull it out, but no, the reload comes out in the nick of time. X7 with the spray hits the shot.
Yeah, that was such a close round that could have gone in either direction. MBK, once he got that first tap, he realized that the player was at the back of the bomb train because he tried to shoot those bullets through the smoke to find MBK. If MBK had tapped again and jumped up on top of the train, he could have used that smoke as a one-way to get that kill onto X7. Instead, he decides to go for the stick. It was so close, but X7 able to connect those bullets through the smoke and win the round for Havu. But because so many players died there, we can see this is a broken buy on the side of Havu. 1 Galil, 1 MAC-10, and 2 players with barely any utility. So Body getting aggressive here, wants to try to shut this down immediately. There's the swing from Yemi. Great setup. Afro goes back for more, and that's 3. That is that entire B control denied by Double Pony. The aggressive B play works out for them, and here's another one up the ladder, but Zori's aware of it. Joko goes down. Now it's 2 versus 2, and the round is just barely started.
God damn, dude. 6 shot there with the AWP Afro. Hitting quite a tasty one. And for Double Pony now, and they actually convert it into the full round win. 60 seconds on the clock still, Havu. They've at least linked up and they're holding to see if Double Pony would have pushed out of B and walked over towards T-spawn. But the only info plays that are coming out are from Lucky. He's the one back over towards A2, holding. A little bit scared about the Ivy push. They should have more info now, though, as the smoke will go out, landing towards Ivy itself, blocking off that position. Both of the T's now walking in. X7 has a lot to do here, trying to bait around Zori as he's the low player. If he gets first contact, there could be a trade, then you're in the 1v1. Lucky, though, he is on his lonesome. Currently just the only one on the site, won't advance too far. Plays for his teammate. Takes the smarter, slower play, gets the contact as Zori goes down. X7 spots him. 15 seconds. You got to frag fast. He can't leave himself out long for too long. Switches to the smoke, exposes himself, and Lucky with a 2K will keep things in nick for Double Pony to go 4-1.
Yeah, so a few very weird things happened there in that 2 versus 2. First of all, Havu, they throw that smoke towards the back of the green train because they want to try to fake that they were going outside, actually. So they throw that smoke, and then they wait long enough for it to go away so that Double Pony thinks, oh, this was a bait smoke, and they're actually going B. Instead, he was waiting there towards Ivy, and then there at the end, X7, he's fumbling his nades. He's using, I don't know if he's using scroll wheel to pull out nades or something. How could you be 2021 as a professional player? You don't have nade binds. He fumbles his nades. If he gets his smoke out in time. He could drop that smoke and still be able to have time to get the plant and isolate that Ivy player. Instead, he fumbles his nades. Flash comes out first. Timing is ruined. He ends up losing his life. So Double Pony reforcing straight back and putting Havu again on the back foot after their first round win.
Oh, here we go, X7, mate. That was the little spinny deagle, so obviously a buff for damage there by 50%, Davey. Little known fact.
That's true.
See, confirmed. Look it up on the Wikipedia. Let's see if Lucky will be able to read this one. Like an encyclopedia, though, as he sees them coming out towards the B site. Pre-fire spam goes out towards the smoke. A few bullets here and there, slowing them down, but that's the first frag finally coming in. Response with a P250 and Eagle, though, as the pistol prowess from the Winland side is starting to come back out again. Joko's in the back line, though, and he knows what's up, but he can't stay alive. Goes down as the Deagle will rip his face clean off. Afro on a stealthy mission, sliding further forward with that scoped weapon. If he can get in, maybe he can make this play work. There's the gut shot onto Yemi. There's the follow-up as well. A rapid hit onto Slowy, but time is ticking down, and Body, he's got to move fast. Time's going to be gone by the time he gets there. He flicks onto 1, X7 or 4 when the AWP will clean him up. Zore gifted his signature weapon. Havu given a round.
Yeah, up delivery service that round as Afro is making the heads up play, right? He's going aggressive. He knows they're running out of time. He needs to make a play. Body sitting way too far back as Afro's pushing forward, trying to make something happen. Because of all the damage done, the eco round won there from Havu. We see those Deagles again having such a big factor on this map. So Havu is able to win their second round and push Double Pony onto a full eco here. We see the 1500, 1600, 25, 24. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a half buy here from the side of Double Pony.
You could do. Balance out the cash a little bit. Go for a bit of a quasi.
Yeah, because even if they full save here, they're not going to be able to buy next round, right? So they are double eco now. Might as well half buy here. Just a little pistol armor. Leave some money in the bank to make sure that on that gun round, you are still able to have that full buy. You know, the ops, rifles, nades, all the fun stuff.
So we've actually just got the info on what's happened here with the pause. Obviously, you know, we were thinking maybe they were taking their time to figure out what they can do with the buy. In reality, they're taking their time to figure out what's gone on with MBK's monitor. As it's stopped. It's gone.
Yeah, apparently it's turned off, which is a little strange because, you know, obviously as an expert Counter-Strike player, I've played a lot of times with my monitor off, so it just makes it more challenging. Makes it more fair
you
for
do that to
everybody
make
else.
it fair, yeah, which obviously, you know, that's why you lost at the major that one time.
Whoa, oh my god.
What, it was an opportunity to get it in there.
Yeah, no.
Also, a little name drop. Davey was at a major. He's got stickers in the game, but he's just not very good.
I've never cringed harder than I am right now. Actually, it's awful.
Is
that we
this
have
almost
to be on
as
camera
bad
for
as
this.
the birthday comments, or where are we ranking?
You know, this might be worse. It's hard to tell. I'm sure I'll find out later. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Wait, what is that a painting of on the map? Well, nobody else can see it. It's just us who can see it. So never mind. It's not really great to tell. Oh, there it is. Yeah. What is that? What's that? Who's that a painting of on the map?
I do know, but I can't remember his name.
Is it the Russian guy?
Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah, obviously
is it Lenin?
it is. Yeah, but
it's Lenin, right?
this really shows that we're not good at history.
I'm pretty sure it's Lenin. It's impossible for us to find out. This is entirely incalculable, so it's not really going to matter. But
I feel like it's something we should probably know.
You think?
Maybe.
I mean, I guess we have played this map for a while.
Yeah, it's been a good few years.
But like that, it's not really an important part of the map, though. Like, it's just T-spawn.
True,
Who cares?
Who cares about history? Because the present is what we're looking towards. And the present right now is round 7. Double Pony. 4 rounds in the bag. Slowly. Oh, bag in opposition towards Ivy. Early entries with the AK. Nice stuff. Gets the advantage now over the Deagles. They have the range advantage and they can capitalize on the site. Joko is in a good spot, but he's caught and tagged and eventually bagged. So all down now. Havu, good response. Straight back in, making use of the pause to hit him with a high tempo play, and they do get the round.
Yeah, that was the force buy from them as well, so they fully committed into that one. Lots of money being spent, which means their buy next round is not going to be very good. As we can take a look at the money, they probably won't even be able to bring out Nop. They might be able to if Lucky or Body are able to get a kill this round. They might be able to find one. Lucky has invested into the Deagle, actually, so nope. He won't Body with the P255. Yeah, so this is super unlikely they're able to bring an op into the next round. That could make a pretty big difference. As we can see, Zorre already has his weapon, which was delivered to him so kindly by the CTs earlier on that eco round. I was looking for something towards middle. Would you see the aggressive B push from Double Pony as well? Zeus in the hands of Choco, and if he just didn't, if he was able to get his mechanics on point there was a chance he goes up that ladder and lands that Zeus kill, but instead, good teamwork by Havu. Molotov goes into ladder, forces him back, players out mid. Easy as you like. Now Lucky, not easy as he likes, as he's just immediately dead, and this eco round is pretty dead as well. Double Pony not able to find anything.
No, yeah, it's over. Body, literally getting bodied there as the nade will detonate on top of him. So Havu, back into the game, 4-4. It's all tied up here in the early opening half of Train. Nades that coming out from Double Pony though. 4 of them invested into. Only one Deagle on Joko because he had a little bit of extra cash. We do have a single smoke. He fully commits into the armor as well. This could be quite a fun nade stack.
See, this is why I think it's silly that they went for that like full force on that first round where they bought down to 0 across the board, because now they realize they don't have a good enough buy. So now instead of having like one sort of half buy, one full eco, and then they get a good buy in, they've gone for the full force, the full eco, and then now this. So instead of having 2 eco rounds, they've had 3 now, which is just silly.
It is a bit. It's made it harder for themselves.
Well, and because they've got like no kills, Havu's been able to build up so much money off of this because they've just been able to retain their guns and armor every single round.
God, Buddy was really hoping to get something. Yeah, just waiting towards pop. Last ditch attempt. The round should be won pretty flawlessly here from Havu, really. Even if he does clear out one on the drop, there'll be a rapid trade, and Ariel just has it covered. I do like the little micro flicks, though.
Yeah, come on.
Kind of bait him in. There we go.
Oh,
actually gets it.
Gives him just what he wants. Nice guy, Ariel.
He bought another taser as well. Little taser on the ground.
Oh yeah, look at that. I wonder if he shot it or if it's just like there.
Maybe. Because they do drop, obviously. You know, you drop like mags for every other gun you shoot. Taser just drops itself, then it just sits on the floor, so it baits you sometimes.
Yeah, you just think you might get one, but it's not actually there.
It's not real, yeah.
Fake taser.
Fake taser, top and bottom tax.
I do think that the tasers should recharge like they do in Danger Zone, though.
Oh, yeah, where they build their power back.
Yeah, like it takes like 15 or 20 seconds or whatever, but I still think that would be better.
Moments in CSGO history. Do you remember that mad patch where they like made the taser unbelievable because the reward was ridiculous and it was like super sick? Everyone was playing it on drop. That was like the dedicated strat, was just buy taser, drop. Yep. Play drop on cobble with taser, win.
Do you remember, it must have been in 2015, maybe 2014, where they did that mega buff to the auto shotgun to the point where you could spam mid doors on Dust 2 with the auto shotty, and you would just like kill people crossing. And it was just like, this is, who thought this was okay? How is this possible? Or the Deagle buff where they made it do like 80 damage body shots.
And it was accurate when jumping.
Yeah.
That was big. That was big.
Valve always has a lot of fun.
They do indeed. But Valve time aside, we are into the round. The push has come out towards the A site. Bomb's gone down as well. And already players are dropping off for Double Pony. But now they're starting to hit their shots. Ariel, 1 versus 4. No more to find as he has been ruined by Afro on a tear right now. That's a hat trick in the round. And it's 11-5 for him over the course of the half. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, even though Havu are favorites on this map, given it is their map pick, Double Pony not a good win rate on it. The Afro factor is really coming into play. So we know he is the opper for the team and got very good mechanics. And even if Double Pony maybe isn't the most comfortable on this map, he certainly looks like he is.
He's just content wherever he is, I think. He's just a happy guy. That's what you need, Davey. You know, you keep a smile up. Yeah, keep a smile. And things will work out.
You should be a motivational speaker.
Maybe.
Just smile, forehead.
Yeah, just smile, lol.
You're sad.
Just be happy.
Smile. Yeah. How can you be sad when you can smile?
It's just face muscles, silly. Right then. Ooh.
It's just face muscles.
Body, his face muscles have been taken back, mate. His jaw's gone. But Afro, he was there to take a bite out of him like Jaws. Joko coming in, though, as he'll be able to respond back on Zore. And it is a 4-on-3. Quick flick with the AUG. That was a sick snapshot. And look where the bomb is. Then look where the T's are. They are miles out of position.
Yeah, this double lurk from Havu, they went so aggressive towards that B site, and this double lurk was so far behind. The Ivy lurk came in so late. The lurk out of ladder, I don't even understand the point of that. I guess maybe he was just watching flank, and when things started to go awry, he decided to go down. Now he's back up, and Ariel and X7, they are alive, they are in the game, but no real impact to be found this round. Unless they can somehow manage to group up and they can't even really get the trades. They have to just get the kills. And this position from Joko won't be expected. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, Ariel just clears it out anyway. I guess if the reaction's there, it really isn't going to affect you too much. He's fast on the cross here, but he's only got 20 seconds. So over the elevated angle. Now you got to keep your rifle ready and win out on your ones. Afro had no idea, MBK. It got a bit close. If he would have killed him, could have been timing to grab the bomb. Although lucky was close, but it's not going to go down like that. Double pony pick up the 6th round. Certainly got far too close for comfort compared to how they opened it.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought that strat from Havu was a little strange. They really hard committed out onto that B site after they got that opening pick. But the other players on the team just weren't in positions to support them. I guess if Havu was able to get the trades, then maybe it wouldn't have mattered. But even still, that double lurk outside was coming in so late from X7. Trying to lurk up Ivy. He was doing that a lot yesterday in the game against Sprout as well. And there it is. Lucky, not able to get up on the train in time, not able to find that shot. And Zora, the opper for Havu, is able to open up this round for him.
Spam coming in, Slowy. Hits it in the end, so MBK's gone. That's the Ivy player tended to, so they can now do a little bit more gardening onto the A site, but look who's arrived. Joko spams down, spots out a Phi as well, and he really wants to rip it off. In the backline, however, his team is finning as they get assaulted by Havu. And Body, not wanting to go through what his brothers have just gone through, he backs off and instead heads towards backtracks. Probably just going to have to save this one. Armor M4, Flash and Kit, not worth risking it.
No, it seems like he's going to just need to get out of there. $0 in the bank for him. Afro and MBK will be able to force into this next round if they decide to do it. Lucky's also got a decent amount of money. Maybe just take the full save next round, though. Don't commit too hard into these forces because you're not going to be able to break Havu's economy. There was just too many rounds in that game where Double Pony, when they did the triple eco, the famed strat of just messing up your money so badly on all of the eco rounds, buying too much that you can't buy at all. So 3 eco rounds allowed Havu to build up such a good bank. And so now Double Pony really on the back foot. Havu on their map pick, coming back into it. Scores tied 6-6, but we did see yesterday, though, when they get on that CT side, we did see that Sprout was able to take advantage of a lot of those timings. Able to find entries into the site. And the drop comes out. So yeah, so this will be the force here, Jackie.
Despicable guns being brought out as well. The 2 for my there. Oh, God. It's not that bad. The Famous has been alright. At least into the D2 game, it had a little bit of love. Don't know if it'll be as successful here up against the AKs. The MP9 not getting any time to shine either. As Ariel will hit the headshot onto Joko. Lucky tries to trade it back with a HE, but Ariel's already said peace and just run away.
Yeah, he's gotten straight out of there. Opening pick, though, again. Ariel finding some impact here. Was able to find impact early on Dust 2, but he did trail off towards the end. You pointed that out, that despite the fact that he was up quite a bit early in the game, he ended up finding absolutely no impact towards the end. This is the fast B play here, and Body's up in a good position, but he's just standing up. He doesn't know how he's supposed to be playing up there. Just crouch right on the corner, and the players coming down the lower ramp can't see you, but Body stands up, shows his head. That's a kill able to be found by X7. Afro's going to upgrade from that despicable weapon to an AK, and now they are just going to have to try to save again as Double Pony getting ran over here by Havu.
There is a horse hunter looking for them, and his name is Slowy. Takes the first, he'll mount NBK's head above his mantelpiece, and he'll look to see if he can get a second to complete the set as Afro. He lurks Realizing now this is going to be a hard-fought save. An awkward fight to get through. Hits one, dives out. Elise is able to cross. Is he going to go back for seconds? Instead, drops the smoke and tries to play around it. But they're just going to pop him instead and make him broke.
Yeah, Yemi swings around there, making sure there is no escape. Tries to get out, but it won't be for him today. All he's going to get is death. Death. Sad death. Now another eco round for Double Pony. Dude, how many rounds this game have they just been on eco? Like, they've just been so crazy. Yeah. Havu's done such a good job of making sure they win those important rounds. But Double Pony on those ecos early in the half, I'm still a little upset about it, if I'm being honest. How much they bought into those rounds, forcing them to have it do a triple eco, just allowed Havu to have endless money. Like, this Mac 10 is by choice. This isn't because he needed to.
Because he wants to. Unfortunately for him, he won't be much of a gangster like Easy E in this one. As he's gone, Joko's going to blow him away. He can recover the gangster weapon as well. And post up just by hell. Taken out in the end, though. No chance to use the recovered weapon. As Ariel will hit the headshot onto him. So a 4v4. Firepower disparity huge, though. Havu, big edge in the round.
Yeah, and the way that they're playing these anti-ecos, they just have that one player up inside of the White Halls, and he's just looking for any sort of B push. He's playing all the way back. But yeah, that does leave a small opening here towards Ivy. So if Afro is able to push up and find some kind of timing, they might just be able to pull off the upset here, because nobody seems to be aware of it. Zore and Ariel, neither one actually looking in this direction. And the bomb is here, Jackie, so this could be big.
It could be bigger than big. It could be absolutely gargantuan for Afro. He'll be hearing their footsteps as well. He knows they've grabbed the bomb. Relays the info back over, trying to catch up with them, blade out like James Bond. Sneaks his way in. He's got a license to kill and hopefully a license to thrill us into the round. Trigger discipline through the roof. Takes his time. Snipes onto the first. Grabs the AK. They don't know where he is just yet. They have to glide towards him. Yemi will find it, but NBK now starting to apply pressure with not one, but two into the hat trick. Nathan, you naughty man.
MBK with that deagle from the bomb train, able to just about secure the round, but it was that flank from Ivy. All the information gained, able to find that kill on the player towards team middle. That was Ariel, and once that kill happened, Havu, they had to react. They start turning, they're looking for him, they're trying to find him, and that gives the space for NBK to come up big and hit 3 1-deeks. And yet again, in this Flashpoint qualifier, we see the deagle rounds coming up absolutely huge.
Flashpoint Free Clothes qualifier is 100% sponsored by Deagles. Forget the cloth and the hats, it's all about the Deagles. They have been the huge talking point the entire time over the past few days. So many upset rounds have been won with them, you cannot count them out. Not even in a spot like this, where you are potentially one map away from grabbing your spot and going to the RMR event, and they're still making huge plays.
And they absolutely are, and now we see for the first time in the game, for what it feels like, Havu is actively putting pressure here towards Ivy. Zore does have the Molotov. He's just going to hold this right side while X7 walks up, and if they can catch the timing on MBK, the hero of last round, this could be the A-bomb site opened up, or potentially a route towards B through CT spawn.
He wants to prove that he's here to stay towards Ivy as he blows away X7. Nice little tap to the head. Leaves him dead. Baiting on the corner as well. Zore's there, but he actually hits his shot. Wins out on that one. Meanwhile, Joko's been burnt to a crisp, and we fall into a 3v3 firefight. Bomb slipped out as well. Ariel's got that on his back, but do they realise the location of this man? The engineer that is lucky, playing up by the E-box, wants to make this a bit of a shocker as he sees one towards Pop Dog. Good crosshair placement as well for the face from Ariel. Timing was ridiculously close on that one. Ariel, he goes bold and brash, pushes up towards the site and leaves them bankrupt now. But from the elevated angle, it's Body doing all the work. Soaring, nutmegs him with the AWP and gets punished because of it. Afro swings, and Afro gets them the edge. An 8-7 half here on Train.
Yeah, it was a good split there from Havu, but like you said, Lucky realized he was too far forward. He was in too advanced of a position. There was no teammates there to help him, so he backs right off. And even though he does end up going down without getting a kill there, it doesn't matter because that delaying action as he backed up towards the bomb train is what created the space for his teammate in Heaven to be able to get those 2 kills. And Afro as well, with the information, pushes through B with the op, gets that fast flank, is able to secure the final kill onto Zora. So well played from Double Pony. I think if they didn't make that economy mistake earlier in the half where they forced themselves onto 3 ecos in a row, Double Pony was looking very strong on the gun rounds.
They were indeed. At least MBK made the huge play there with the Deagle. That's the one like bailing round they needed. If you're not going to be able to have rifles, at least put the pistols to use. And they did. God damn. 8-7 half then. If you're joining us now in the series, want a bit of context for what this is, we played out D2. Lengthy game. OT galore. Double Pony won it. It was their map pick, but it wasn't easy for them. We're here on Train. Train is home turf for Havu. They've had some struggling games on this map in recent time, and this seems to be another one of them. Very tight here, 8-7. All of this is up for the last spot at Flashpoint. That's why there's so much riding on this. Now, here's the thing, Davey, mate.
Yeah, the big thing for me, too, on this one is that Zore just hasn't been able to get into this game at all. On Dust 2, he did fine, but he was missing easy shots. We saw it consistently. Missed shots from him, causing lost rounds for Havu. And now on the T side of Train, he wasn't able to find any openings. He wasn't able to really have an impact here on the T side, right? We did see the Opper from Double Pony definitely having an impact, though. Afro was popping off. Joko was having a great time. And if Zore cannot get into this game on CT side, they're going to be relying a lot on Aerial. And he's their B player from what I remember, so it's he's in ladder. He's their ladder player, so that's going to be really huge for him. It's good that he's fragging out because ladder is such an important part of the map, but if Zore can't get into this, I think that's one of Havu's main win conditions gone.
Does need to get himself online, but already they're being switched off as the push comes out towards the A site. Lucky, he's certainly on one. Afro assisting him as well. They're all getting served gunishment here from the T side. X7 is the only one that's alive, and not for long, as Lucky will pop him. That's another quad kill for Lucky.
Yeah, Lucky holding W straight out T mid there, swings across the E-box, able to find that pick. And man, it all started from ladder. It all started that pick on Zore going down towards E-box. And Double Pony taking the T-side pistol. That's both pistols won for them so far this game. And last half, we did see they were actually able to convert the second round against Havu. Not many teams have been able to say that. But Double Pony are one of them, and now they need to try to do that again here if they want to build up a good start here on their T side, but that's not a good start as Zore and Aerial both are getting one apiece, and there's another one for Zore and a third tag as well. He's coming online with these scouts. Slowy and Zora with the scouts, tags down onto Lucky. Body now with the HP, able to find one, but that's HP gone, and this is Scout Heaven.
It could be Body and Lucky being sent to Heaven if they're unlucky in this one, as they're in a bit of an awkward spot. He jumps off the bomb train after connecting the headshot, leaving us into a tight 2v2. A lot of time on the clock, and you can see that being reflected by the way they're approaching this one. Neither side wanting to make the mistake that causes the round to be thrown away. Slowy, focus set, back over on Pop Dog. He's got the scout, and looking at the HP on both of the Pony players, they're not in a good spot. You get tagged up, you're fragged out immediately, so they need to be smart about how they play this one. Yemi, full HP. He's going to be sat over towards Deep Connector as well, listening out for the audio cues based off his teammate. Elevated angle working for Body, but he's spotted. He drops, and it all goes over to Lucky. He's had a single kill. Can he get himself a hat trick? Walks up towards the bomb. They're giving him leeway. We've seen the Ivy push from Slowy. He's going for the big flank, so the bomb will at least be planted.
Yeah, any bomb plant at this point is important, and now Slowy's got such a good reposition. There's no way Lucky... Oh, he does! He's actually spun around. So Lucky's aware of this possibility. I'm not sure if he heard something, but regardless, he's able to find the kill. And now Yemi, with full HP, UMP armor, no kit. He's pushing forward. Lucky trying to find the timing, and he connects it! That's the headshot for Lucky, and they're just about able to clutch out that round. Both of them with such low HP. That was a 2 versus 4, Jackie.
God, I think he heard the jump as well. Like,
Yeah,
the flank was sick, man, but that last jump, just to get himself a bit of extra speed on the peak, gave him away. Completely gave him away. And lucky, he's not someone that's going to miss in a situation like that. Really crisp, 12-8 off of the round, double pony. You got to count your blessings with that one, dude. That was Zore's, like, you know, swing it in, big fighting chance, trying to at least do something, have some impact and prove that he's back on the server, but now he's not at all. He's dead again. Body! He's blind! He doesn't need eyesight! Apparently his supersonic hearing, his echolocation is what's bringing him the kills. Yemi jumps out and he's gone. And double pony straight in with an 11th round, like 20 seconds after the last.
Yeah, to be honest, they've done the exact same strat now. 3 rounds in a row. One person late ladder and just swing out mid all the way across E-box. Feels like an FPL game, to be honest. I guess it makes sense, right? Double pony, this isn't a map they're super comfortable on. Their win rate's not good. They are kind of a mixed team, right? MBK's going to be leaving after this event, so yeah, why not? Havu, they're not really feeling it right now, right? They're not doing great. Screw it, why not? Just swing out mid every single round. It looks like one player might be going back to do it again. No, actually, he's up in the White Hall's body. Not this round. He's not having a swing. Still 3 Galils in their hands. No head armor on 2 players on the CT side. 2 kits still found, so actually decent buy here from Havu. They did opt for the FAMAS to make sure that they could get that extra util. And Body's going to be finding first contact here towards team mid. And if he's able to get this kill, so he isn't actually, Ariel's able to find that one, and that completely changes the dynamic of this round. If he was able to get that kill, that would have pulled that second rotator over from B, but instead now, the drop into ladder, able to find one. And Havu's actually still committed here with 2 players in this B site. We see Zore is in the connector with the op. Because of that, X7 has to try to react with some form of aggression.
That orb has so much to do. Zora is going to be gigantic into the round. That's if he gets an opportunity. Towards Ivy, 2 Ts grouped up, setting their focus on working out together. X7's there. Timing's perfect, but he doesn't hit the shot. Afro cuts him back. Joko covering his teammate amazingly as well on the face. Ariel, nothing for his troubles. And it is really all on Zore towards the site. At least now, Yemi's there covering towards A2. They could cut off the rotation, and time is close. If they find these frags, they could still end the round here and pick it up for Havu. He's just got to be patient about how he plays it. Quick peek onto stop sign. Nearly the follow-up kill coming out, but not enough there onto MBK. And double pony go 12-7. They're getting really close here, Davey. This is their, winning map as well. You take this. This is the 2-0.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and they also recovered that op, too, from Zori, so they don't need to buy their own. That's passed over to Afro. And so important in that round was that fake from NBK. Because it was 4 versus 4, Havu didn't trust in their B hold. They couldn't have that rotation towards B. As soon as the nades start getting thrown by MBK, we see Zori rotate towards B, and the reaction from Havu is they need to peek out and clear Ivy. They swing out towards Ivy to clear it and get their lips immediately peeled back. Instant headshot from Double Pony as they walk up Ivy, and that is so important. That info denied, that kill being taken by Double Pony is what opened up that round. As soon as they get that one, they're able to scale up towards Ivy. MBK gets that flank from Connector, and the round goes their way. So Double Pony here looking actually a lot better on this T side of Train than I expected.
Now with the advantage of firepower, the Double Pony Killer Bees are on the swarm. Havu with just Eagles. Can they protect their necks into the 20th round? Slowy holds on the close angle with the Deagle ready. Afro a bit wary of this. Holding on the angle whilst his teammates come back over because they do want to go for the late round A finish. The split will be the important play. Slowy, he's the important man. Cracks open the first like a coconut as Afro goes down. And MPK, he's been nutty and he's going to carry on that fact. Takes down on the trade. Advances forward now as they're close towards the end of main. Joko's here in the back line. Should be an easy frag for him. Onto the bomb train player, which it will. And all of a sudden, Davey, this is falling into carnage. I mean, X7 actually with the backstab there. If you got the follow-up off, there could have been the potential that they could win this one, especially with the spray coming in from Zore, begging that he could save the day from the Pop Dog peak, but it wasn't quick enough. And Double Pony still get the round. Doesn't matter, it was close. They just need rounds. That's the hot commodity for them, and they've got a lot of them. 13.
Yeah, they are up to 13 in that round. Like you said, very close. Zore potentially with that chance there, swinging out from ladder. Big flash from NBK that round to make sure that his player coming out from Ivy was able to clear the back of the bomb train. Ended up being so important as it came down to just one player left. It was that Ivy player in the end. Was able to finally finish off Zore. And now we do see the double ops come out from Havu. And Afro, he doesn't know the player's already crossed. He's not aware of the possibility. And Ariel running towards ladder, able to pick up a freebie onto Afro. Takes a bit of nade damage for his trouble. But like you said, in the end, the kill is all that matters. There's another one for Slowy as well. And where was that? That was towards team middle. So that's 2 players being taken down. Slowy's able to get that one onto body. And so that's going to call for just the fast B-pop here from Double Pony. This operant connector is going to be so important.
God damn. Zore through the smoke. On to Lucky. It's just Joko. Joko, he's been a big individual player for Double Pony the whole damn tournament, but in a situation like this, is it doable? They're giving him a chance, Davey. There was so many opportunities there for the free frags to be found. Instead, he gets the money for the bomb plant. No, he doesn't. Oh, last second denial.
I thought he was going to too, but Slowy just getting into that advanced position. And Joko, not joking around with that bomb plant, but in the end, doesn't even matter. Just gets taken down. There was way too many useless references in that sentence. I'm not even going to bother.
That's all right, mate. I'll let you off.
There's just so many. There were so many, and they're all useless and pointless. I don't know why.
Just throwing them all in.
Yeah, it just happened so quick.
I don't know what happened. I don't know where I am.
Yeah, I blacked out a little bit, to be honest.
It's Friday. What's happened?
Yeah.
Where am I? Where's Endpoint?
They're out. No,
Max?
not again.
All right, with Double Pony.
Ops.
Yeah, man. Making the use of the pause as well, right? I do still like this, even though you're so far up. You know you can take your time to talk about it. Because obviously Cash is a bit disjointed as well. So as we were saying before, a situation like this, it's worth not fully forcing back in. Balance the Cash out.
Yeah. You could even go hero AKs too, right? Like you look at Lucky's money. Yes, MBK is going to go for it. That's exactly what I'm saying. You might as well, when you have this much money in the bank, like you said, just even out the money. MBK can go for a hero AK. Lucky could have also gone for a hero AK, but I think he's full saving to make sure he can drop that op over onto Afro. I'm sure that's what the point of that is. You can see, Hop's looking for something. MBK decides to just feed it to him. Hopefully that AK can be recovered. Should be far enough back. Yep, Body's able to grab it. Now these Deagles trying to cause mayhem here. The double op. Were they ready for it? They weren't. Joko did manage to find him. Get the shot off. A little bit of damage. Not enough though. Op shots do more damage than Deagle shots. Just a fact. Oh, actually. Yeah, they probably do. I'm just trying to think of a situation where a Deagle might do more damage than an op, like real close, Deagle shot to the head, but I think the Deagle shot to the head's like 300 damage or something, and the op is like 450. So.
Something like that, yeah. Ooh, Body. He doesn't even need an AWP or a Deagle. He's got the AK, and he's hitting some good shots with it. Actually gives a little bit of space over the Double Pony. 2 Deagles in play as well, but they're in close angles, so it does make it a bit risky for the CTs in the way they opt to play it. Ariel swings out, sees them on E-Box, sees the player on the site as well, but now knows he needs to back up a little bit. Eventually is able to fully commit onto that frag, so the numbers thinned out even more. Just 2 Ts alive. Body! Oh no! He can't do it once again! The AK attacker! Annihilating all of them. Drops it just down into a 1v2 for Lucky. Molotov will force him off. But they haven't seen him cross. He knows where the bomb is as well. Takes the peek, misses the headshot, trying his luck, but couldn't quite do it. Unlucky in that round. Oh, please get on it. You're running out of time. We can't jump. We can't jump. The spacebar's failing. The spacebar is failing. Quickly, bind it to mouse wheel down. We've won the round. It's okay.
Yeah, just able to get that one. And yeah, Lucky, he was there behind that train. Like you said, they mollied him out. He thought he was dead for sure, but he swings across. They don't spot him, so he actually got the opportunity to take that 1v1 against the Opera that was scaling on the bomb train, but just not able to connect his shots. They were able to find him. That will be the defuse that comes out for Havu. So 13-9, but now we see this full buy does again come out from Double Pony, and all of that damage on those eco rounds taking its toll on Havu's economy. We see Slowy down to 100, Ariel $0 left in the bank. That could be very important later on in these rounds. If Double Pony wins one, gets that reset in, it'd be a weird situation for Havu where they're going to have to decide. They're going to have some players who can buy, some who can't. And that will be so important as the nade comes out, but Ariel's able to spin and connect onto Body. Body just completely whiffing the shot as Ariel's able to get that one. Takes a bit of damage, but in the end, considering what was going on, I'll absolutely take that. Well, look at this. MBK's out.
He's got the read as well, dude. He saw him on the cross.
Yeah. They know MBK's out, though. Like, Yemi did see him come out. So he needs to try to find some weird timing here. Wait, maybe he didn't.
I don't think he did. I think Nathan spotted him as he crossed. So MBK actually has the info here, and they don't know. So he gets into the back line. That's the opener. On to Zore. Your AWP is gone. At least they're still getting picks elsewhere on the map. They are paranoid as well. They know Yemi's around, but they don't know exactly where he is. A bit suspicious of Oil, but he's actually further up towards the coil, playing by the boost. The rest of the T's have now arrived, so bomb will start to be planted for Afro. MBK trying his luck again. Flashed in! The timing on that, dude, that would have been a sick pick. Leaving them with an advantage and an equal 3v3 instead. It's a 4v2 for the retake now. Lucky, he's looking a little bit crispy, and I don't mean because he's hitting 6 shots. He's because he's turned into a crisp. Slowy with the flank. He'll hit that one onto Afro, and it's all gone. Havu, a nice round. They get it? By the skin of their teeth. Yemi and Errol both low, but they do still get the round. So we go 13-10 on Train.
Yeah, that was a round that very much could have turned on its head at so many moments. X7 able to find that pick on the lurker towards Ivy after MBK had gotten B control. That's one of those situations where you want your Ivy lurker to really take his time. Don't give up. Don't give away your position. Don't give up to them, you know. Make sure that you hide. Let us get into the B site. Work your flank after the rotations come in. But X7's able to find him. Gets that kill. And like you said, that flash play from Double Pony was just about perfect. The timing was so close. MBK would have gotten that kill on that player at the spindle, but instead X7 rotated in, just missed the flash because he was just half a second later. So then he's able to save the day, gets the pick onto MBK. Now Double Pony going fast up Ivy here with the bomb too.
Unusual suspect as well with the weapon Nathan was using there. Pulled out the CZ. Normally it's been a Tech 9 Eagles, but that's why. CZ means you're dead. He'll get dropped by Zore, who's on for a 2k. Definitely wants to get himself a little bit more as well. Tech 9 taps coming out from Joko from quite the distance, but it causes them to focus so heavily towards A2 that Body, he can push out, spraying his way through the player that's trapped in Pop Dog. This isn't looking good for the CTs. Positionally, the T's are in a great spot. You've got the flank that's coming out from Joko. Yes, he's low, but all he's got to do is find that pick onto the back line of X7. He also gets himself an AWP as well. He'll pull it out. The no-scope, but no, it's all on the Deagle to do the damage, and now Lucky again. A 1v3. How many times has he been in this position? And this is another one where he won't be able to clutch it out. Havu, an 11th on the board. Barely getting through this, but they're keeping the game going.
Yeah, these rounds are so unbelievably close as Double Pony is so close to being able to close these out, right? We could see there was a little bit of a disconnect there. NBK was pushed so far forward with the bomb. CZ Armor, he was pushed all the way into the site, and everyone else from Double Pony was like just slowly working their way around outside. You could see there was a bit of a miscomm. NBK was going a lot faster than everybody else. Still, it didn't matter. They were still so close to being able to win that one. And Body, he's straight out onto this one. And can he find the kill? He can. That's aerial down and E-box control gained by the T's.
Slowy, close in the smoke. Depending on how he opts to play this one, it could be a huge set piece for him. The 2k is ginormous. It quells this fight from Double Pony and leaves the horses confused where their jockeys have gone. Trying to trample around. NBK, hello. Kills Zore in the end. Now Havu, with just 2 men left standing. This is looking like Double Pony could actually get their grasp onto the 14th. Afro here in the audio cues knows he can take a simple headshot back up towards Yemi. So he's gone. X7 with an uncharacteristic miss as he peeks towards Pop Dog, Davey. And this is a 3v1. They've got site control. They're in the post plants.
Yeah, it is, and the bomb's planted for them. He doesn't really have any way to get into... Yeah, he's just got to back off here because he has no real way of getting into that site. He can't multi-frag with the op. He knows as soon as he pushes forward, the swings are going to come out. He's going to have no chance at all, so he's backing up. He's saving his op. This will be the 14th round for Double Pony. And Body getting out mid there and getting that opening pick on Aerial. Body is like, he's so weird sometimes because you see him run out, and like earlier on in the game we saw just one tap, 2 kills with the Galil on the bomb tree. Like, wow, that's crazy. And then like a couple rounds later, he completely whiffs on the back of Aerial, like 20 bullets, and Aerial just spins around and 2-shots him. And then that round right there, he's fast out mid, uses that spawn, and gets the opening pick. So Body, a little hot and cold, you know, maybe he's got a bit of a temperature, but either way, he's still able to get out there, get that opening pick. And Double Pony, good scaling onto the site, able to get the trades, put it into the 3v3, and then NBK again, the veteran, big heads up play, aware of the possibility there could be a player in that ladder smoke, spams it out, finds the kill onto the Opera of Havu. That was Zore, so absolutely big round from Double Pony there. Havu still able to buy into this one. Double ops come out again. But if they lose this one here, this is going to get tough for them. Their money is not looking in a good place, and Body is out fast again, this time towards Sandwich, though.
Real play looks to be going towards the B site though, and Yemi, he was just jiggle peeking it with the blade, so he spots it out and dashes the molly. Meanwhile, Slowy gets a pick on Body as well, so that was your A set piece, finding nothing. The rest of the players now still grouped up, looking like they are just going to decide to go for this anyway. They've got the utility to find their way into the site, and currently there is only one man there. Now finally supported, Zore will come in towards Connector. Two of them watching at ramp. Out the smoke going out. The flash will land. That'll be the call for the rotate. Zore with a pick. The nade could be huge as well, as they cross, you'd thought it would have tanked him, but they push straight through White Train. Yemi still finding picks somehow though, as he's just dancing with the devil on the site, and there is nothing that they can do until Afro, he wakes up, hits the first, slays back. Lucky in the close position as well. Timing as the smoke is out. X7 can't do now. Lucky gonna double down, and this is looking horrendous. Zore, no clutch for you. Match point for Double Pony as Afro's waving bye-bye.
That's a 2 versus 5 as well. They had to go out. They had to try to beat that smoke. The counter smoke from Zore was perfect. Once that execute comes, you saw him throw that smoke towards the lower B ramp. So the T's, they know they have to try to beat that. They run out before their smoke lands, and that means 2 picks for Zore. Yemi from the site's able to find those kills, but out of nowhere, Afro jumping up on the bomb train finds the 2B player. He gets 2 kills seemingly from nothing. Then Lucky phasing that smoke deep on the second lane, able to find the pick onto X7. Like you said, timing is everything. He phases that smoke, gets that kill. I'm so shocked he got the second one though. When he flipped around and got that second kill on the player who was flanking him for the trade, I was in absolute shock. And again, I love the BM from Double Pony there. They take the tack pause after winning the 2v5 just to let Havu stir in their misery. I love that. I absolutely, it's so good. It's so good.
Dude, it's not even just salt in the wounds, it's salt and vinegar.
Yeah,
they're pouring everything in. Yeah, it's gonna sting. It really is gonna sting. And Havu, they know that they could be stung out of the qualifier here if they lose this round. It's got to be a gigantic play with the Deagles. This is everything. This is their tournament lives. This is them risking it all to try and qualify to Flashpoint 3, to go to the Amar event in May. Double Pony, they seem to be the team will be taking that spot if they can pick up this last round. Early contact towards main. They push in to clear it, but in the game and push and pull, the T's backed off at just the right time.
Yeah, they did. Body seemed to be aware of that possibility. You could see him spraying the smoke, made sure that he waited, backed up. Now they will have to re-clear it, but Havu have put 2 players here inside of Pop, and these mollies are going to have to come out. Do they have a smoke? I'm trying to look. Who are the players in there? Ariel and... So X7 and Slowy both have smokes. I don't think... Okay, yeah, so Slowy's in ladder. He has a smoke. So if these Molotovs do come out... Well, he's actually just used it up top. So if they do decide to molly clear ladder now, he's not going to have anything to stop it. And Ariel and Slowy are going to be in a really tough spot. And these Molotovs rain out.
Just that offensive utility alone will be enough to put this round in a bit of a precarious position. Molly goes out, as you can see, forced to back up. Ariel holding supreme, but they're going to double drop into him. Likelihood of him coming out successful in this is going to be very slim. Timing! He gets out as he peeks back in. It still doesn't work out well for him. He'll fall to Lucky. Now they sprint out towards the site, licking their lips, thinking this is it. We can go to Flashpoint, and Flash in the pan is all that will be coming out for Havu, as they are dying all over the gaff. Last one alive, Zore. It's on him. It'd have to be a 1v5 with a scout. Yes, they're tagged, but even then, it's going to be a ridiculous miracle for him to do it. Starts it off well. Joko's gone, peeking back out on towards Red Train as well. Time slowly ticking away in the background. It's in the back of his head, and he knows he's got to push out. He'll go down though as Afro leaves him dead. Double Pony 16-11. The big 2-0. They best Havu, and they get the last spot for Flashpoint.
very convincingly on train as well. We saw Double Pony on their T side, super aggressive, super front, like super forward, man. They were just running out T mid, swinging across E-box. We saw them do it 4 or 5 rounds that half. They were so fast, so aggressive, and Havu was not able to deal with it. We saw once they got the double ops out, they were able to deal with it a little bit better, but overall, Double Pony surprising me a lot, actually, with how dynamic their T side was. We saw the ladder controls, the Ivy splits, fakes towards B, NBK taking advantage of those timings to get aggressive map control, and that's exactly that veterancy that they're going to be missing when he does leave now. So NBK and Double Pony, congratulations on winning that qualifying for Flashpoint 3, and wherever MBK goes after this, good luck to you in the future, man. This was his last game with Double Pony, so congrats to them, congrats to him. And man, what a game.
No, yeah, huge 2-0. Dust 2, you know, that was the one. If you want to go back and watch like a really enjoyable game of CS, a lengthy bout, definitely peep that. It was a great game. Body went huge. He had 40 frags. MBK was looking sick as well. But as you said, with MBK leaving the roster, it does open the question, right? We know at times Keo's been playing with Double Pony as well. So I guess one legend for another, Davey.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, and like you said, he was standing in for them in the whatever event they
The
were
National
playing.
French Championships.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, Keo was standing in for them there. So, yeah, maybe he will be the 5th. Hard to know, but what we do know is that Double Pony completely upsetting Havu here on their map pick. These rounds, some of them are very close. We look at the spread here, actually, and kills pretty even across the board. The only one really lagging behind there was Yemi. Of course, he was the B player, so never an easy spot. An easy spot to play. Double Pony coming out on top, 16-11. Afro with some absolutely massive rounds. That 2v5 was just nail in the coffin, man. Like that was rough from the side of Havu to go down like that, right? Just after you do so well, you get all the entry picks, and out of nowhere, just suddenly Afro is able to make an opening out of nothing. Yeah, dropping 2v5, that's right. And then the tilt pause, my favorite, my absolute favorite.
It was sick, dude. Like really quality game. And you're right, man. That round with Lucky pulling off the 1v2, I don't know how he's done it. The difference as well, right? If you think of how long they had to wait with that rotate to get into the back line to fight from main, but just for the last second jump to take the quicker peek, comes back to haunt them majorly. That's definitely going to be some scary stuff. But all in all, they did look dominant throughout the whole day. They've looked great throughout the whole tournament, right? Double Pony for a mixed side that's had to kind of, you know, chop and choose who they're playing with in different tournaments and have really had some lengthy days. They've created some massive upsets all the way through the open bracket to get to the closed qualifier, to now qualify for Flashpoint, to be in a position to play at the RMR with or without MBK. I think they've got a lot of new fans.
Yeah, no, they definitely do. I mean, and I'm one of them. I love the way that they play. Not only do they play super aggressive, high-paced Counter-Strike, but they also showed a lot of composure in that game, right? The 2 versus 5, like you said, the lucky 1 versus 2. Like, they've shown that in the clutch rounds, they're also able to stay composed, win the important rounds, win the crucial rounds. And I think that's always fun to watch, you know, when a team not only can play fast, aggressive, high-paced Counter-Strike, but then also can remain composed in those clutch situations. And even, yeah, they're such an exciting team to watch. I didn't expect them to take Train at all. Looking at their win rate and how good Havu plays on Train, I did not expect them to take that, but they took Train very convincingly, in my opinion. I think on T side, they always looked like they were in control.
And I suppose that's been like the the interesting part, because with the story of Flashpoint, it has basically been the upsets on the maps, right? If it's your map pick, you're going to lose it. That's what we've seen time and time again throughout this qualifier. But we get here and finally a bit of normality comes out, right? You know, Double Pony think, all right, let's just shut this one down. It's been a long series, tired after Dust 2, probably just wanted to put it to bed, and they clean up. So definitely a lot better there to actually get a 2-0. One of the few 2-0s we've had out of the whole time.
Yeah. I was about to say, I can't even remember another 2-0 we've had that we've actually covered. Obviously, there's been 2-0s in the event so far, but out of games we've covered, I think almost every single game has gone 3 maps. I think we've had 1 2-0 earlier on in the event that I can't remember right now. But regardless, yeah, crazy scenes. Double Pony qualifying for the main event, and Havu is going out. Going to be super disappointed with their performance on Train.
Yeah, definitely so. Especially with their map pick as well. And after some of the games we've seen be put up by Havu, it is a bit of a rough ride. Falling short at really the final hurdle, right? That was your last chance. That was the final spot that was available. And at this point, I mean, it only means there's one game left to go, which is the actual grand final. Now we know all 5 of our teams. It's just to decide seed. So the qualifiers come into to a bit of a close now, Davey.
Yeah, closing up. The last one will be the final. That is Complexity versus Mouse Sports to determine who gets that number 1 seed. A rematch of that upper bracket final where Complexity were able to just take them 2-1. And Mouse Sports is going to want to get a bit of revenge there. I don't know if what the advantage is that they're coming from lower bracket to upper bracket. Do we know if there's like a map advantage or like a veto advantage, maybe something like that?
I'm not too sure. I'm sure there must be something in play. We'll see if we can get confirmation from production with that one to let everyone know before we go into that series, so we know exactly what the spread will be. We are also looking into when that will start as well, because obviously with Mouse Sports currently competing over in DreamHack, we're just trying to see when we can actually start the game. In terms of timing, we have until 9:15 BST, so English time that we're currently operating. It's currently 7:55, so they've got a bit of time to turn up for their game. That's when we're hoping we'll be able to start that one. Depending on when they're available, we'll see how we have to approach it from that point forward. But hopefully our final should be a juicy one if we get to enjoy it, Davey, which I think fingers crossed, because it should be sick to see those two teams go head to head.
Yeah, I really do want to see that rematch, man. Complexity, Mouse Sports, the two highest ranked, highest seeded teams at this event, right? We would have expected them to make it all the way through, and that's one thing that definitely has gone to plan for this event. Complexity, Mouse Sports final, competing for that number 1 seed. Absolutely huge. It's going to make a big difference, like you said, towards seeding. It's a pretty big deal that just to be able to get that number 1 seed. It's very important, and we're hoping that, you know, that both of those teams really come into that one fiery, right? Like there's like, look, even though it might not feel like it's a whole lot to play for, at the very least bragging rights over your competitors, right? And Mouse Sports is going to want to get revenge.
Well, the thing is, you know, it all counts, right? It helps you climb up the HLTV rankings a little bit. Any extra stock's always going to help to give you that boost in the rankings. Plus the seeding is the big factor. You take that number 1 seed from the closed qualifier. Flashpoint groups, man, notoriously they can have some pretty stacked teams in. So going into that, if you can get yourself a better seed, even if it makes your life marginally easier, being one group, you know, better in terms of your positioning, that's what you need to hope for, because Flashpoint 3 is going to be hectic, Davey.
Yeah, and right now we do have MBK in TeamSpeak. We're trying to work out the audio issues. That's why we're sort of just filling away here, trying to do our best until we can get that audio sorted. So yeah, once that audio gets sorted, we should hopefully have MBK for the interview, and he is ready right now. We've just got the word. MBK is here for the interview. So Jackie, I'll let you take this one away.
Here he is, the man, the myth, the legend. How you doing, Nathan? Do you have audio? Hang on, I've got no audio.
I've got no audio.
Right, we have no audio either. I'm so sorry, Nathan. I couldn't hear you. I wasn't ignoring you. We're trying to fix it. We'll see if we can get that sorted as soon as possible. We'll remove you from the situation so it's not as awkward, don't worry, and then we'll bring you back in once we get that resolved. Don't worry, guys, you haven't missed anything just there. It wasn't a bit of miming, which probably is another talent of NBK's, because he is a talented man. He can do an awful lot, Davey.
Yeah, man can do it all. Maybe he was just miming away for us. That would actually have been a funny bit. Imagine like after they do the whole thing to get the audio fixed. It's like, okay, we've got his audio fixed, and then as soon as he rolls in, he just starts doing this, just, you know, just like mouthing away, not actually. That would have actually been pretty funny.
That really would. Because now at this point they're thinking, well, the cast has just gone as well. It's really baffling everyone in chat, which is the dream scenario, really. Hopefully we do get that resolved as well, because it'd be nice to speak to him, right? Obviously, you know, with MBK.
Nice guy. See
where he is. Yeah, genuinely, man. An absolute legend of the game, all the way back from Source. I remember seeing him at an ice series when he was just straight banging people out in beer pong, dude. So he's OP. He is unreal.
I've had some good conversations with him in the past, back when my French was a little bit better. Now my French is absolutely terrible. I'm not even going to try. It's been so many years. But a few years ago when I saw him at an event, I could actually speak French a little bit. It's kind of funny, actually, because they were talking about vetoes, and I could understand what they were saying. So I just walked up and I just started talking French to them. And he was like, "What? You speak French?" And I was like, "A little bit. Let's speak a little bit." Yeah, so that was pretty funny.
Just stealing away
sure
the strats.
We do have that audio sorted out quite yet. We're still just waiting, which is good, because like now me and Jackie just get to hang out, and this is what we do. This is
basically just what, yeah. This is just like we're back, just, you know, it's like NMC all over again. Just sat, just having a chat, but
just chilling,
not debating the differences of grey versus red squirrels.
No, but there is a pretty big difference, though. Like,
there is.
One's gray and one's red. So.
Yeah. Do you know what I found out yesterday? Do you know there's actually blue bees in the northern states? What? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We have them here, but we don't really call them bees. They're like they look a little bit more like wasps than bees, almost.
Oh.
Yeah, and they like dig through mud and stuff. They're awful thing.
How do they
look
dig?
terrifying. Dude, I'm telling you, they're terrifying. I don't know what it is, exactly what they do. All I know is they look like big, long, like blue wasp type things.
Yeah.
And they actually like dig into dirt and stuff. They're brutal.
What, to like dig their nests underground rather than...
Maybe.
Or maybe they just like dig in holes, I guess. I mean,
Maybe it's just fun. Maybe it's just exercise.
Yeah, a bit of a meme. Keeps the arms strong, keeps the wings strong, I guess. If you're having a dig, probably the same bee muscles. I guess.
I wonder if they have muscles, right? Like, I wonder how it works, because they are like exoskeletons, right? So it's not. I wonder. Obviously, they must still have muscles, right? I'm gonna Google this. We
Probably.
got nothing else to do.
And they might not though. It's like
bees
spiders, you know. They
have
basically
muscles.
operate like compressed air. They keep all the air in one point, so they bring their legs out.
Ah, okay. So they do have muscles. They have thorax muscles. These muscles work very hard to help the bee to beat its wings up to 230 times per second. You think you could flap your hands 230 times per second?
Maybe. Unfortunately, we are going to have to wave our hand goodbye to the interview. Unfortunately, we couldn't resolve the issue with Nathan. It's a shame we can't speak to him. It would have been sick to chat to him and obviously say goodbye with his last run here for Double Pony, but he did manage to secure them the spot in Flashpoint. They've locked that one in. You can't take that away from him. 2-0, so Double Pony will be holding on to that spot going forward, Davey. Overall, a 6 series, man. It is a shame, but still, we had a quality game out of it.
Yeah, we did, and it is a shame we didn't get to talk to NBK. I actually had a few questions I would have liked to ask him, especially about that Dust 2 game, but in the end, we're not going to get to talk to him. Sucks for us, sucks for you, sucks to suck, so unlucky, but congratulations to Double Pony. Commiserations to Havu, obviously not quite making it, falling at the final hurdle, but in the end, we got to watch an exciting game of Counter-Strike, and hopefully, we get to watch that grand final with Complexity versus Mouse Sports later on today.
Which is the dream, of course. We now know which teams are qualified for Flashpoint 5, though. Of course, all that's left to do is, as Davey said, that grand final that will choose our number 1 seed. If you missed what I said a little bit earlier, don't worry. In terms of timing, we're currently at about 8 p.m. UK time. We're looking to get this game going up until 9:15. They have until 9:15, so an hour and 15 minutes, because of their overlap in DreamHack also competing. So we're waiting to see if we can get this game going with Mouse Sports. Hopefully so, because it should be a very enjoyable grand final. That's what's on the cards. Thank you so much for watching up to this point. We will be back with more action, hopefully very, very soon. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Well, one of those days again. My body fights the thoughts I sent your way when I was thinking blind. When every once in a while I pretend to close my eyes in order to catch my breath. So come on and breathe, little boy, till you run out of air. Go lose your mind, tell your ties about why you think it's not fair. Now you should handle all the low times when you don't know what the flow brings in. When it's time, just take your thoughts right where the noise is, right where they belong. Cry your heart out, is this all you got? Just keep on giving till it's gone. 'Cause baby, darling, you're not going down. Just keep on giving till. Well, little boy, I guess it's time to shake hands and take things as they are. You won't change anything by giving me those scars. When every once in a while you pretend to close your eyes, but it's not the time to be blind. Just take your thoughts right where the noise is, right where they belong. every step that I take, I don't feel good and my body starts to shake. I fell in love with a girl I haven't seen her met so far. Sometimes I wonder if I'm the only one who sees what they say it takes to be a man and what a man can be. It's all a lie, it's all a fraud. They only feed you with what they're being fed. Sometimes I still feel it's all so dull. So why don't you take it all? Take it away from me. 'Cause someday I'll leave this place, even if it is. Don't run away. Don't run away. Well, it makes me lose my mind, but I don't get it why everybody's moving so fast and I'm not even blinking with an eye. But I don't want your badge, I don't need no gun. I'd rather bleed truth than feel misunderstood. Sometimes I still feel it's all so dull. So why don't you take it all? Take it away from me. Someday I'll leave this place, even if it is. Don't run away. Don't run away. So why don't you take it all? Take it away from me. Someday I'll leave this place, even if it is. Don't run away. Don't run away. Don't run away.
Take me to the streets so I can celebrate. Never knew a feeling better than today. Means the beginning of a brighter day. Letting in a feeling, mending what we break. Find the solace in a dissonance. You control the way you see the world. We've come so far, and now let go. Let the feeling take its toll. We've worked so hard, now don't you know? This is music for the soul. Let the music take control. away the pain. Life is a playground, you can play the game. Look to the horizon, the sun is on the way. Move till the nighttime, then we'll fade away. Find the stories in a dissonance. You control the way you see the world. We've come so far, and now let go. Let the feeling take its toll. We've worked so hard, now don't you know? This is music for the soul. Let the music take control.
Cold like 0 degrees. I'm
out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for war, man, forget my peace. You take the west, I'll take on the east. I'ma put him in the cage, never let out the. Yeah, I hear him chatting the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man so tough, but mans keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. White girls, let her tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch me, please use caution. Beg, please get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the. Big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. Yeah, I hear him chatting the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man so tough, but mans keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. White girls, let her tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch me, please use caution. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Yeah, I hear him chatting the noise. Can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man's keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. Let her tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch me, please use caution.
But I got the reach. Pop, lock, now I'm off the leash. Mic drop, I ain't gotta preach. I just do what comes natural. 5-star, everything I see. Live large, no apology. Take charge, no one can compete. I just do what comes natural.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The
got my mind. Scattered all around, collected for the fun. Much as I have, wanna get more. Need my house, my plane, my car. Oh no, the money on my mind. Whoa, no, the money on my mind. Whoa, no, the money on my mind. Whoa, no, the money got my mind.
Well, 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 one of those days again. My body fights the thoughts I sent your way when I was thinking blind. When every once in a while I pretend to close my eyes in order to catch my breath. So come on and breathe, little boy, till you run out of air. Go lose your mind till you're tired about why you think it's not fair. Now you should handle all the low times when you don't know what the flow brings in. When it's time, just take your thoughts right where the noise is, right where they belong. Cry your heart out, is this all you got? Just keep on giving till it's gone. 'Cause baby, darling, you're not going down. Just keep on giving till. Well, little boy, I guess it's time to shake hands and take things as they are. You won't change anything by giving me those scars. When every once in a while you pretend to close your eyes, but it's not the time to be blind. Just take your thoughts right where the noise is, right where they belong.
It's grand finals time here at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers. Two titans are colliding in the form of Complexity and Mouse to see who will be taking the top seed heading on into the RMR. Of course, two top dogs joining me for this spectacular matchup are Davey and Jackie. And this is going to be a very exciting one to be getting into, Davey. We haven't actually seen Mouse playing on the stream here at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers, so I'm excited to see what they'll be delivering. Oh, I think we're getting some audio.
Sorry, you should be good now.
Should be good now. There we go.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, no, I don't know why that wasn't coming through, but yeah, just had to quickly change some things. All good to go. Apologies, but yeah, we did get to actually see Mouse Sports play in that game against Complexity. We didn't see it on the stream, but they did already lose in that upper bracket final against Complexity. So now this is the rematch in the grand final for the #1 seed.
Yeah, and it's going to be a test of stamina for the side of Mouse. Jackie, we've seen them already playing a best-of-3 series today. Now they're coming on into this one where it is a rematch. So I imagine they'll be hungry to get revenge over Complexity.
You'd think so, right? Like, obviously, coming into today, they've played already, it's 2 best-of-3s, right? So they're going to be a little bit tired. They're going to have really exuded themselves, and they tried to keep it close in the DreamHack game as well. So, you know, no strangers to putting all of their energy into it. Now you've got a few moments to quickly compose yourself, get out of the mindset of the game you were just in, and start focusing up on your opponents of Complexity. So a lot on the line for Mouse Sports in terms of what they can do, because they want to get the better seed if you can. It's there for the grabbing, and if you can get hold of it, it's going to make your life way easier at Flashpoint.
And speaking of keeping things close, we just have to look at the scorelines from when they just faced yesterday, Davey. Mouse was managing to win that first map at Mirage 16-12, and then the subsequent 2 maps, both 16-13. So incredibly close games for both of these teams.
Yeah, super close, and they are very evenly matched, right? We know that, although I will say the one thing that Complexity is going to have going for them going into this rematch is, like Jackie said, Mouse Sports have already played twice today. They just got blown out by G2. Little bit of comeback at the end, right? I think they were down 15-4, brought it back 15-10, 15-11, something like that. So yeah, they just had that bit of a comeback, but overall, Mouse Sports is going to be tired. We see some, you know, we might see some fatigue setting in, especially towards the end of it, having played so much today, being in that high-pressure situation for so long in one day can wear on you, and Complexity should be relatively refreshed. Obviously, they've been waiting for a while to start this game as well, so maybe that won't help them. Maybe they'll be a little cold coming into it, but still, yeah, like Jackie was saying, Mouse Sports probably going to be a little bit drained after what they've gone through today.
And somebody who definitely hasn't been cold throughout this entire tournament is Config. We've got to repeat his name once again, Jackie, because we've seen him almost picking up 30 kills on every single map consistently over the tournament. There's been some fantastic stuff from him.
Yeah, he's been so close to dropping those 30 bombs nearly every map he's played, right? At the very least, we've seen him put up like 25, and that was a game where we're like, oh, he's actually underperformed slightly there. And if you're putting up 25s and we're still getting our eyebrows raised, it's ridiculous, man. He's so sick with the way he's approached the game. Good for the eco round, super sick when you want to send him out to get those entries and just decimate. Config's been looking unbelievable, so if he's on form, Mouse Sports, whew, they better get themselves back into the server quickly, because he's definitely going to be out just stomping around.
Yeah, and he was definitely on form the last times we saw these two teams face. Blame F as well. We can't really blame him at all for doing that, Davey, because we look at him as being one of those big fragging in-game leaders. He's got the brains, he's got the brawn, he's the full package coming into this one.
Yeah, he absolutely is. We see a lot of the times with this Complexity team, they have a lot of tactical depth across all the maps, and Blame F, he likes to play that sort of lurker role on those T-side executes. He likes to send his team off in one direction, and he'll, on Mirage, if they execute B, he'll be the guy lurking mid, right? Things like that. He always likes to be in those sort of lurking positions where he can take those timings and take advantage of those rotations, and you know, he's very good at that. He studies the other teams they play against, and he's developed the very good playbook here for this Complexity team, and like you said, he also puts up big numbers in the fragging department.
Well, speaking of the maps, we've got to delve into our map veto to see exactly what we'll be playing out on here in our grand final series. And I'm wondering, Dave, you think it's going to be similar to what we saw just yesterday between these two teams?
You know, I think there might be some small mix-up. I don't assume they'll play the exact same maps again. That's pretty strange if both teams decide to do that. I mean, obviously, Complexity's ban, first ban will be the same, whatever it is. It's always Train. Train just gets banned out unless for some reason they decide to change that up. I doubt it. It has been their perma ban. So Complexity actually did just ban out Mirage. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So that is interesting. Normally they do just perma ban Train, but given what they just saw from Mouse Sports and what happened yesterday on the map, they've decided to ban that one out. So now let's see what Mouse Sports decided to ban here. Oh, that is incorrect. Okay, so that graphic's incorrect. Mouse Sports banned out Mirage.
That
Okay,
makes more sense.
That makes a lot more sense. I was actually kind of shocked on that one. I was like, wait, that's crazy. That's like Complexity's one of their best maps. Okay, yeah, there is the permaban coming out from Complexity. That is the train ban. Okay, so now let's see what they decided to pick. I expect the pick from Mouse Sports to most. Okay, so yeah, it is going to be Nuke. I was actually going to say I was leaning towards Overpass, but they opt to go for Nuke, which isn't a bad pick from them. It's a map that Complexity is very comfortable on. Now here, I think we will see the Vertigo pick come out from Complexity. It is pretty much their best map. It could be. Oh, they actually went with Overpass. This is a very strange veto. This is strange actually, because Mouse Sports is very strong on this map. And so, yeah, Complexity deciding to pick this into them. This must be some sort of counter pick. Mouse Sports hitting them with that Vertigo ban. So yeah, that's what I expected. I mean, I guess if Vertigo's left over, then it makes sense for them to ban it because Complexity's so good on it, and the Decider will be Dust too. So that's actually a very, very strange veto.
Are you equally as surprised with that veto, Jackie?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it definitely leaves a bit of a weird taste in the mouth in terms of how Mouse are going to be feeling going into this one, right? Specifically as well, you got to take into consideration Complexity. They've had this time to actually, watch the other stream, appreciate the games that we had going on with the DreamHack stuff, so they would have seen everything that's just been going down over that last series with G2. They would have seen everything that happened on Mirage as well and have that information right there. Now with this veto, going into it to start off on Nuke, yeah, it's the Mouse Sports pick, but honestly, I feel like Complexity, they've got the upper hand in terms of the lay of the land with the veto, and also just in terms of probably coming out on form, feeling relaxed and refreshed for this one.
And they did have the upper hand last time we saw these two teams colliding on Nuke debut, albeit a very slim advantage. It was 16-13 in Complexity's favour last time they faced. But do you see kind of any issues that Mouse may have to be, rectifying coming on into this map as the first one?
Well, I mean, I didn't get to watch the game last time, obviously, because we were covering a different one, and I haven't gone and watched it back, so I don't know what specific things went on in the game. I do know that Complexity is very strong on Nuke. They like to play that aggressive style outside. Blame F is going to be up in Mouse Sports' face when he's on that CT side. He's going to be around the red box. He's going to be playing aggressive with those smokes. So Mouse Sports is going to need to find a way to deny him that information and make sure that if they are going to be throwing fakes towards outside, they're at the very least putting pressure on him and forcing him to fall back and deny that info, because if he's allowed to play for free outside, as we saw yesterday in the Anonymous game with K, he was out there, he had all the information, he had all the freedom to do what he wanted, and he absolutely took over the game. So you need to make sure that they don't allow that to happen in this one.
And considering that we haven't seen Mouse so far on this broadcast, Jackie, is there anything you're going to be particularly looking out for from these guys if they're hoping to claim revenge over Complexity?
I'm just excited to see a bit of Rops, Freya. I love watching Rops play. Honestly, he's always been a fan favourite of mine. Like, the guy's just got robot aim. He'll just walk into sites, clears his angles, just always has that same sort of set way of playing CS, and it's fun to watch. It's my favourite sort of aim style and the way that he approaches the game. So yeah, just getting a glimpse at Rops, really, that's all I'm looking forward to. I'll have my microscope out. I'll be creeping around whilst Davey's doing the actual casting, just focusing on him.
I think that's fair enough, because you look at Robs and he's one of those reliable. We always know what we should be expecting from Robs, and he's, usually delivering those consistent results.
Yeah, very passive rifler, so he's always in those positions where, he's sort of the classic baiter, right? He's on the lurk, he's baiting his teammates, and like that, there always is a role for that inside of a team. Somebody's got to be able to do it. When you have a player like Rops who's so good at it, he's so slow, he's so methodical, he's so good at clearing things out, hitting his shots like Jackie said. So yeah, he's Mr. Consistent on this Mouse Sports team. He is the big guy on this team, right? He's the one who they need to step up at all times, it seems like these days, if they want to pick up results. So yeah, Rops is definitely going to be one to watch.
I think another name that we've got to talk about as well is one of the newer additions to the team in Acor as well, because he was top fragging in terms of the Mouse Sports side last time we saw these two teams facing. So what are we kind of expecting from him coming into it, Jackie?
I mean, in terms of his rating recently, he's been looking pretty good. I think he's been sporting like a 1.15 pretty consistently in some of his games, and he's been all right, like genuinely slotted into the roster pretty well. It feels like he's getting a bit of breathing room, and obviously that's normally quite a hard thing to find, specifically with a lot of the Mouse lineups as well, right? It normally is super star-studded, so trying to find somewhere where you can actually shine off and be given that room to breathe, it's normally few and far between. The bigger dogs and the known names kind of take those positions for themselves, but with Acor, it feels like he's actually kind of got into grips quite quickly. You can see that they're putting him to good use. He looks comfortable in the way that he's been approaching the game inside of this team. So I think, yeah, for Acor genuinely going out into this series, hopefully, again, he'll be another name that we'll be impressed with, because he does have a lot of talent and he plays the positions that allows him to do his best.
And I think in terms of how some of the players are being utilised in this, we've got to talk about in-game leaders as well, Davey, and Dexter coming into it. So how have we kind of seen this switch up occurring with him integrating into the team?
To be completely honest, I think the switch from Kerrigan to Dexter, whether it was their choice, I know Kerrigan, I think as far as I know, Kerrigan wanted to go back to FaZe. That opportunity was presented. He leaves. They need to find somebody to replace him. They bring in Dexter. Now look, this team, ever since bringing in Dexter, making those roster changes, has not looked as good as they were before that. It's just the reality of the situation. Dexter coming from Australia, he's been playing online in Australia for a long time. Takes him a while to adjust to this whole new meta. Coming to Europe, he's never played in Europe before. Well, he's obviously played in Europe before. He's never played in a European team before, right? He's always played with Australians, and now all of a sudden he finds himself in a mouse sports team where you are expected to win. You are expected to have big results, and so far they haven't been able to do that. And on a linear scale, right? If you're comparing Kerrigan to Dexter, you'd put Kerrigan way above him. So he has a lot to do here to prove to everybody that he deserves to be in this team.
Yeah, and I think that's the difficult thing as well, coming over from a different region, having to integrate, into your first European team as well. Maybe a lot riding on Dexter's head, considering, you're following up from Carrigan as well, no less. So an interesting integration seeing him coming into the team, Jackie.
I'm pretty sure he is like a size 13 shoe as well, so it is like big shoes to fill. This isn't going to be easy for Dexter, but he's been trying his best, putting those plimp soles on and kept them on as much as he can. And you're right, I think in terms of obviously the regional difference as well, right, for Dexter, it must be night and day. And going into a roster now that is completely different in terms of nationalities, players from all over the world, so getting to grips with that, just getting yourself localized with the accents, the slight difference in calls as well, just getting to grips with everything is something that could have caused some turmoil. But it feels like he's got the basics down, and now it's just a matter of growth. Again, this roster just kind of needs time, right? Because it is hard. Anytime we see those full universal lineups with players from all across the world, sometimes it just takes that extra bit of length to get everyone feeling comfortable and click in place, especially in those high octane rounds where everything just kind of evolves into chaos. It's really hard to keep those clear, concise comms, which can be an issue.
Yeah, and I think that is a good point when, you're coming up against complexity, and we know that even just Config, that confidence that comes out of him, that can really, really throw you off as a team. And it's no surprise when we see Config putting up numbers as huge as he has been so far throughout this tournament, Davey.
Yeah, Config's been absolutely unreal. Every single time we've seen Complexity play, it's been all about the Config show. He's so aggressive. His mechanics are so on point. He has been putting this team on his back throughout this Flashpoint event for a lot of those early round games that we were covering. He has been absolutely unreal, complete standout player. And when Config's on point like that, he has the ability to completely take over the games, and that's what we have seen earlier in this event.
And speaking of the first map that we're going to be seeing in this series, it is going to be Nuke. Maybe from the complexity side of things, Jackie, anything that you're particularly looking towards for them to be repeating that same result that they already submitted to Mouse just earlier on in the competition?
Curious to see what the play is going to be from Poison, really, for me. I think he's definitely got to be a big one on Nuke, right? Throughout the tournament, I don't know if we're being a little bit too harsh on him, but it felt like there was a lot of times where potentially he wasn't looking like his best self. Not in making silly mistakes, but just not being able to hit some of those easier shots that we expect from an AWPer like Poison, that normally, you're thinking he's always going to hit the flashy, crazy ones. But when he starts missing the easy shots, that's when something's gone awry. So coming back in today, I think Poison, again, he's kind of the big one to watch. There's not really much that we can pinpoint in terms of saying this is bad from Complexity. So if there has got to be one negative that they need to improve on, be it all slightly, it probably would be Poison for me that has to have a huge impact here.
Well, I think it's time to get this first map underway. It's grand finals time here at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers, and Nuke is on the cards as our first map of the series. Guys, take it away.
Ooh, grand final. Thank you, Freya. Here we go then. Finally, Davey, we can slot into this one and we can start it off. I'm sure everyone is excited for this to finally go down.
Yeah, finally, Complexity versus Mouse Sports. We get to watch it this time. Last time we missed it. Now this is grand final. Remember, all they're playing for here is seeding and bragging rights, of course, as they will be playing in this final. Winner of this takes the #1 seed going into the RMR. Loser, of course, that #2 seed. These were the two highest ranked teams coming into this. And what will we see from them? Mouse Sports versus Complexity starting off here on Nuke.
Rightio then. Here we go. Push comes the shove towards Ramp Config. The man we were talking about tries to start it off with the support. The support of JKS and Poison, actually. That's everyone gone. The pistol round completely shut down as the ramp push does not work how Mouse Sports wanted it to. And all of a sudden, we're on the man that I wanted to see. We get to see how he approaches a 1v5 from his eyes.
Yeah, that happened very quickly. They decide to go into that ramp rush pretty much right off the bat. Every single one of them dies. Yeah, that's a complete sweep there from Complexity. Not a single player going down, and Complexity showing right away that they mean business here on this pistol. They try to go for the ramp rush. They're just stacked there. 3 players, everybody hitting their shots, and Mouse Sports getting completely shut out here on the first round. And man, Mouse Sports, after what we just saw in that G2 game, now they come into this one and they're immediately already getting completely shut out like that. That's just got to be extra demoralizing.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit of an upsetting pistol round for the Mouse Sports side, but it's just one round. And straight back in with the Deagle buy as well. And this Mouse Sports squad, if we're talking about the Deagles being sick at the minute throughout this closed qualifier, specifically in the hands of these 5 players, they should really be able to make them sing. Frozen, he walks outside, timing's huge, dude. Just as he repositions, tries to get in through the door, but he spots his Blamef will eventually relocate. Ooh, to be able to remove him. Bymass is the only one alive now with 10 HP. Any last-minute Deagle frags? Nah, nothing else. Money made for Rush. Could have been a play with a timing though, Davey.
Yeah, he almost caught that timing on Blame. If he was able to get through that connector and get right through Mini there, get into that A site without Blame F seeing him, it almost worked out perfectly. But Blame, moving his way back, just happens to see him right as he's going in. So nothing happening there. As now we see Mouse Sports, even again right now, honestly, a little bit of a tilt by, like, Robs and BMS have both bought Deagle armor again. They're kind of over it. Obviously, A-Core still full saving, make sure he gets that op buy in. Man is a big fan of that weapon. Naturally, and ooh, that molly, because of that molly actually was right outside the door when he was opening it. The door opened reverse because of that, and that pushed him backwards. It's a funny little thing. That's just super rare. I've never seen that happen before.
Just a little cheeky one, mate. That's the sort of things we're giving you here at the grand final. Want to keep you guessing. Ooh, silo nade. Not bad, bursting in there. A little bit of shrapnel into the back. It'll slow down the T's towards outside. Just running the default round here. You still got 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock, so no need to speed it up. Wait for the call to be made. They try and walk through the smoke, and JKS just spams him. Dexter's gone. That's the bomb dropped. And at this point, this is not looking like they really are going to achieve too much.
No, a little bit of Australian on Australian violence there. JKS. Just pick up the free frag onto Dexter as he tries to walk through the smoke, like you said. Second one for him onto A-Core. This round's falling apart very quickly. 2 versus 5. Both Deagles, though. Rops does have armor. He's able to find maybe something here towards Mini. Might be able to make it happen, but no. Blamef very aware of the possibility, and Config pushing through ramp also finds his, and that's all of the kills, all of them dead. Complexity, all 5 players kept alive, and now we see the buy come out from Mouse Sports. We see the lack of util on Rops and BMS because of that little extra investment into the last round. Everybody else is on the full buy. A-Core's got his op. Frozen and Dexter both on full buy as well. So first full gun round we see here. No op on the side of Complexity. Of course, all 5 players staying alive means they're just going to hold on to those guns. Try to potentially steal this op away from the Mouse Sports side so they can pass that on over to Poison.
Dexter. Walking up. Config gonna peek with the Deagle. Look at him, just fighting the world. He's so fast. Switches to the FAMAS as well. Oh, it was close. There is a response back as A-Core snaps through the box and snaps the neck of Config, giving them finally a leak now into a bomb site as they can go down the ramp and set their focus onto B. Focusing on this man, though, the all-star Australian. He's there. He's got the crossover covered with the M4 from window. A-Core, he has to really do some damage. Like ships in the night, they slightly pass each other. He does know. They're just teasing each other, Davey.
Yeah, they are. These timings just keep working out perfectly for JKS, and he needs to find another one here. It's A-Core. He's looking towards the window, and that's the timing he needed. He's able to find that pit, close the door, and now his presence is known, but his presence is causing problems. As Mouse need to find something, and that's a good pick from Frozen onto Rush. That was the player that had that HUD control, and because of that kill, you can see JKS now has to react, work his way through the vent. He's looking up, trying to find something. Blamef is outside near Mini, and actually, he just heard that drop. Bombs getting planted on the B site. So now JKS, he is down here. Blamef's on his way through Secret as well. But how are they going to be able to get into this site? Blame does have a kit, very important. But 2 versus 3, and the crossfires are in place from Mouse.
They've got a little bit of utility to try and help them out here. They need to find picks soon. The Molotov's huge. Bymass is going to be forced off the angle, but that sends him straight into Blame F, who is just going to be left fragged out at Decontam. JKS now escaping is not an option. Throw a Molotov at me, and I'll shut you down with a 2K. Clean up from Bymass and Mouse Sports. There we go. First round on the board, as they are able to get themselves a nice opener here. A-Core. I did like the pick he got towards Ramp as well. No, it was only the one frag, but obviously taking down Config there. Night and day difference is how this round could have gone.
Yeah, pretty big. You could see Config there, like you said, going for that pick with the Deagle instead. Doesn't want to use the FAMAS. Hard to blame him. His worst gun in the game. So he uses that Deagle instead. Able to get that one pick before being immediately traded. Then the rotator as well. Like you said, Bymass, he was there in that J-Hall looking towards hell. Pete comes out. He's able to secure the kill. So huge round from him. Going absolutely massive there for Mouse Sports. Securing their first round of this first map. Putting themselves on the board here on the T side. Early on in the half as well. So not allowing Complexity to get any sort of economy built up. Keeping things in control. But now we do see the double op being brought out immediately by Complexity.
Config. Man, it's so fun watching some of the plays that we've had coming out from him throughout the course of the event. And again, grand final territory now. This is where he can really just pop off and put up some huge numbers. But Blame F, he's got the big arms, and he'll come down, pounding onto Frozen. Config with a readjustment as well. Finds the flick onto Dexter and dissects him. He is forced off the angle because of the burn. So Poison comes in to hit him hard. The 1-for-1 trade with the AWP. As Rops and Bymass pick up a frag apiece, JKS in the backline, leaving them second-guessing. And all of a sudden, it's down to one man, Bymass. He can get the bomb. He's got time as well, 57 seconds on the clock, but it's a 1v3, Davey.
Yeah, and they do know that the bomb was down at ramp. They know where his position was, so they just have everything cut off. They have the one player down in B, the player also up towards the ladder, and then JKS just holding down that lobby area. So they know he's trapped in ramp. They just need to make sure that they don't actually play to take the fight. Blame F, if he spots him here, he just needs to get the information and then fall back. You don't want to actually be taking fights in this 1-on-3. You don't want to be giving him 1v1s. You just need the info. As he's worked his way into this lower bomb site, they probably will let him get the plant off, and then they should all be converging before they let him reposition.
Bymass going for the plant now in the last 10 seconds. Given the breathing room to get it down. Nice crosshair placement as well. Knew Blame F was there towards the window, but Blame F breaks the glass in case of trouble and returns the site to normality now, as they can take their time to scavenge the rest of the plays towards ramp, see if there was any little bits left over, and then finally get the defuse here and take a fourth. Immediately back in. Complexity not allowing Mouse Sports to get two on the trot and build themselves any real economy here.
Yeah, some nades picked up as well. They grabbed those double ops. Very important. They did make a big investment at that point in the game to go for that early double op. It did pay off for them. Config and Poison each contributing a kill apiece. They did inevitably go down, but at the end, round secured, doesn't matter. Good aggressive play from JKS. We saw at the beginning of the round, he used that nade deep into lobby and used that nade smoke to push in through the hut towards lobby and tuck himself away in that corner, which put him in prime position to get that flank off at the right time. So well done from him. Overall, good play by Complexity. Mouse Sports still able to get the buy-in, but no op in the hands of A-Core, and that is pretty significant. He is an op specialist.
Loves the scope.
Yeah, kind of his thing, really.
That probably Panini's.
Well, I think everybody's thing is paninis, unless you're like gluten sensitive and lactose intolerant.
You get gluten-free
and
bread.
stupid. You could, but you'd also have to get lactose-free cheese.
Doable.
Yeah, but it's not really a panini at that point, is it? Like,
yeah, true. Let's see if JKS can cheese his way out of this one, though. Swings out, only good for one. Rush up top's able to bite back onto Dexter, and this round's devolving into chaos. All across the map, we're seeing frags being traded, and all of a sudden, we're back here. Rops walking under towards ladder, peering up on heaven. Config's there. What's the move going to be? Final 50 seconds. Oh, he's been spotted. The quick fire off won't actually connect onto him. But now he's been detected, and all three of the CTs will advance. They do have the bomb as well, so it's just about cutting off these rotations, really. Blame F, playing towards Secret. He's in a good spot. Would probably be the first contact if Rops doesn't just go for the save here.
Yeah, he's going to try to find something. Doesn't have that head armor. Not going to matter. Opposite AKs on the board. So, ooh, he does. He is able to get that pick onto Blame. And I thought he might make something interesting there, but Poison posted on the angle. Takes him out immediately. So nothing to be done there. Did a little bit of economic damage is important, though. Blame is going to have to rebuy. Drops are going to have to come out for JKS and Rush. So even though he wasn't able to win the round, that economic damage could come back to haunt them. If Mouse can do even more here on this Deagle round, as we've seen, you know, in these Flashpoint 3 qualifiers, we have seen these Deagle rounds causing all sorts of problems for everybody.
They've been unbelievable. So the Deagle train coming out here, the big deco. Will they be able to give us some more 50 caliber bang? Damage being inflicted early though, as it's just Mouse Sports that are getting given the gift of bullets into round 7 here. Rush as well. Playing on the off angle, waiting for a push through squeaky door. If they come towards him, he could really turn this part of the map into an abattoir with the amount of frags he could find. Back over towards ramp once again. It's a battle of Deagle versus Orp, and of course the bigger gun's going to come out on top as Mr. Cool himself gets shattered.
Yeah, and there's Poison peeking back out again. These double ops from Complexity are doing so well, but Config finally misses a shot. Acor's able to take him down, but will he be able to push forward and actually recover that op? I don't think so. Poison is here, but he is there by himself. And they just elect not to. They back off. They got one pick now onto Config, and because of where that op went down, Complexity may not be able to recover it. These double ops have had such big impact so far this game. This door is open. JKS, he's going to be facing. He's going to find them, and he's not going to be able to find the shot as Rops takes him down. They move their way out of the door. This player on top of Hut needs to come in big and Rush immediately, falling straight down on top of them, taking them both out. But like I had said, that double op not able to be recovered. Nobody nearby to grab it. So this will just be one op now on the Complexity side. So Config not able to take his crutch weapon. So now he's going to have to use the rifle. Pretty competent with it though, so it's like, it's fine, whatever.
Also, obviously the scary thing is now he's on a rifle, bit more mobility than carrying around that big green gun, right? He can get aggro. That's what we were seeing loads before when they played Nuke. He wanted to just try and take deep lobby control. Ramp was entirely his, and already you can see him basically just peeking into it now. Smokes it, he'll push up aggro and take control of trophy room, but there isn't anyone there. It's only Rops that's lurking towards in the sight. In reality, everyone else is outside. Blame F. Big frag on Dexter. That's the brains of the operation severed from the rest of the brawn.
Yeah, so far it's pretty much only been BMAS showing up here on this T side, but there's Acor waking up a bit, and Frozen not able to connect that shot onto Blame with only 48 HP. No bullets connected. It's now Mouse Sports is down here in lower. BMAS, he's looking for something down towards Secret. JKS is here. He's going to be jump spotting from the sink. And if Mouse Sports is able to find something here, they may have entry onto this B site. That smoke is going to slow them down a bit, but they're just holding. They're waiting for some sort of re-aggression from Complexity, and there it is. That's the pick. Rops able to find Blame, playing towards the back of Big Garage, and now Complexity has to react again.
JKS. His angle here really does have this round hanging in the balance. If Mouse Sports can overpower him and get across, then this could be awful for Complexity, but he just pushes up, takes the 1v1 engagement with the advantage in his favour, hits the headshot onto Acor. But will Mouse Sports be falling far from the tree in this round as Rops, he's got to get down the vent and support his teammate on B. Rush with the timing, he'll peek out from CT vent, he whiffs a little bit, gives up the goose. Rush, seeing the flashbang, just holds strong, hits the headshot. BMAS is dead, and Complexity have a 7th.
So far this game on that A bomb site, Rush has been that anchor to make sure they secure those rounds when his teammates go down. The last time from the top of Hut, dropping down, getting the double kill, and this time Rops on that lurk out the door. Rush, the timing just worked out for him. It was so close, half a second in either direction, and Rops would have been able to find that frag. But Rush gets the timing just perfect, peeks out, able to secure the final 2 kills yet again as Complexity go up 7-1 against Mouse Sports.
It is the 100% Deagle round, though.
That is true, yeah. On the Deagometer, this is a 100%. So, Complexity's pretty much doomed this round.
Yeah, absolutely. Basically chalk this one up as a Mouse Sports win.
At the very least in the Flashpoint qualifiers, this is a 100% on the Deagometer. Ooh, see, it's already starting.
Yeah.
See, that wasn't actually Poison missing. That wasn't his fault. That was the degometer coming into effect.
It puts a slight bubble around you. Bubble's been bursted though as Acor overpowered by Blame F. Poison as well on the cross. Blame F, he can go back in for more as well. Spots him on the angle. Frozen. No tasty 1 dig for you. Mass next in line to give it a go. If they want to actually peek into it. Ugh. Trying his best but can't quite tag it. Meanwhile, Rops gets fragged out by Rush as well. And now it really is just a matter of time. Trapped outside with a horde coming towards him. How long can he stay alive?
Not for very long at all. Blame F, able to secure 3 on the round from the secret. He broke the curse of Flashpoint qualifiers. The degometer for the first time ever, not living up to its hype. You know, like you were saying before, the best part about that is there's going to be people who don't know the context that are listening. They're like, why are these casters just saying that Mouse is going to win the round 100%? All they had was deagles.
Yeah, obviously the superior weapons in every way.
Clearly,
what do you mean?
Yeah, one bullet, one headshot. I don't understand.
Yeah. First time watching CS? Forehead?
What are you new?
Yeah. X2.
Loaf.
Be lots of laughing and smiling right now in the complexity camp though. They're in a good spot here. We're in the 10th round and they've already got 8 in the bank. This is what I was talking about as well. Look at Config. He's so aggressive towards ramp. He's not playing it with an AWP. The walk in as well. Oh, Acor. It could have been a nice pick, but instead it's 2 frags in favour of complexity. And Mousesport's already trying to reel back into this round. Frozen's got so much to do. He gets onto the flank towards Garage. He should find this pick on Poison. JKS goes down as well, and it flip-flops, now in favour of the T side. Rush wants to end it here and now. He'll find the headshot onto Frozen. He's shattered, and Rops and BMAS, the last 2, the dynamic duo, they're going down ramp, and they're setting their focus on B.
Yeah, such an important trade kill from Rush there. Poison got timings playing towards that big garage. The problem for Rush now is he's alone on this A site and he has so many things to worry about, right? They could be coming out hut, be flanking him heaven, coming through main. He has so many things to look at, but thankfully for him, they are just going down into that B-bomb site. Sound cues are going to be given away and Blame is down here. He's probably going to try to catch one as they're moving into the site.
BMAS. Gets the bomb off. Here's the audio cue as well as Blame F tries to toy with them, opening up on Deacon Tam. Drops on the elevated angle. Bit of push and pull. Awkward stuff around the doors, and with Rush going down, it really is all on Blame F now. He's got a bit of utility to play with. Dashes out the nade. There's a small sliver of damage back onto BMAS. That'll be the flash and Molly. And then most likely the push out to see what he can get here. Did have the kit, but he won't have a head as BMAS will face onto him and leave him dead instead.
He really is, like, just so on point right now. It feels like he's the only player from Mousesports who's really still playing, right? It feels like everybody else seems so dejected. Obviously, they've taken a lot of losses today. Their last match of the day here, it's already 11 p.m. over there. They've been playing for hours. But BMAS, every single time he takes a peek onto somebody, it seems like he's hitting the headshots, man. Like, he's just one tap, every single time you see him taking that 1v1 gunfight, he's the one who's getting the kill, so... That's unbelievable, really. Like, he's just absolutely farming right now, and they need everybody else to step up. As we look across the board, over on Complexity, their money has been hit hard by these rounds. And last round we saw, it was actually a rare miss by Config that ended up costing them, right? He gets that opening pick onto Acor towards the trophy room, and then he's just not able to secure that second.
You mentioned BMAS having a good game as well, 12-8 right now. If you flick on over to Dexter, yet the frag at the minute. Hasn't been welcomed to the scoreboard just yet. He has a Mac 10 going into this round, and he'll still be taken out by the Mac Daddy of Big Blame. They're throwing out punches left, right, and centre. Finally gets hit in his centre by the main man, the lunatic for Mousesports. Gains them entry in towards Secret. BMAS doing as much as he can in this series. Config. He could have a series of frags ahead of him, though. The UMP, close range up against Acor, basically gives him a hug, takes him head on, and wins out on that one.
Yeah, he does, but Rush, so smart, tucks himself away in this corner. He knows they might be coming back. They seem to be very aware of the fact that he could be here. Still able to get one kill, though. That's Acor down. Now it's all on Poison. Doesn't have armor, but has this op. He's working his way towards lobby now. Robs and BMAS, the last 2 remaining. Can Poison make something out of this? Nades are coming out. They don't know where he is. He's going to get his chance to take a shot. Needs to connect it, and he does. Now that's the kill onto BMAS. It's just Rops left. No armor for Poison still, and this smoke up on the door, and Rops is just going down to B, Jackie.
The slow approach down the vent. Keep audio cues to a minimum. He's got away. Stealthy play from Rops. Poison, realising that shenanigans are afoot, he bails down himself just as the bomb is planted, so a lot of time to work with, and that's good because he does not have a kit on his person. All he has is this AWP. Opens the door. Rops on the rafters, knows exactly where he is from the audio cue. Will he find the flick? Scopes in, but couldn't quite get the adjustment off in time. Rops rips him a new one, hitting him with a Rhino. Gets down there to grab the AWP as well. And Mouse Sports, finally a third round. The first time they've linked 2 rounds together as well, here in the grand final.
Yeah, and that pushes Complexity onto the eco. And one thing that has continuously happened on these rounds, when that outside pressure is applied, we see the reaction from Complexity is JKS pushing towards lobby. And the last 2 or 3 times it's happened, JKS has died to Rops. Rops has been able to find that kill in lobby. We haven't been able to see it on screen because it's happening so far away from the action. But he is the one, Rops, who's holding down lobby. He's been able to find those kills onto JKS. So Complexity needs to either change up how they're going to react in those situations because they keep giving away kills when they're up the man advantage. That was a 3 versus 5. And the kill onto Blame F was just a simple trade. Blame couldn't get away. He was stuck in that corner. The trade was relatively easy. But the other kill that was given up was unnecessary at that point in the round. So somehow Complexity's going to have to figure out what they want to do instead because that has not been working for them, those reaggressions towards lobby.
He's seen Poison. His belly sticking out a little bit there. Nice kill onto him. And obviously with these 2 CTs remaining at this point, all you've got is Blame F on the Deagle, JKS with the USP. Smoke's going to hold them back for the meantime, but once that fades, they can try and at least get guns out of the hands of Mousesport. They're still really fragile. They're like a soft egg, Davey. They've not had time to develop a hard exterior just yet with the economy, so if you can take weapons out of their hands, they'll certainly start to crumble.
Yeah, they will, but it doesn't seem like anything's going to be able to happen. Maybe Blame from on top of T-Roof here is going to be able to find something. I think JKS is pretty doomed at this point. He's going to try to phase the smoke, so maybe if Acor's not paying attention, but no, Rops is. Good effort from JKS, and now it's just Blame. He's sitting up here on top. He's got this Deagle. If anyone does decide to come up the ladder, I mean, that would be nice. Instead, he's just going to blow up. Don't stand close to video game bombs.
No. Quite hard to do as well. Because this is, you know, out of the 2 maps in the map pool that do have a different bomb radius, this is one of them. Half as much as what you get on any of the other maps in the map pool. So it takes a lot to die to the bomb on Nuke. You have to really try.
Yeah, no armor. No armor will do it too.
Yeah.
That's how they get you.
It's like Source, mate. You have to stare at the bombs, you take marginally less damage.
Ooh, yeah. I know people used to do it in 1.6 too, but I feel like it was it was almost like a urban legend.
It was true in Source. That is factual. Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
I remember that for a fact. You did take like 10% less damage if you looked at the bomb for some reason in Source.
I think it was in 1.6 too, because I know everybody did it, and I don't imagine they were just doing it for no reason. But then, of course, in CSGO, people did continue just doing it for no reason, even though it wasn't a thing. So.
And then everyone realized you don't have to anymore.
Yeah, and then everyone realized it just didn't matter. And then some people still do it based on habit too, like.
Yeah. Well, it's like early days of CS when people would still flick down, like after a clutch, and you could see they were trying to go for a spray.
Yeah.
That was a good meme.
It was. I always like the online clips too, where like, you know, after like a big like highlight round, and you know it's going to be a highlight round, right? And then you would just like take your hands and keyboard off your mouse to make it look like a LAN clip, because like, normally after a big clip on LAN, you'd like fist bump your teammates and stuff, you know?
Yeah. The classic bait play. And this could be a round where maybe Mouse Sports have baited Complexity. As it looks like they've got a bit of an edge here. It is a 4v3. HP's low. They have been pepper sprayed. Frozen, he's down to 9. B-Mass on 24 as well. So they have to be swift when it comes to the entries. Acor, he'll be the first to face. Rush is in the backline. Rush has been good for the spray downs throughout the tournament, but not here, not now. JKS dropping bombs on them from up top. It's not going to connect. No shrapnel. Slowing down the Mouse Sports players. They're on the site now, and the bomb has been planted.
Yeah, they don't have a kit either, so they're not really going to be able to find a way back into this A bomb site unless Acor maybe misses a shot, gives something up here to config. Okay, that is the start they needed. Frozen, low HP. And Rops with full HP, but still, again, no kit. So the entry into the site's going to be very slow. Config is trying to post up. Actually, it looks like they're just conceding. Yeah, they're going to grab that up and back off because without a kit, trying to locate the last 2 players going to be very difficult. They've just decided they're not going to bother. AK and Op recovered, and they're just going to back off into Big Garage. And again, they're Blame F super unlucky not to multi-frag because he got that first kill and then just wasn't able to pick a target on the second. He ended up doing like 90 damage to 2 different people, but not able to finish either of them off. And Acor getting that free pick towards Hell with that Op. I think that was Poison who was swinging out to try to help Blame F, but there was no smokes on the cross, so it was just sort of free pickings there for Acor. No Op on the side of Complexity at the time. Very, very good stuff from them. Recognizing the money situation and realizing there was no Op threat, they decided to cross towards Secret without actually throwing any of the smokes, giving their Opper the advantage.
Good to see as well. Straight in with confidence here. BMAS bombards out through the hut and hurts them quite a lot. JKS though grabs the AK but couldn't throw the clip in time to slay from far away. He's down on the DECK. Config, however, up top on the rafters. He'll bite back against one man, but that's all he'll get. We flick over to Blame F. I don't think there really is much to be achieved by the Danish Deagalier. You might think he's all on his own, but in reality, there is 2 players here on the side of Complexity. Blame F and Dominic Deaglington, who has been very naughty throughout the whole closed qualifier. So maybe, Davey, he can still find himself a bit of damage with the Deagle. No, left laid out, slumped by the crisp packets.
Yeah, Mousesports has been grinding these rounds out. Ever since they won that first gun round, Complexity immediately reset them. Complexity ran up the score to 8-1, and now Mouse, as we can see at the top of the screen, they've won 5 rounds in a row. So Mouse really ending off this half strong on what was Complexity's map pick, if I remember right. Or was it? No, this was Mouse's pick, wasn't it?
Yeah, Mouse pick nuke,
Mouse
and then
pick nuke,
overpasses
right.
Complexity. D2 decider.
Yes. Yeah, sorry, I forgot because Complexity's like good on nuke, so in my brain I thought, maybe not. But yeah, absolutely. This was Mouse's pick. Again, that aggression is just being punished. Config's able to get one, but Dexter immediately peeks out to trade. Rush finally gets one back. But again, that aggression from Complexity, Mousesports has found a way to punish it. I was bringing it up however many rounds ago, and still now, Mousesports just winning out on their trades. There's Acor taking down JKS again, trying to go aggressive through Hut. So this is the B site for Mouse. Frozen is up above inside of the Big Garage, but Rush is a very tall task ahead of him. No kit, none to be recovered either. Now he's looking for Frozen. He knows he's going to be coming, but the timing just misses it. He walks down towards the sink, and this flank is going to come in, and I can't imagine he's going to be able to do anything here. Now Acor just make sure that that's all done and dusted. As Mousesports coming back big on their T side, down 8-1, bring it all the way back to 8-7, setting themselves up for a very strong CT half here.
You know, obviously, going into this, right, we were thinking they must be shattered, so tired in terms of games they've played, already put in their heart and soul into the series they've played throughout today, and it did look like it. They looked a bit disjointed, they looked like they were tired. You know, Dexter struggling to get into the game. It was only really BMAS that was hitting his shots. You needed Rops, you needed Frozen, you needed Acor. You might not have Frozen on the board just yet, but Rops and Acor have woken up. They're helping out BMAS. Dexter's now in with 3 frags as well, and it seems like the whole unit has started to come a bit more back online. Maybe the caffeine's kicking in, and maybe Frozen's kicking in as well, as he'll take one man down, kicking and screaming, tries to duck his head down to dodge the bullets. Dexter, he had a jockey on his head, and he'll kill him. Config's been slain, running on the man's face. That's just ridiculous.
Absolutely is. And now Poison with this P250 is trying to match back what Mousesports has done to his teammates, but he's just not able to find anything. But this lurk from JKS could be absolutely huge. That timing, Acor thinks he's cleared it. JKS has snuck back under him. Acor just thought he cleared it again, and now JKS takes that free kill. Dexter's also gush inside of Mini. The headshot comes out onto Rops. And now all the damage is being done. They just need to find the kills. Dexter alone, 11 HP inside a Mini. He swings out. The timing's perfect. Poison looking the wrong way. And both of these players are here. And Complexity needs to converge on this spot. They're grouping up. They're pushing together, Jackie, and they need to try to find where BMS is. They knew where Dexter was. They haven't been able to locate the other Mousesports player.
This round has been proverbial game of tug and war. Oh, BMAS with a peek! He just goes straight for war on that one, ripping their heads clean off. The 2 taps, very smooth. Nice way to shut down what was a close pistol round. Oh, man. And straight off the back of it, I'm liking this, the buy from Rops. I want to see that confidence building back up, right? You've just taken that pistol. You've redeemed this scoreline to an 8-8. Keep going with it. Play aggro. Really start to twist that screw.
Man, and BMAS cool as a cucumber right there. From behind the silos, he peeks out, he spots two players, doesn't panic, just takes his time. One tap, 2 bullets to the side of the head. Absolutely clean play from him. As now Rops with this auto shotgun, playing aggressive behind the smoke. I do love this. See, this gun's better than a FAMAS. Imagine if you had a FAMAS here, you'd feel so much less confident.
You would, but with this gun, it's way easier. Just spam them in the face and really send them off to the nether realm. Let's see if he can do it. Can he do his Mortal Kombat impression, as they will peek in? Does actually get one. Hits it, just as JKS responded with a deagle. And I gotta say, JKS, coming into this series, he's looking crisp.
He is, and he's got this auto shotgun. The flash comes out. Doesn't blind Frozen, doesn't check his corner either, as now Frozen's pushing forward. Oh, and they try to open the door, but Config, too many targets. Not able to pick one. Now it's all on BlameF, still lurking there towards that A site. His teammates not able to coordinate that push into the control doors. As now Blame is looking for something. Frozen is low. One deagle tag will do it. Might not be enough to secure the round. That's one player down. Dexter trying to get the flank off. Not able to time it well. And there's another one from Blame. He gets around the corner. He gets the third. He's looking for the fourth. It's just PMAS here at the bottom of the stairs. M4 recovered. He probably prefers the deagle. Just, 12 HP. He's holding. Stalemate here. BMAS knows he has the bomb. BlameF has to move forward. Only 22 seconds remaining, and he just can't line it up. BMAS just barely saving that round for Mouse Sports. What was a very good effort by BlameF. Almost able to pull that one back for complexity.
Ugh, he really is the Puggernaut, and you could leave him in any situation with any gun. He'll try and make the best out of it. And that one was disgusting. When striving for glory in a clutch like that, you got to get gory. And that's just what he did. Left it looking like a Quentin Tarantino movie with the amount of bloodshed BlameF found, but he couldn't win the round. And that's the big point, because Mouse Sports, Davey, they're in the lead now.
Yeah, they are. That's 9-8 now. That's 8 rounds in a row that they've won, going back to the last half. And now Rops again playing aggressive here. He's by himself, is a bit isolated. Needs to be a little bit careful. He's probably expecting the eco. He probably doesn't expect the deagles, and especially not the extra armor that's going to be on BlameF. So BlameF, luckily for him, not around the corner. It is just JKS holding for the aggressive push. Really find it.
Yeah, I was a bit worried, man. Especially with like the deagle shots the JKS has been landing. You would have thought he would have been able to hit that one. Bit of a flank there onto Rush as well. Wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, that lack of armor came back to haunt JKS there. You know, that's one where if he didn't get tagged up, if he didn't get aim punched, maybe would have had a chance. Now Rops has rotated all the way back around outside. Him and Frozen just putting in work here, and BlameF, yeah, even he's not going to be able to make anything out of that. But no kills taken either. That's overall a really good round for Mouse Sports. They keep all their guns going into the next round.
This is sick, dude. I'm really surprised. Obviously, we were hoping for a big grand final between these two teams. We hadn't been able to see Mouse Sports play in this qualifier. We were covering different games when they were playing theirs. Now, finally, we get our first glimpse at them here in the closed qualifier for Flashpoint, and it's in the grand final. It's when they're playing in a best-of-3 to decide who gets the #1 seed out of the closed qualifier, and it looks like they want to get a hold of it. But BlameF has other ideas in mind towards outside. He will get the opening pick for complexity this time.
Yeah, they do. He's able to find that one on the T side. We saw him going aggressive outside a lot on the CT side. Worked early on. As it got later in the half, he wasn't able to find as much success. But there on the T side, able to find that opening pick for his team. In-game leader coming up big. And now Config is taking this aggressive angle. BMAS seems to be aware of it. He's been on point today. Will he be able to find this kill? The angle's not going to work out for Config. As you can see, he's been spotted, but it doesn't matter. He's too fast and too good. BMAS goes down. As Config's taken that aggressive angle. Now it's 5 versus 3, and the reaction needs to come from Mouse Sports, and here it is. Not aware of the hut push. Stector's able to get one. Rush immediately trades it, but Acor from heaven with the scout shots, and all of a sudden, Jackie, this has fallen to a 2v2.
It's crumbling. And it's leaving us in a position where it could get hair-raising for Mouse Sports. Acor bails out, parachuting his way down. And then straight back in, up the ladder. Scout, locked and loaded. He's a sniper with a hell of a scope, but will he be able to take out a Complexity member or two? They'd seen him. Shot up to at least try and bait him to peek on the jump down. Couldn't quite tag him. JKS will get the round, and Complexity now take it to 9. 10-9, hanging in the balance. 1 round of difference.
Yeah, Acor trying to go for the fancy footwork there, going for that dropping scout shot. Doesn't end up working out in the end. So we take a look across. The op does come out, so that was a bit of a bonus round for them. So they kept their scouts, the UMPs, etc. We're able to just get a little bonus in. Complexity obviously gets the round, which is, as you always say, rounds are the commodity in the end. Kills matter, but rounds are the most important thing. So 10-9, Complexity finally breaks Mousesport's streak at 9 rounds in a row. So hopefully, for their sake, helps build a little bit of confidence. So now Blame is going straight across, so Acor didn't actually spot that out with the op. He did take the pop shot, but didn't actually spot these players crossing. But now with the smokes faded, Blame F is the only one who actually got down here. So Complexity not actually trying to go down into that B bomb site with those smokes. They're going to be looking to potentially split towards heaven. You can see Config here. Yeah, he's pushing up aggressively. So a lot of map control gained, but Frozen is still in this position. They haven't even cleared him out. And will they get the trade? No, they won't. Rush misses out on it. Lots of damage done, but no kill found. And finally, Poison will shut him down. But not before Acor also gets aggressive towards lobby and gets the kill on JKS. So now it's 2 versus 4. Blame and Poison both in advanced positions. They're not going to be able to find these kills easily.
Ooh. It was a big round to start it off with the Garage Gremlin. When he finally fell, his teammate stepped up to the plate. Straight back in. They deny Complexity from getting anything here. Yeah, you can have that 1 round, but the reset will come in, and they'll now be able to keep this grinding going. 11-9 here. Mouse Sports, they were struggling so much, dude. They couldn't get anything. Like this was literally like what? The 8-1 scoreline. They were just sat there. They looked deflated. Dexter didn't have a single frag. The only one that was playing well was BMAS. Now you look at BMAS, 22 kills, absolutely unstoppable. The rest of the squad starting to wake up as well. Even with Frozen underperforming in terms of KD, he's still getting those critical impact rounds. He's still hitting multi-frags when he needs to. But Rops, he's probably going to be the one to turn rounds into an abattoir. But no, he's gone. JKS rips his head off. Acor with a fast tray, but this isn't looking good.
No, and JKS has made his way into this advanced position as well. He needs to push down the stairs, though. He needs some help from the team, and that's the door being open. JKS, though, quickly there to swing and trade. Needs to do it again. Just not able to find that kill, and now again, we see a very similar situation. Blame F lurking through the vents, but not this time. They're aware of it. Make sure they take him down. No more of those funny little tricks from Blame F. You can't just keep walking out the door, baiting your team, going down the vent. It's not going to be enough. The first time, okay, we almost let you have it, but Acor says no, not again.
Yeah, living his silly little life in his silly little round with his silly little deagle. No more.
That silly big man.
Yeah, how dare you? Look at you working out with those big biceps. Stop
How
it.
dare you be so large and muscular?
What a good-looking man. Acor, bit of a good-looking miss on that one. Doesn't quite connect towards the squeaky door. And they're hearing all of this. A site being marauded onto. They're just bombarding their way out, Davey. But the welcome party, it's a little bit aggro. It's a man called Dexter. And he starts to dissect them. Hits onto one at least, bringing us down to a 3v3 config. He's on the site. And he's in a mean angle as well. His teammates are doing work on the flank as Blame F will take down BMAS. Acor, if he peeks out here, should probably be the frag for config, but he's playing safe for the meantime. His teammate in Frozen's lurking around towards main. Acor now knows of config's angle. But he's repositioned. Keep in mind as well, bomb's not down yet. It's just sat by CT vent.
Yeah, Blame F is on this flank. After he got that kill on the player pushing through Squeaky, he decided to push all the way through lobby and re-flank this Opera in heaven. So now you see JKS, he's in an uncomfortable position, but they have a lot of time to play with. They don't need to rush and force this plant until they feel comfortable doing so, and that's exactly what's going to happen now. Nades come out, bombs getting planted on the back of the silos, and Acor is aware that this flank is a possibility, and Blame F is really taking his time. That's going to be a kill, and he spots the one below him, so now it's just JKS alone on the site, needs to find the 1v1s, does. Looking up now, Acor knows he's above him. That's the attempted fake flash, the pistol going down, but JKS knows the difference, spots him out, able to win the 1 versus 2, finds his 1v1s, and that will be the 10th round for Complexity. Acor, very nice try, so aware, so smart from him to be able to recognize the potential of that hell flank from Blame F. Complexity, overall, playing that very patiently, Jackie. They took their time, made sure they got into that site very slowly and got the plant when they felt comfortable.
It's really huge. Sick thing is as well, in a round like that, it goes to show, right? With JKS, he's having a good game here on the server. He's been very supportive in his role with Complexity as of late. And we've been talking about the fact that we haven't seen those gigantic star power games. This is one of them where he's shining bright. And for Frozen, he wants to snuff that light out. Look at him! Outside with the shotty, smacking them all down with the big popper. And at this point, Davey, you've just got 2 players left on the T side, Config and JKS. Oh, and I don't think JKS is going to be too blessed about this one. Rob's pushing up with the deagle. He wants to deag him right in the face.
Oh, he does, but instead, JKS peels his face back with that bullet. Connects onto Rops, and that's a very big kill. Rops was in such an advanced position. That's a lot of information denied. We see the reaggress from BMAS, though, and if these Ts don't group up together, we see the push coming in from ramp as well, and JKS finds that frag. That's another one for him. And now they know. Dexter. They know he was towards that B site. They molly down the vent, but do they know how advanced he is at this point?
Bomb has been planted.
Dexter, he's got to push that button. He's got to push the site as well as he swings out, hits the first. Look how low JKS is. He knows off the back of the call, so he just pre-fires every which way but where. And the where is where JKS can peek, and he will. Hits it. Little celebration lap, a bit of a shake, and then he'll get this one.
Oh, I thought he was going to be going for a little body shoot there, but no, he's gone out to recover the op of Acor. Again, Australian on Australian violence happening yet again. Actually, wait, let me check, make sure Dexter's not from New Zealand, because he just might be.
That'd be a nightmare.
Oh, no, he is from Australia. Okay, phew. Phew. Don't have to worry about that one. Yeah, I know how the Australians and the New Zealanders don't like being, you know, too closely associated.
Yeah.
It's kind of like me. I get it, though, because, like, when people say I'm American, like, I get it. I'm just like, I'm Canadian, man. I'm not American. It's different.
Stop being so silly. You're American.
I'm just saying, no, it's different, dude. It's not the same.
All right, American.
So I get it. Like, I understand why they get upset about it, okay? Like,
No,
I
yeah,
get
I
it.
feel
Which
it.
is why I had to make sure I checked.
I feel it. I mean, it is always nice as well to have 2 veterans in the server, Davey. The Emu War, of course.
Yeah, dude, don't bring up the emu war around me. That's one of the funniest things I've ever experienced.
Well, right.
Yeah, it makes me laugh so hard every time because I have friends from Australia, and it's like, okay, man, you lost a war to birds. Like, let's calm down.
Right now, they were looking like drop bears as they tried to get in through ramp, dropping in, but they're not mean enough because blocking them off is that disgusting play from Frozen. The 2-tap coming out as they'll be slaughtered. Mouse Sports 1 round away now from having match point locked in. That's OT guaranteed. This is their map pick, Davey, and they're sitting pretty to win it.
Yeah, what a comeback from Mouse Sports here. After going down 8-1, they won 9 in a row. Complexity gets a few rounds on the board here and there. You can see at the top on the overlay. They grab 2, they sort of mix it up, but in the end, Mouse Sports is still just the dominant force here. Ever since the beginning of this game, Mouse Sports has just completely come online, and look at the confidence Rops is playing with now.
This is what I was hoping for, man. That's what I said to Freya in the pre-game. I wanted to see my boy Rops. He's a bit of a robot aimer, always snapping on heads, always clearing his angles to perfection. But they need to clear towards outside here and now, because that's where the Complexity train is starting to pull into the station. They've slipped their way down through Secret. There was a single shot fired out, but I don't think they've got the full equation discovered just yet. They are down on the site though, Davey, and Acor, he's going to rotate, playing from the ramp, watching with the AWP, scoped in on double door.
Yeah, they have gotten a lot of control down here, though. They've walked straight through. The nades are going to come out. That smoke does just about block it. Acor's got a tiny little piece of vision. It's not going to matter in the end, but there's Config going out wide. Acor's able to find that one. So now they look for more. Lots of damage being done. JKS goes down at the hands of Rob, so now it's 3 versus 5, and the post plants are not looking good here for Complexity. Big shots need to be hit.
The only thing that can save this round will be the Deagles, but Blame F, buckled under the pressure of Dexter. Rush from the window, reveals his hand a little bit too early. The bullet won't inflict enough damage, and that will be Mouse Sports with a 15th. So match point is chiseled in. A side that looked so deflated and dejected coming into this series. They were tired, they weren't hitting their shots, it was only BMAS that was performing. But the longer the game went on, the more they've started to get into their groove. They've woken up, they've realised this is it, boys. It's the final push, it's our last series of the day, and all we've got to do is shut down Complexity to get that #1 seed, Davey. And it seems like that has reignited them.
Yeah, this is kind of unbelievable for me, honestly, especially after watching what happened to Mouse Sports in that G2 game. Now they rolled into this one. It's so late over there. They've played so many games today, and then they start losing. It's 8-1, right? And I'm just like, man, this could be a blowout for Complexity. But instead, look at Mouse Sports go. They can't be stopped. Frozen outside has had such impact over these past few rounds. Auto shotgun, now the AK, and Complexity's trying to react. They're trying to go fast out. Hut with the FAMAS inside of the A bomb site, able to find 2. Poison gets 1 back. But this 1 versus 3 is going to be so difficult for him as he swings out backwards, and actually they drop down, potentially saving his life. Bomb is recovered, Jackie, but this is going to be a tall task, and yeah, it's over. Frozen able to find that one, 16-10 for Mouse Sports.
Absolutely redonkulous. The fact that they brought this game back, not only to equalise the scoreline, but then to go on a tear, to win it in a dominant fashion, to have some crazy rounds as well. It goes to show that they might have been tired, Davey, but I think they've woken up.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely woke up there towards the end of that first half, right? Like we had said, they went down 8-1, and you're thinking, man, this could just be a blowout for Complexity now, right? Mouse Sports, they've played a bunch of games today. They've already lost a bunch of games today, and then now they go into this Complexity game. They're down 8-1, win 9 rounds in a row, eventually close it out 16-10. So well played from them on their map pick.
Yeah, someone that won't be sleeping after that affair, I'm sure, is Freya. You got to be hyped, right?
Yeah, there was no... Jackie, certainly right. Such an impressive comeback from Mouse. We saw them initially struggling, as you guys were just saying, coming into the opening moments of that map, but they totally turned it around, getting that streak of rounds in a row. So, Davey, where do you feel like the main switch-up was for the Mouse side?
Yeah, so there was a couple really close rounds right when that streak started happening, where there was the one where BlameF had that potential triple spray down outside. If he was able to connect on even one more of those kills, then potentially that round flips on its head. Instead, 90 damage done to 2 people. And then what happened is JKS was kept trying to reaggress into lobby when those outside hits were coming. He was pushing through Hut, he was pushing through Squeaky, trying to get aggressive towards lobby, and Rops was able to find the kill on him time and time again. And because of that, even when they would go 1 for 0 outside or 1 for 1 outside, they would then immediately lose one of their A players to the lurk of Rops. So Rops having that effect inside of lobby, making sure he connected on his shots, was one of the main reasons that Mouse was able to bring themselves back into this game.
And I'm sure you won't be disappointed by that, Jackie. You were saying he was the name on your lips coming into this game, and there was certainly reason for us to be watching Robs. There always is with this man.
Yeah, dude, always sick as ever, right? Like, clutch rounds coming out when necessary. Good for those multi-kills when you set him up. And positionally, it was just fun to watch. I think the other one as well, right? It's kind of his brother in arms in Frozen that had some huge game-changing rounds just in terms of positioning, specifically on that CT side, right? He was a demon towards Garage.
Yeah, he was indeed. And just looking at the scoreboard as well, you were highlighting it as well earlier, Jackie, said that BMAS, was kind of the one showing up initially in those first stages. But now we see most of the team coming up and putting in the hardcore numbers with these frags.
They did indeed, right? Started to all wake up the longer the game went on. I guess BMAS kind of was like, guys, we're still in this. It's the first map. It's a fresh series. He started leading by example, started just fragging out. And then one by one, they woke up. Like Rops came online next, then A-Core, Frozen starts to get into the groove. It all just slowly started to fall together.
And I think maybe that's a surprise when we're looking at Complexity, because, yeah, we've sort of seen them in a couple of their other matches, Davey, struggling to be closing out when things get close. But here, we look in the second half, only managing to get 2 rounds on their T side.
Yeah, they just weren't really able to get anything going. And like Jackie said, BMAS, he was able to early on in that T half when they were down 8-1, he was the one who really stepped up and took that mantle, right? He was the guy who went up there and he was like, look, guys, we need to win these rounds. We can win these rounds. It can't all be me. And he had some huge rounds, some big kills from him on those rounds as they started their run. And that is what kickstarted everything. And again, we look over at the side of Complexity and we pointed it out in the pregame, that Poison just not having impact on the map. A-Core, we saw having having a ton of impact with his op frags. Poison, we didn't really see him. Complexity early on in the half when they had those double ops, Config and Poison were both able to have their impact here and there, get their picks, do whatever. But once that economy got broken, they weren't able to bring out that double op. They lost their crutch on that CT side, and we saw it immediately with Config and Poison both dropping off hard in the fragging department.
Well, Miles are one up in this grand final series, but there is one more chance for Complexity to be redeeming themselves. It comes in the form of Overpass and is coming up after a short break. Mouse prove they've got the stamina as they show up hot in this grand final series. Top seed is on the line here at the closed qualifiers, and Complexity have one final lifeline to ensure that it does not slip through their fingers. Of course, Davey and Jackie join me to be diving headfirst into Overpass. And Davey, we were discussing it during the map veto, but a bit of a surprise to see this map being picked out by Cole.
Yeah, this is kind of a strange pick. This must be some sort of direct counter player. They must have seen something that they want to take advantage of on the map. Maybe they've been practicing a lot lately. Hard to know, but yeah, very, very strange pick from them. Like you were saying, neither one of these teams really play it a lot, and definitely not at a high level, or a super high level, let's say.
Like, we look at the times that these guys have played this map as well, Jackie. Just looking over on Mouseful side, only 3 times in the past 3 months, 2 incredibly close wins, 1 incredibly close loss as well. So maybe some question marks of how they're going to be shown up to this one.
Yeah, I think it is going to be an interesting one. I suppose it's also, right, like in terms of form, can they carry over the sort of stature and hype, I suppose, that they had built up on Nuke? Are they going to be able to go in this looking as good as they were because they were fatigued at the start and then looking like they had just woken up towards the end, hitting all their shots, just ruining their way through Complexity? A Complexity side that didn't have their giant with them, right? I mean, Config, nearly every game we've had in this closed qualifier, he's been dropping about 23 to 25 kills at a minimum. This is the one game where he didn't show up, Freya, where I think in the end there he ended it on like 14 kills, which it's just not the same as, the Config we've been seeing the whole event.
Yeah, it's not the config that we definitely expect to be turning up to the server, but maybe now that they're coming onto Overpass, sure, David, we were saying, we don't see them playing all that often, but you got Blame F behind you, and we're coming into quite a tactical map, so surely we must be expecting some sort of strategy and approach coming into this one.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely predict that if Complexity is picking this map going up against Mouse Sports, like you said, Mouse Sports doesn't really play this map very often. I'm assuming that's why it was a target pick. But regardless, like I said, I still think it's strange. But I think that if they are doing that, if they are making what looks to be on the outside a strange pick, it must be something internal that they know, they've seen, or they've worked on, where they think that this was the best map for them to pick going into this Mouse Sports game. So I don't think they're going to be too dejected after losing Nuke. Obviously, the fashion in which they lost it is going to take a little hit on the confidence from everybody, but if they start off strong here, I think they'll just keep rolling with it. And given this is Complexity's map pick, I do think that they should be able to take this one.
And speaking of that momentum that you were picking up there as well, Jackie, do you feel like we're going to be able to do that from Mouse, considering, it's been an absolute marathon of a day for them? Do you feel like they still have it in them to be coming into the second map as hot as we saw them on Nuke?
You'd hope so, right? In the sense that probably in terms of them thinking about it, if we win it here, if we get 16 rounds, guys, we can go to bed. That's probably like the biggest sort of thing you can have to get them salivating and thinking, boys, we can finally get some sleep in and have that first seed secured going into Flashpoint that will help them out massively, of course, stealing the seed from the qualifiers. So yeah, right, obviously, your options are play a third map or close it down here on Overpass. So hopefully Mouse Sports, they'll know which one they want.
Well, we're going to see if they can take it into as we head on into Overpass. So guys, take it away.
Ooh, lovely stuff, Freya. Right then, David, are you ready potentially? This could be it.
Yeah.
We could be donezo.
Yeah, we could be right here if Mouse Sports is somehow able to cause this upset against Complexity. They were able to do it on Nuke. Obviously that was their map pick, so they did show us why they picked that map. But with how they started, I think everybody was looking at that and thinking, oh man, here it is, the Complexity blowout. Mouse losing their map. This is going to be dangerous for them going to Overpass. But instead, they bring it back, win it, and now on Overpass, this is going to be Complexity's wheelhouse. Of course, they are starting on the T side. Mouse Sports getting to pick to start on CT as they do. So that is what's going to be happening here once we eventually get into the server. A bit of a pause, but yeah, here we go. It is now going live, and we are going to be starting off, kicking things off on the second map, Mouse Sports versus Complexity, with Mouse Sports up 1-0.
All right, here we are. This is it. This could be the end of the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifier. If Mouse Sports take this map, it's a smooth 2-0, they'll lock it down and they'll steal away the better seeding coming out of the quals. That'll set them up in a good spot for the RMR event in May. But back to the current round here in the present, it seems that there's a lot of players walking through Connector about to go into a crossfire shut down by Poison, JKS, and Rush as he flicks around, body slams onto Frozen for Beavis! You disgusting human being catches them as they're exiting through the door and plucks them out of the air, putting them back in their place, grounding them in reality here, Davey. And it all comes down to Rops. 1v2. Can he spot Rush by Connector? Gets a bomb in the face, but he will get the kill, and it's all on a 1v1. Captain Config. Oh, has he got something spicy in his config to help him win this one? A minute of time, but we won't need that much, as this fight's going to happen far sooner than that. The P250 from config knows the bomb's there, paranoid about the peak, steps into it, lands it. See you later, Rops, and hello, complexity.
Yeah, config is just so clean when he gets in those situations. He's unbelievable mechanics. The one tap comes out, and like you said, BMS in the water, they're almost able to save that one for Mouse Sports as they come out the door, hitting those 2 shots, but it just wasn't enough in the end. It was close. Rob's got himself in a good position, but Config makes sure he clears every corner. Headshot found with the P250, and Complexity now on their map pick, taking that first round. They'd like to sort of build up this T-side economy, build up a lead here like they had on Nuke, except this time they're going to probably try not to end up throwing it away.
Matt 10 pulled out for Blame F. Let's see if the Mac Daddy can make some money with a gangster play towards mid early on. Already 2 of the CTs taken down, so nothing too ridiculous being found with the Deagles just yet, Davey. Of course, it's bringing down that Deagleometer percentage as well. There's only 3 of them now in the game.
Yeah, and this boost is going to come out, so if they did just make noise, Rush might have heard it. Yeah, it seems like he did. He's walking up, he's checking for it. He hasn't spotted it out yet, but there it is. Yeah, Config comes down to help out as well. BMS does get one. Ooh, and he finds the second. Okay. Guns can be recovered. He's about to lose his back, though, as he starts getting shot. Doesn't actually get the gun. He knows this aggression's coming. He's holding for it, just can't connect. Very close, but Poison finally able to take him out. Now, again, similar situation to last round. It's all on Rops here in the connector. The bomb's actually down in front of him as well.
He grabs a Galil. Ooh. Ooh, nearly fluffed it. I don't know if the audio cue would have actually been triggered there, because he did start the reload. Yeah, I think he realizes he's kind of fluffed his lines a little bit, spams down on the Deagle, and tries to back off. You could see the frustration.
Yep. Soon as he reloaded, he pulled out the gun to shoot it. It just had 0 bullets in the reload
Straight
animation.
into the reload, yeah.
Just immediately starts, and he's like, I've given away my spot.
I've thrown it all away. Well, yeah, it's the curse of the Galil. That's what it does. It's done that on purpose. Ooh, Blame F, though. He could be blessed into this one, mate. A little bit of extra money towards the end. Deny the armor and the Galil save for Rops if he wants to hunt him down. But Rops is pieced out over to the playground. He can have a bit of a chill-out time.
Yeah, he's just going to hang around, chill out by the tree. Little flower paintings, you know. All good. Not bad at all. So he's just going to be hanging around here. He's going to save the gun. He's got the armor as well. Could toss over that Deagle to one of his teammates. I'm sure he will. He'll just use the Galil and armor. Yeah, there goes. Deagle getting past. And that is going to be the second round for Complexity. So they do convert the second round after winning the pistol. Always a rare feat these days. As now Mouse Sports going to just be going for that full eco. We do see 2 Deagles purchased actually from BMS and Frozen. Acor, of course, just going to be holding on to everything he's got. All that money. Wants to be able to buy that up. So now Complexity should be looking at a relatively easy round here. Of course, those Deagles always, though, they always have the potential to secure the round.
Potentially, we'll get a chance to see him do some damage here towards long, as the CTs are hightailing it, actually just backing off towards the site. So with the range advantage, Complexity can slowly take a bit of map control here. That one Galil obviously on the boost as well, not getting anything yet other than just info, realizing that the Gargantuan tunnel is completely clear.
Yeah, entirely clear. So now it has been cleared out by those guys. And now, Frozen, he's looking for something. over the sign. Oh, he did just spot him, though. And Config, he scaled up close, but Frozen might just be able to find this shot. He's crouched down. Ooh, and he does get spotted out, actually, by Blame F. Does take a tag, but nonetheless, they are now trapped here in this corner. And there it is, Frozen. He's able to find one, actually. Aggressive onto Poison. Trade from Rops. And all of a sudden, this round's interesting.
Rops, he's going to be grinning. His internal monologue saying, this is why you never should have given me the Galil, because he is going to get gory on the front of the site. JKS sent off. Good night. Dexter looking to do damage back as well. Good tag. His teammate could convert it for him as BMAS rocks up. And BMAS in the 1v1 now. Matt 10 in the back pocket prefers the pistol. Oh, but he might have pissed this one away, Davey, as he's being swung on. Rush with the pistol will clean up. As Complexity get all 3 of the rounds. The close 1v1. Leaving Mouse Sports a little bit disheartened. But the money's back. And this is where Overpass is really going to start to become a level playing field.
Yeah, once Rush realized he had tagged him down, he's stuck behind the box. No armor. Rush decides he needs to take the initiative. Don't let him take advantage of the Peeker's advantage. Get in his face, push forward, finish him off. That's exactly what he does. So even though the round got real close there, Rob's able to make it real interesting with that Galil. Double kill from him. It's just not enough in the end. Only one player surviving, and there's Acor starting it off strong with the pick towards back connector. That's Rush going down. The hero of last round already eliminated in this one.
JKS up short. I was curious to see if he was actually going to find himself a fast pick, but instead backs off, and across the map, all of his teammates are just being swatted out of the sky. Oh, hello. Lovely little
full
nade.
damage nade?
That was huge,
How
dude.
much HP did Rops have? I'm pretty sure that nade like hit him in the back of the head and just like killed him. I'll watch the. I'll take a look
Catch
at
it
the
back.
replay
Catch
when
it back on
comes
the
up.
replay, yeah. Because if so,
that's super unfortunate. I don't remember how lit he was. I know there was no assist, so if any damage was done, it was JKS earlier.
might have been on the short peak, to be fair, when we cut off his POV. Could have been from that.
Might have been. Regardless, though, JKS eventually taken down by BMS, and now it's all down onto Blame F. So we just got the word from our producer, actually. So he had 19 HP, so I'm just an idiot. Don't mind me.
Which is fair enough, really.
No, it is.
We've come to accept this about Davey.
You just have to. Otherwise, how are you supposed to live?
Yeah, very true. Ooh, Blame F showing us how to live towards the toilets as he is making a mess. Hits the headshot onto Frozen. Smoke and HE to utilize here to make his life a little bit easier. Tries to go around the corner with a blade out, but Acor's right there. And Acor, look at him. Not quite body hurt, but a kind of like a death stare, just right in the face, you know, showing.
That's called a...
Go on.
It's called a Danish hug.
A Danish hug.
Yeah.
Or you just stare at someone's face with a knife.
Well, you stand on what?
Sorry?
Never mind. I can't go any deeper than that, Jackie. I'm gonna be honest.
Well,
I just can't do it.
There you go then. Flashpoint 3, sponsored by Danish Hugs. And also cloths, hats, and there was something else. Maybe muscly bees. I don't know. I can't remember. It's been a long event.
Deagles.
Deagles, that's it. Of course. Yeah. How could we forget the Deagles? I'll tell you why, Dave, because there's none of them in play. It's just P250s. And what did we say? When you bring out the P250s, that win percent absolutely plummets. And them just absorbing all of the nades as they go out towards A. Hello, Acor. Hitting hard onto Poison Frozen as well with the spray down. Looking like another man that starts with F with a bit of a Freiburg spray.
Yeah, only actually took 1 point of damage there, too. So Mouse Sports, very clean round on the eco. Frozen with the spray control. Able to find 3 kills there towards the divider. And now 3-2 Mouse Sports on the CT side. Starting to claw their way back in. Complexity here. No op on the side of Complexity. Admittedly, not like Poison's had a lot of impact throughout this entire event, really, with his op. He hasn't really been on point. Acor, of course, has. Double op from Mouse, too. Rops also has one. Where is Rob's position? Yeah, he's over towards B, so he's playing right around that pillar. He's going to be looking back and forth between Monster and Short, playing with his teammate, trying to punish any overzealous Complexity player getting just a bit too aggressive towards that B site.
Ooh.
Hello. That was one of the weirdest engagements. He's just gone running across, like just knife out, just not expecting Acor to be there at all. So Acor just gets the free pick onto Poison. That is the offer for Complexity down.
Oh god, you could just imagine it. It's like the meme, just the soundbite that hello.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh god.
Ooh, little spam there from Dexter.
Yeah, he's saying
Came
goodbye.
right straight through the wood towards the door. JKS trying to even the odds.
Props. Just given the freebie, but the follow-up was sick. Straight through the smoke on the config. They need to check Rop's config. Apparently he's got no smokes.
Rop sensitivity and no, go on. You can keep going.
Just rebind the gate. Yeah. You're trying to, perfect those settings. You might as well. Oh,
Actually, I know he's on native, so I'm already there with him, so it's fine.
fair play.
Yeah.
Cringe 1080p enjoyer.
Yeah, native players gross.
What's the matter? You need all the pixels.
Well, you can't play with a few less pixels, huh? You think you're so cool?
Need the
think you're a
full
tough guy?
FOV, do you?
There's a 1.77 cents in game.
It
How
is
do you
mad,
even
dude. Like,
get to that, like
it,
what, like 1.8 too fast, 1.75 too slow? Like what's happened there?
it's such a weird sense. It's also like with how fast his reactions are as well. Wild. B-Mass though. He'll react to the face from JKS towards Monster Pipe. Blame F's there. And the rest of the T's are going to try and link up with him, at least give him a bit of support. Just overwhelm the CTs, that's your best bet. The ankles are covered, B-Mass easy sprayed down. Dexter's going to trade if he loses his life. So it is just the one casualty in the end. And B-Mass, continuing from where he left off. Back on Nuke, right? 8-4 already. He's looking good.
Yeah, and 4 rounds in a row since the gun rounds have started. We saw Complexity won that pistol, took the 2 ecos, but ever since the gun rounds have started, it's been all Mouse Sports. Not even a bomb plant for Complexity on any of these rounds. Mouse Sports been very dominant on Complexity's pick. Complexity very much on their heels here. Need to try to find some way. It all begins with entry into the site. I know that sounds basic, but at this point, Complexity hasn't even found a way to do that.
Maybe it's like, when you get overtired and all of a sudden you get that second wind and then you're just unstoppable.
Yeah.
You get into like flow state and you're just existing. Maybe that's what's happened to Mouse Sport.
That actually is a scientific thing too.
Yeah.
Like after you hit a certain time, your body actually does get hit that second wind and you get like a burst of energy. It could be it.
Ooh. Bit of a peek there towards the Monster Pipe.
Yeah. That shot from JKS, very reminiscent of the Emu War, not connecting any bullets onto his fellow Australian. Dexter's able to get away, and Rops again with an opening pick. Oh, and look at this, Dexter. He's hiding in the smoke.
He's shrouded. They have no idea. Using that invisibility cloak to try and leave them broke. When they slip into the B site, he'll let them all pass, relays the info to B-Mass, boosted up on top. And he'll have a high skill ceiling to back it up as well as he hits onto the first, slaying JKS. The slow flank now from Dexter starts to develop. Meanwhile, on the front of the site, it's Poison that goes down. Blame F to try and trade it. They're holding on, but it's all down to Dexter from the rear. But he won't even need to attack it. Zakor's still standing stall on the site with the AWP. He backhands them. So Mouse Sports, another round. Looking good here still. The double AWP working well.
Yeah, working so well. Rops is able to find another entry pick in Dexter with so much information there, pushed into the water, right? He's got everything. He hears everything that's going on outside of B. He knows they're not splitting up short, so all of the players that are on B are able to just play with so much information. They don't have to worry about their flanks. They don't have to worry about their sides. All they have to do is play off of each other and get those picks as they go. When in Dexter, even though he wasn't able to find any kills on that round from that flank, it was still such an important position for him to be in because it gave all the information to his teammates. That will be the 5th round for Mouse Sports. And again, like I was saying, Complexity hasn't even found a way to get into these sites right now. The Great Wall of Mouse Sports has been put up, and they're trying to find their way through.
B-Mass with a barricade in the form of an M4 as he is making a meal out of this one. 3 frags found. Dexter with a double of his own as well as he dissects them with the AK scalpel attachment. And Mouse Sports, now 3 rounds ahead, are sitting pretty on their CT side of Overpass. Keep in mind, guys, if you're joining us here for the grand final, where have you been? You're a little bit late on this one. You've missed some amazing games, but you are still in store for what could potentially be a big 2-0 for Mouse Sports. They've had a rough day of CS, but they're bringing it back here now when it matters most here in Flashpoint. They need this map, Davey, to take a 2-0 and beat Complexity.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And now we do see, finally, the AWPer from Complexity, able to get that op in his hands. That is Poison. Oh, and that's a little bit of a miss nade, almost causing some problems. Poison does have this op. Look at this. JKS is going very aggressive up towards short, and he gets taken down by BMAS, and they're just trying to pop into the site quick, but the counter util is coming in so fast, and they're not ready for it. Rush beats everything, and he gets passed into the pit. And now, Rops is up in heaven, can't connect his shot, takes a lot of damage for his troubles, and finally, Complexity have found their way into the bomb site.
My, oh my. Rush making them blush as he takes them down with the AK. Now then, the post plant is what it's all about. They've still got utility on the T side, so they can waste even more time for the CTs that are rapidly clamoring to get close together. There is going to be a smoke in from Acor, actually opting to hold back for the meantime, clearing Matrix out first. Time ticking by, though. A kit on Frozen and Rops. But it seems like they are just committed to the save now, holding on the exits instead. A few tags here or there. The nade should be pretty nice. And then in the end, just back off and save it towards the A side.
Yeah, I think they just want to try to contain them because they know Complexity's money situation is bad, and Mouse Sports, obviously, they have all this bank built up. So they were just trying to see, yeah, that's exactly what they wanted. So all of those guns go down. If Acor can somehow find this one under rush, he can't, but still, look at the money from Complexity. 38, 37, 37. This is not going to be a good buy. They either have to sacrifice the weaponry and get nades, or they have to sacrifice nades for the AKs. And that is exactly what Mouse Sports was trying to do. They can concede that round because they know that winning that round is actually going to be a punishment for Complexity almost.
Round 11. Complexity seeming to set their sights on a faster play here. Straight in towards B. That's going to be the call as they try and bombard their way up short. The Rock straight in with the first. The Bay play as well. Lovely assist from Dastardly Dexter, who's going to gun them all down behind the smoke as well. B-Mass wanted to make them broke as they came in, but only gets one. Big boy blame F alive, but not for long, as Dexter follows up with a nice hat trick here in the round. And Mouse Sports are climbing this double ladder all the way to 7.
And that was beautiful from Robs. That's something I love. He gets that opening pick, right? They know that Complexity is going to be low on util. They're not going to have a good buy. So he goes aggressive towards short. He hits that shot. And most players would try to turn around and jump away, but Robs, such good movement, so clean. Strafes backwards around the corner, baits them right into his teammate who was waiting for them, and they're able to secure that round so cleanly. Only one player going down. There's a tag from Acor as well, and Mouse Sports are absolutely on a roll.
They look unstoppable here. Complexity slowed down massively. The miles per hour are at an all-time low. Whereas for Mouse Sports, they are the ones hitting them hard and fast. The Ferrari peaks coming out and completely breaking Complexity. Down to 4 players here. Acor. Timing could be a bit of an awkward one. Rush actually gets the tag off, but the frag goes in favour of Acor as he flicks onto him with a scoped weapon. Frozen as well, peeking out from the toilets, doing a bit of cleaning as he gets the headshot onto Blame F. And now what have you got left on the T side? One player that's on 3 HP that's gone. Completely annihilated there. Mouse Sports just looking unbeatable.
Yeah, what they're doing there too with that double op setup. So normally when you have that double op setup, you have one towards A and one towards B. And I think there was a classic setup back in the day. It might have been LG, the Brazilian team, or it could have been Old Navi with Guardian on it, where they would do a double op setup with both ops at A, and you would have one op opping long and one op in bathrooms. And what that would do is whichever one took contact first would actually open up the round for the other one, because then the players who would be going towards bathroom wouldn't expect an op at long, or vice versa. That's exactly what Mouse Sports did right there. Rops gets that opening pick, and they don't expect the op of Acor to be in the bathrooms. So he's there to secure 2 frags, and it's such a cool setup. They're really mixing up where they move these 2 ops to, and JKS has already gone down in this round. It's not looking good for Complexity.
The stats on BMAS for opening duel must be absolutely unreal. The amount of times he's had the first pick, and normally the second pick, into these rounds has been unbelievable. He's 16-7 right now. It's another opening duel one for him here. And it seems like this round, again, has hit a huge roadblock. It's been slowed massively. Complexity back towards mid then, playing around the fountain. Poison and Rush. Can he poison the well of Mouse Sports? Let them get one more round, not against Frozen, as he won't be content with dying there. And for Rush, Davey, 1v5? All right, it's a crispy headshot onto Rops, but I think that's all it's going to be.
Yeah, he gets immediately taken down, and this has just been Mouse Sports absolutely dominating Complexity. You look over at the side of Complexity, right? You look at what are the 3-star players on Complexity, right? You have Config, JKS, and Poison. They're the 3 at the bottom of the scoreboard. Obviously, Blame F is a fragging in-game leader, and he gives himself good positions, but still, when you look at this roster on paper, Config, JKS, Poison, those are your 3-star players. You have your Opper, your star rifler, and Config, who's been lights out this entire event. And now, in this game here, Mouse Sports has completely nullified them with this double op. They can't find any space. They can't go anywhere without running into the wall that is Mouse Sports' defense.
Uh-oh. JKS with a Tech 9. He wanted to cause some trouble, but instead it's just turmoil for Complexity, as already they've lost their opening man. BMAF from the back of the site, spraying from behind the barrels. Face broken. Lips surgically removed by the Deagle of Poison. As they now slip onto the site. They spot out the graffiti player of Dexter as well, but the only spraying he's doing is with his rifle all over the T side as they go down one by one. Just a single casualty on the CTs there, Davey. 10 rounds now.
Oh my god, man. Mouse Sports is on a roll. And you know, this is where it comes in, like, the mentality isn't a perfect science, right? We thought Mouse Sports coming into this, they're going to be tired. They've played all day. They've lost. You know, how are they going to be able to come into this? Like, how are they going to be so focused in this game? And now Mouse Sports has proved everything wrong. And if anything, the other side of that coin is Complexity came in cold, right? They were waiting for Mouse Sports to finish their game, was delayed by over an hour. And because of that, maybe Complexity was cold, and Mouse Sports, even though they might be tired, at the very least they were warmed up. And we could see maybe that's playing an effect here in this game, because Mouse Sports has been just on a streak of wins here.
Will that streak ever end? Will Config be the one to snatch it? Config surviving through the trouble and strife of having an AWP shot straight into the side of his face. He does eventually go down, and Poison has to trade it. Poison peeking back out towards middle as well. He wasn't quite poised to hit that one, though, as Frozen snaps onto his head and slays him for now. 3 Ts left alive. JKS over towards Monster. The other 2 in connector.
Yeah, and this is going to be a weird situation for them because Rops is pushed all the way through into the playground, so he has this deep T spawn control, but Frozen can't rotate fully over to B yet because he has to be worried about them potentially coming up the connector, and that's the boost. Blame spots Dexter, and they know that BMS plays in this B site. They know he's usually dedicated towards monsters. So the flash comes out. He needs to find this first one. Rush, not checking it, and now instantly the trade from JKS as he scales in. 2 versus 2, but no nades left on the T side. That smoke gets dropped. They have nothing left.
Robs starting his flank. Blame F is coming in. Ooh, it's all on the timing. Blame F. If he clears him, he spotted his leg. There we go. Yeah. Now he knows. We'll take the shot as well. That's the kill. And we flick back over to a man that needs to be absolutely ice cold in a clutch like this. No room for error. Frozen. Walking up, will he be too cold to hold? Gets in the back line, there's the first, the flick on in a second as well. JKS hit with a thunder from down under, quite literally there. Body hurt as well, he knows it's the end of the half. So Frozen, gonna go for the double AK, the akimbo spray into the face, Davey. Never seen before.
Yeah, this is a classic finishing move here from Frozen.
My goodness.
Absolutely. No, now he gets off the defuse. Give him one more.
Yeah.
Come on.
After round.
Come on.
After round.
I thought he might get off of it and give him one more, but no, not this time. Frozen, though, winning the 1v2 and playing that absolutely perfectly. He knew that he could have killed the man planting the bomb, but he had to wait. He had to find out where Blame F was. He knew that Blame F should be covering the bomb planter, so he waited. He was patient. He found him. He secures it. The quick flick over onto JKS, who tries to compensate for the fact he was just planting the bomb. He's just barely got his gun out in time to get a bullet off. Does do the damage onto Frozen, but no headshot connected. And so that is going to be the 11th round for Mouse Sports. But I do say, Jackie, 11-4 is the Counter-Strike curse.
You do indeed, and we've seen that come true. But Mouse Sports, I don't know, they've got a witch doctor looking over them or something because no curses are affecting them. If anything, they've been given a blessing. They've been given some kind of buff coming into this series as they look unbelievable. Here's the short push, though, to start us off on the pistol. JKS! Oh, no! Jumping around in front of him like he's playing Mario. He couldn't hit the shot, and oh, no, everyone's gonna go straight down as there's only 2 left alive. Blame F and Poison here for the retake. Walking out. trying to at least catch a whiff of one of these Mouse Sports players, Davey, but they're outnumbered 2-1.
Yeah, they are, and they don't have the kid. He's trying to push out through heaven, does find Dexter's location. In the end, it's not going to be enough. You have to find the kill. He's in such prime position. And are they even going to go for this, Jackie? Blame F's like, we have armor. Let's just back up. No need to rebuy it in the next round. They're going to try, and that's Acor instantly connecting onto the headshot. Poison goes down, and Blame, he's stuck in the corner here. He needs to try to get out. But if he just backs up into the corner, bombs planted on the sandbags, he will be able to survive. That is going to be the 12th round for Mouse Sports. Armor saved for Blame F, but it's a very, very small consolation. And I just want to point out there that even though, yes, JKS did whiff on Frozen, right? The only reason why that was possible was because of the fact that the entry pathing from Frozen was he was jumping as he went across the corners. He didn't just run out. When you are the entry fragger, especially on pistol rounds and especially on T-side, you have to jump around those corners. Make the shots hard to hit for the CTs. Trust in your teammates to get the trades. It's exactly what he did. And even though JKS whiffed, even if he did manage to get that kill onto Frozen, he would have been immediately traded because of that. It's a very important mechanic.
Complexity. They need more than a mechanic to come in to resolve this because the wheels have come off, the entire chassis gone. Frozen. He's going to remove the backer config though. That's gone. Just a pair of legs left on the B site here as already. As effectively only 3 players alive for Complexity. I mean, JKS is on 1 singular hit point. And Rush, he's probably going to be the big dog to try and hold off this flank. Rop's right there, hoping to see an overextension at that point. They would be set up for nearly a guaranteed 13th round. The Galil sees the edge of the outline. He will commit to it. That's another kill on B. Obviously, JKS still quite low as well. Sat up there on the elevated angle, trying his best. You could still get a tap off. Remember with this Eagle, as long as he lands the headshot, it might not matter that he's so low.
No, it won't, but he is all alone here. Blame F has rotated over with the scout, but from heaven here, the smoke should come out. Not a shot going to be able to be hit. And, oh, he just moves at the worst time. Wait, they haven't even spotted JKS yet. He's able to find the kill through the smoke. Now gets immediately traded, but Blame from heaven with 2. And now this is suddenly a 1 versus 1. Rops does have the advanced position, but Blame F knows that bomb is down. Blame F with 2 on the round already. Needs to be moving forward. Rops does recover the bomb. Actually, he just spotted Blame F. It's going to be the fake plant. He's waiting. He's waiting. Does he know Blame has already progressed? He doesn't. Blame F. He's got in the prime position, and he has it. That will be the round. Rops swings out to the left, but Blame F had already moved forward, got into the water, and Rops, not realizing how advanced Blame F was, goes for the plant. But Blame again. We've seen this in-game leader from Complexity throughout this entire event win out in these clutch situations, and he does it again, giving his team a chance in this second half.
That's so grim from JKS, dude.
Yeah.
Like, literally lifeless, right? Like, 1 HP, he sat there. The only thing that he could hope for was a game-changing play like that. And he turns a savage situation into a fantastic one for Complexity. Big props to him. Like, mad trigger discipline. Played it out really smart. The game sense there on JKS reigns supreme.
Yeah, with even just 1 HP, he's able to have such huge impact in the round. Making up for his miss on pistol round there. Able to just barely win that round for Complexity on the back of Blame F's clutch, and there's Frozen. So he has been spotted, but he's got the info as well. That's Blame F falling back. And now we see the rotations from Complexity coming out. That is config. He's making his way up towards that A site. We see that because Rush has that information as he's playing close on short B. So he knows there isn't anybody currently looking to come into this B site. This will be the A execute. Not a lot of nades, just a flash on B-Mass, and that gets thrown, and they'll be scaling up quickly.
Blame F. Bonnet's 1, supported by config as well. This crossfire, unbeatable here. Frozen's the only one that can try and pipe up to leave them simmered down. 45 seconds left on the round. Blame F focusing towards the elevated angle. You thought he would have hit it, but no! Frozen! 3 frags in the round, looking furious as you like. And he wants more. Waits for the extension to come out. Good HE going in, softens him up a little bit. JKS, he does have the firepower advantage, but it still means he's got to win. These 1v1s, they've got to give it to him, and they're playing together. The Deagle duo at the back of the site. They know exactly where he is. They're waiting for him to face. He'll tap the bomb to try and force them to peek into him. They'll go together in tandem like they're tied at the hip. They need to hit the shot. Barely keeping himself alive here. Dashes the flash, but he knows time's ticking away. Guns down onto one, but can't commit to it. Can't quite get it. He's paranoid, and he's blamed himself. He's played himself out on the round. They didn't have to face, and in the end, B-Masters get the kill.
That was perfect CS from the remaining Mouse Sports players there. BMAS doing so well. Every single time JKS tapped the bomb, shoulder peaks, little jiggle peaks with their heads up above the box. It was absolutely perfect and frozen. Yet again, we've seen it time and time again in these Flashpoint qualifiers. These eco rounds with the Deagles coming up massive, and JKS did his best there. He's trying, he's tapping the bomb, he's trying to force them to peek him. He doesn't know where both players are. He's trying to find them, but Mouse Sports just playing so well, contesting him at all times, but only just a little bit, just the shoulder peaks. So it's not enough for JKS to be able to connect those shots. Mouse Sports do win out on the eco. BlameF still able to get a bunch of kills on entry to that site, but eventually he's shut down by Frozen's Deagle. That is the 13th round for Mouse Sports. They get ecoed, they eco them right back.
Hold on a minute, Davey. Can you hear that in the background? I believe it's the MP5 alarm going off.
Oh, FBI?
Well, it's gone. Silence that one, I suppose. The nature of the weapon, really, isn't it?
Yeah. FBI, open up. We're gone, actually. Never mind.
Yeah, unlucky. My bad, wrong house. But, Mouse Sports... Let's see if they're going to be knocking at the right door here as the call is made to try and flip this one around back over towards the A site. They are setting up. Utility going out. Poison. Filthy Kurt Angle. Can he hit his shots, though, and lay the smack down onto the Mouse Sports boys as BlameF will hit the first. Does swing out. He's not able to find success, but the 5-7 certainly will, and the 5-7 now going off on one. A-Core. We've seen him with the AWP, now on the rifle. Will he reign supreme? Can he actually be the Terminator that they need? Or will Complexity be doing a good Sarah Connor impression? They've got the back of the site locked down. JKS watching on the cross, baiting him out. 16 seconds. You got to get the kill or you got to plant soon. He doesn't have much time. And he's using all his utilities, bringing it down to 9 seconds. Knows where they are. He's got to hit the shots. Nice one tap. Has to commit to the plant right now. Gets it off at the last physical second or the round would have been given to Complexity. BlameF. Over by Bank. Oh. Cheeky little angle. Hits the shot with a wall bang. And keeps Complexity going. 13-6. Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah. Give it to him. Give it to him.
That's one. That's two. Oh, BlameF with a hat trick, Davey.
Manages to secure all 3 post-mortem body shots. The most important thing in Counter-Strike. And yeah, these rounds back and forth Counter-Strike. Mouse Sports not being able to find entry into that A site. They didn't have the util to molly off the crucial points. The truck, got to be able to get those smokes down. The Molotovs are so important. They didn't have them. And because of that, entry to the site was denied. 13-6 now. Mouse Sports still firmly in the driver's chair, but Complexity keeps giving themselves a chance by winning these eco rounds. And we will just see the save here from Mouse. They've decided we're done with this back and forth crap. You know, we're just going to take the eco here. 1 P250, bunch of Glocks. Even just some fun run boosts and spawn, you know, just to mix it up. Not even a flash on the board. So they're just going to like pick a timing probably and just YOLO out B here.
Nade doing a little bit of damage to him. Makes it slightly easier for the FAMAS to rip its way through them as BMAS does go down. JKS through the smoke. Easy pickings, nearly the third as well. He's making money. But right now, the rounds are the thing they want. So still 2 more kills to get here. Shut down Mouse Sports in the 20th and give a 7th over to Complexity.
Yeah, and they're just sort of backing up, maybe trying to burn out any extra util they can from Complexity, any re-smokes, you know. Just they're trying to take anything they can at this point. They feel pretty helpless. Like, look at him, he's just like, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
You know he's coming.
Yeah.
Like, you're aware. It's like Christmas. It's inevitable. I suppose it's like any holiday, really.
Yeah.
That's the way they work.
Same time every year, really.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I guess some change. Like some, there's not always on the same day, right? Because sometimes it's like the first Monday of like September or something. I think is Labor Day, like the first weekend.
The actual like the day like is different.
Yeah.
But the date's always the same, unless I suppose it's a leap year.
No. Yeah, no, the dates aren't always the same on holidays. Like, I know here, I don't know if maybe you don't have it in the UK, but we have something called Labor Day, and it changes depending on.
Do you have to go build walls or something?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know why it's called
You have to do
that.
some manual
But I know
labor.
it's not necessarily on the exact same date every year. Like, it changes. It depends on whenever the first. I think it's the first weekend in September is
Yeah.
when it is. So it's not always the exact same day.
Nah, in England we kind of just have a weird one. We have like fridge license day. That's every other week where you have to make sure your fridge license is up to date.
That can't be true.
What is? Look into it, mate.
I don't believe.
What do you mean? You're trying to say we don't have fridge licenses?
Yeah, I'm trying to say you don't have fridge licenses.
Yeah, all right. Carry on like that. You'll have the fridge warden round, mate. He will not be
Yeah,
happy.
the Queen's gonna come and get me. She's revoking my passport.
She probably will. She's for us, won it, yeah.
What? Swan?
Yeah, she owns all the swans, doesn't she?
What?
Yeah, the Queen owns all the swans. They're her animals. If you hurt a swan, it's like in affront to the Queen, basically. Genuinely, it's against the royal family. She owns them all.
Look,
100%. These are all true England facts.
that's one of the best parts about the royal family right there. Now, I like them even more now. That's hilarious.
But in this game, who will be the unsuspecting bystander that's hit in the face by a swan? And who will be the swan? As round 21's got about 60 seconds left on the clock. Full 5 alive on either side. Smoke's going down towards B once again. Utility for Mouse Sports is down to just a few flashes, but that's a flashy play. Rops again. He still doesn't have any smokes, Davey.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't need them. You know, he's like, well, whatever. Is it there? Is it not there? Yeah, he's just like, whatever, man. I'm just gonna shoot through it anyways. Gets the kill just about every time. Pretty much the perfect player.
Really is.
Ooh, we are going to see the boost, though. And if they're not aware of this, they should be looking. They should know that this is the possibility. Oh, but Config just manages to get out of vision at the right time. And this flank down connector could be absolutely huge, too. The timing on this needs to be so good. This could be the bomb drop if Dexter's not careful. But he spins around and makes sure that he takes it down with only 20 seconds, so they don't have time to go away. And the crossfires here are massive.
Woo! JKS doing his JK best as he flicks around with a UMP sublime SMG footwork. And finally, a little bit more for Complexity. That's 3 on the trot. That's an awful lot, considering how few and far between their rounds have been up to this point, Davey.
Yeah, that flank, that information, even though Poison wasn't able to get the kill, that flank gave all the info to the Complexity team that they were going to be committing on that B site. So all 3 players had rotated down. They got their crossfires set perfectly. It was the classic triangle. You know, you had one at the barrels, one towards Monster, and one towards CT and Pit. The perfect crossfires. They were able to find all of those kills, and that's a good flash from Poison. Blame F with a takedown the in-game leader of Mouse Sports. That's Dexter. Going down, so opening pick for Complexity again on this eco. With only 2 deagles, the deagometer is only up to 40% now.
Oh, nearly, Rops. Nearly.
And just keep trying.
Oh, there you go.
Don't give
Just
up.
do that instead, I guess.
He's like, all right, whatever.
The shutting of the door just tickled me for some reason. End of the chapter
Added
on that
an
one.
added an extra personality to the kill, you know?
It did. On the frag movie, that's where you do, like, you know, the crash zoom into the just the door. Add, like, a glass break-in effect. Blame F. He wants to break more than glass window panes into this round, though. However, the flank from the rear, Frozen, he could inflict a lot of pain. Straight into the back of the Danish man. There's one. Sees he had a gun as well to scavenge that before he advances.
Oh.
Poison trapped out in the open on the site. Uh-oh, here we go. Mouse Sports with the Deagles pushing up to the site. The Deagleometer going off the charts at this point. And Frozen, with an AK in his hands, wants to cut off the rotate, but they're not coming, Davey.
No, they've given up on it. They're like, nope, we're not going to be able to get into this site. That's an op lost, AK lost. And all of a sudden, those timings, Mouse Sports is able to find absolutely perfect. I can't believe how Poison died on that round, just in the open, in the site, not able to pick a spot. He didn't expect the walk all the way through bathrooms. Frozen, of course, getting that timing onto Blame F in long bathrooms, and that really is just absolutely heartbreaking for Complexity. I think in this second half, Jackie, we've seen more force buys and ecos won than like actual gun rounds.
Statistically,
Must be.
like, there is, yeah, I think the divide must be redonkulous. Like, if we look back through the actual qualifier, I
Yeah,
do
look
wonder
at
what
it.
the percentage is.
Well, just look here. Just in this game alone, the pistol round was won by Mouse, right?
Yeah.
Complexity ecos them. Then Mouse ecos them back. Then Complexity ecos them back. Then Mouse Sports takes a full eco, so Complexity wins an eco. Then Complexity wins the gun round, and then Mouse Sports just ecoed them back. So only one full gun round has actually been won by a team so far this half. Everything has either been one team beating a team on eco, or the team ecoing beating the team with guns. We've only had one gun round this half. And now this is our second.
We have got the full purchase round here, at least. That should be the rebrand, by the way. Purchase round. Sounds more powerful.
Purchase round?
Yeah.
That is cool, yeah.
Yeah, see? Ooh, that nade purchase, though, is pretty nice. It comes in to do some damage onto Frozen. He's been brought down to 50 HP. Won't matter if Poison's the one to take the fight, though, because he's got the big green gun. It's got a snake on it, so let's see if he can slip his way into toilets to do some damage in the backline of Mouse Sports as they actually leak their way through. 3 men towards long, one coming up front towards close toilets. That's going to be B-Mass. Flash goes over on long early. Config still dropping the smoke down on B as well. Poison. Cheeky little peek. Oh, he swings into it, Davey. Nearly, but couldn't quite connect it. A-Core proving that actually it's the Poison that falls far from the tree.
Yeah, A-Core very aware of that exact boost. That's the thing, right? Oppers, they know how other Oppers are thinking, right? He's thinking right there, if I'm going to be there, that's what I would do too. And Config trying to reaggress, trying to compensate for the fact that they're down 4 versus 5. But A-Core again ready and able as he takes him down. And now Blame, the last remaining defender on this A site, just has to give it up. The Molotov's coming out. Rops is lurked out. JKS not able to connect it. And that is Rops finding that kill on the lurk towards B, and Complexity is in dire straits now, as this is going to be the 15th round for Mouse Sports, Jackie, and Complexity, their defense crumbles yet again.
Here's something simple for you. This map is now left in a situation where with 1 round, Mouse Sports can 2-0 the series, best the Colossus, and get themselves that better seed at the RMR event. And Rops, he's taking all the guns out of their hands, at least gets one before Rush will flick back onto him. He's trapped on the site, doing a good job of saving, but not until B-Mass rocks up and stamps on him.
Yeah, not looking very good for Complexity now. Mouse Sports up 15-8, and look at the money. Complexity completely broke. The Opera from Complexity on this map, 5 and 20. Poison not able to get into this game. Config also the star player through this entire event, just on 8 and 20. And stats aren't everything, right? It doesn't mean that, you know, it doesn't mean that they're playing terribly or anything like that, but it is important that, you know, the players who have been the most consistent, who have been the high fraggers in these games, in this game, just not able to connect their shots, not able to find impact. We've only seen Blame F really be able to do anything this game. A few little rounds here and there from JKS, but overall, Complexity players just not showing up today.
This 24th round decides everything. So if they are going to wake back up and somehow grind this game out all the way to an OT to try and keep themselves in it, they've got a lot to do and not a very long time to do it in. Blame F towards Connector with the Deagle. Green gloves, green Deagle, but will they be green with Envy off the back of the peak? Yes, they will. They lose the fight as he'll open up with a nice shot onto B-Mass. Tries to grab the gun. Flash from his teammate works well and actually pulls it out. That's big.
Yeah, he does. He's backed out with the gun. Now, A-Core is here by the balloons. He has the SOP trained on the position. And Blame F, he's trapped in here. They know he's here. At this point, Rops did give up the angle, so they are aware of the fact that he could have gotten out towards short B, but Complexity keeping 3 players towards that B site, and Mouse Sports is working their way towards long. If Poison gets aggressive here and doesn't see anything, he might not call for the rotate, but actually we can see 2 players are rotating, and if Rops doesn't check this corner, Blame F could potentially find something big. As Rops gets 1, he's not going to check the corner though. This is going to be a free kill for Blame.
He waited, and he make the play work. JKS on the site. Could have been a point-blank shot with a Deagle, but no. Barrel of Frozen's AK put in his mouth as he'll go down. And look who is left standing. Just Big boy blame F. 1v2 to keep complexity in the game and in the qualifier. Smoke goes down to block his path. He's normally quite a confident lad, and he's going to stick to that here. Flash out, but he's out. Gone down to Frozen, 16-8. Mouse Sports pick it up. They take the grand final. They played 3 best of 3s today, but they make this one the exciting win.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And they came out hot in this game, man. They won so many rounds in a row on their CT side. T side, we did see a little back and forth there early on. The ecos back and forth, Complexity beating them, Mouse beating them back. Such a tight game in the early rounds, but once Mouse got their money, once they started getting those gun rounds, even there, when you see Complexity would go up numbers, they just didn't have enough to close out those rounds and close out that half.
They didn't indeed. And we need Freya back to close this one out, because that was absolutely ridiculous.
What a spectacular performance from Mouse. We were questioning them coming into this. They've had such a marathon of a day. They'd already been beaten by Complexity once here at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers, but they managed to cement themselves the win here. The win in the grand finals and the better seed going into Flashpoint 3, Jackie. And we know how crucial that is. Looking at some of the teams that are going to be in attendance there. A very well-deserved victory by Mouse.
Oh, yeah. It's wild, and I think, right, this is the round where it kind of looked like it was going to start off way differently to what we had with Nuke, because B-Mass just came out swinging with a pistol, just constant crazy individual plays from Mousesport, and as you said, it's going to do a lot for them. Probably a nice fitting end towards the end of the day as well. You go out on a high now, you won this game as your last grand final, you get that good seeding going into Flashpoint, and that could be the difference at an RMR event like that, right? That's the difference of some extra points, Freya, that could make or break you making it to the major.
Yeah, absolutely crucial indeed. And we look on the side of every single player was crucial coming into this one day. And I think we've got to give it to Frozen for some of those incredible clutch moments that he had. I'm thinking of the little bit of BM that we saw at the end of the first half, but it was spectacular to witness.
Yeah, it was. It was great play from him. For me, the big one that stands out was that Deagle round, where he just runs up and just 1Ds 3 people inside of that A site to secure the round, and that was absolutely huge for them early on in the half. So big props to him. He played super well. But again, the main thing for me was, especially on that CT side from Mousesports, they got those double ops out super early, and they were very dynamic with where they were putting them. Sometimes Rops was at B playing passive, sometimes he was going aggressive to B, and we did see also they played with the double ops both towards A, and that mix up and that dynamism with those ops really messed Complexity up. It seemed like they didn't know where they were going to be, they didn't know how they were going to get into the sites, because they were always worried about those ops taking those aggressive peaks and killing them.
Yeah, it was such a huge performance from Miles, and we were kind of questioning Complexity picking into this map originally, Jackie, and it's kind of surprising maybe to see the result like this. We kind of expected that potentially they had something prepared, something to pull out of their sleeves that maybe would surprise Miles, but didn't really get to see the flares of Complexity that we've been used to throughout this tournament.
Yeah, and that's the bizarre part, right? Because it was an interesting map pick where we're thinking, okay, if you're choosing this, you must have something that you're going to pull out and impress us, be able to take the series back all the way to D2 and give us a fair fight there. Instead, it just looked a little bit slow at the start. The longer the game went on, the sloppier it was getting. They looked deflated. They looked like the team that was tired, right? Complete role reversal from what we had in the opening moments of Nuke, and it's crazy. Mousesports, I think they must be absolutely chuffed. They've got to be over the moon with this.
They must be ecstatic after such a slog of the day as well, managing to cement themselves as the #1 seed coming into it from the close qualifiers here at Flashpoint 3. And with that, we can take a quick recap of the bracket to see exactly how all this action has gone down. And man, we started off this week with so many teams, 16 to be exact, all of them competing for 5 spots at the RMR. Only 5 making it through from those 16. We can see some of the surprise and Dignitas not making it through, but we also had some pleasant surprises, didn't we, Davey? Anonymo, a team that we didn't know too much about, managing to make it through.
Yeah, they do, and they upset a lot of teams on their way there, eventually losing out to Complexity, and then inevitably losing out to Mousesports again in that lower bracket final. But in the end, they make it, and they qualify with the 3rd seed, and everybody, even the other teams playing in the event, didn't expect much from them. I know I certainly didn't. I didn't know much about the team at all, other than I know Innocent, I know that Snacks is playing on the team, right? Those are some things I know. I didn't know anything about K, and when we talked to Innocent after their win to qualify through, he was like, yeah, this guy's insane, man. We plucked him out of like lower tier Polish obscurity in Counter-Strike, brought him into this team, and they are developing, and he is turning out to be an absolute star of a player for this team. So yeah, mad props to them going in third place now, and that is, yeah, like you said, absolutely shocking that they were able to make it that far. I don't think anybody would have predicted that coming into this.
Yeah, we've also got Sprout as well claiming that spot. They will be the 4th place seed coming into it, and Double Pony as our 5th, as of course we saw earlier on Jackie, these guys competing and making it to the RMR. And we also have some great interesting news with the Double Pony lineup. We were saying earlier, Jackie, MBK tweeting out this was going to be his last game with the team, but Valve have officially approved him to be competing with the team at the RMR. So that is very exciting.
Oh, that's sick. That's huge news, because obviously, like, he's kind of, the big sort of star name behind the brand. He was looking dope with the way he was playing out on the server throughout this tournament, and to see him coming out big in a position like this today, and now being able to stay with the roster and carry on, that's fantastic. I want to see way more from MBK with this team, Davey and Freya, so hopefully he keeps it up.
Yeah, it's super exciting indeed. We're going to be seeing way more of him at the be starting on the 10th of May, so make sure you set your calendars, remind yourselves when that is going to be starting, because there's so many stacked teams going to be in attendance. I'm very excited to be delving into it with our full roster now of teams from these qualifiers, so super exciting stuff indeed. But I think all there is left to say, gentlemen, huge shout out for being here with me for the duration of this event. You've done an absolutely spectacular job. Jackie, have you enjoyed yourself?
I've had a whale of a time. It's always lovely working with the guys from Face It here at Flashpoint, and it's been beautiful. Production amazing as always. Freya, yourself spectacular. Davey's all right, but you deal with it, didn't you?
Yeah, Davey, I think you're more than all right. It's been spectacular to actually get to work with you up on the desk as well. I've done a couple of interviews with you in the past, but you've done an absolutely spectacular job commentating through this. Can't wait to work with you more in the future.
Thank you very much, Freya. You too. Obviously, same thing. I echo all of Jackie's sentiments. Thank you to everybody, the entire production crew. Freya, thank you for keeping us in line here on the desk. As you can see, sometimes when it's just us, we get a little wild. So thank you for keeping us in check. I really appreciate it. Great working with you again. Hopefully more in the future.
Yeah, I hope so indeed. Huge shout out to production as well, the unsung heroes of this broadcast. And I can't wait to be delving into the Flashpoint 3 RMR. It's going to be starting on the 10th of May. We've got so many stacked teams in attendance, so we'll see you there.